Capital by Karl Marx, Volume 1, Editor's Preface to the English Edition, 1886. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Capital by Karl Marx, Volume 1, Editor's Preface to the English Edition, 1886. The publication of an English version of Das Kapital needs no apology. On the contrary, an explanation might be expected why this English version has been delayed until now, seeing that for some years past the theories advocated in this book have been constantly referred to, attacked and defended, interpreted and misinterpreted in the periodical press and the current literature of both England and America. When, soon after the author's death in 1883, it became evident that an English edition of the work was really required, Mr. Samuel Moore, for many years a friend of Marx and of the present writer, and than whom perhaps no one is more conversant with the book itself, consented to undertake the translation which the literary executors of Marx were anxious to lay before the public. It was understood that I should compare the manuscript with the original work and suggest such alterations as I might deem advisable. When, by and by, it was found that Mr. Moore's professional occupations prevented him from finishing the translation as quickly as we all desired, we gladly accepted Dr. Aveling's offer to undertake a portion of the work. At the same time, Mrs. Aveling, Marx's youngest daughter, offered to check the quotations and to restore the original text of the numerous passages taken from English authors and blue books and translated by Marx into German. This has been done throughout, with but a few unavoidable exceptions. The following portions of the book have been translated by Dr. Aveling. 1. Chapters 10, The Working Day, and 11, Rate and Mass of Surplus Value. 2. Part 6, Wages, comprising chapters 19 to 22. 3. From chapter 24, section 4, Circumstance That, etc., to the end of the book, comprising the latter part of chapter 24, chapter 25, and the whole of part 8. Chapters 26 to 33. 4. The two authors' prefaces. All the rest of the book has been done by Mr. Moore. While thus each of the translators is responsible for his share of the work only, I bear a joint responsibility for the whole. The third German edition, which has been made the basis of our work throughout, was prepared by me in 1883, with the assistance of notes left by the author, indicating the passages of the second edition to be replaced by designated passages from the French text published in 1873. Footnote. Le Capital,
par Karl Marx. Traduction de M.J. Roy, entièrement révisée par l'auteur. Paris, La Chartre.
This translation, especially the latter part of the book, contains considerable alterations in and additions to the text of the second German edition. End footnote. The alterations thus effected in the text of the second edition generally coincided with the changes prescribed by Marx in a set of manuscript instructions for an English translation that was planned about 10 years ago in America, but abandoned chiefly for want of a fit and proper translator. This manuscript was placed at our disposal by our old friend Mr. F. A. Sorge of Hoboken, New Jersey. It designates some further interpolations from the French edition, but being so many years older than the final instructions for the third edition, I did not consider myself at liberty to make use of it otherwise than sparingly, and chiefly in cases where it helped us over difficulties. In the same way, the French text has been referred to in most of the difficult passages as an indicator of what the author himself was prepared to sacrifice, wherever something of the full import of the original had to be sacrificed in the rendering. There is, however, one difficulty we could not spare the reader: the use of certain terms in a sense different from what they have, not only in common life, but in ordinary political economy. But this was unavoidable. Every new aspect of a science involves a revolution in the technical terms of that science. This is best shown by chemistry, where the whole of the terminology is radically changed about once in 20 years, and where you will hardly find a single organic compound that has not gone through a series of different names. Political economy has generally been content to take, just as they were, the terms of commercial and industrial life, and to operate with them, entirely failing to see that by so doing it confined itself within the narrow circles of ideas expressed by those terms. Thus, though perfectly aware that both profits and rent are but subdivisions, fragments of that unpaid part of the product which the labourer has to supply to his employer, its first appropriator, though not its ultimate exclusive owner, yet even classic political economy never went beyond the received notions of profits and rents, never examined this unpaid part of the product, called by Marx surplus product, in its integrity as a whole, and therefore never arrived at a clear comprehension either of its origin and nature, or of the laws that regulate the subsequent distribution of its value. Similarly, all industry, not agricultural or handicraft, is indiscriminately comprised in the term of manufacture, and thereby the distinction is obliterated between two great and essentially different periods of economic history, the period of manufacture proper, based on the division of manual labour, and the period of modern industry, based on machinery. It is, however, self-evident that a theory which views modern capitalist production as a mere passing stage in the economic history of mankind must make use of terms different from those habitual to writers who look upon that form of production as imperishable and final. A word respecting the author's method of quoting may not be out of place. In the majority of cases, the quotations serve, in the usual way, as documentary evidence in support of assertions made in the text. But in many instances, passages from economic writers are quoted in order to indicate when, where, and by whom a certain proposition was for the first time clearly enunciated. This is done in cases where the proposition quoted is of importance as being a more or less adequate expression of the conditions of social production and exchange prevalent at the time, and quite irrespective of Marx's recognition or otherwise of its general validity. These quotations, therefore, supplement the text by a running commentary taken from the history of the science. Our translation comprises the first book of the work only, but this first book is in a great measure a whole in itself, and has for 20 years ranked as an independent work. The second book, edited in German by me in 1885, is decidedly incomplete without the third, which cannot be published before the end of 1887. When Book 3 has been brought out in the original German, it will then be soon enough to think about preparing an English edition of both. Das Kapital is often called on the continent the Bible of the working class. That the conclusions arrived at in this work are daily more and more becoming the fundamental principles of the great working class movement, not only in Germany and Switzerland, but in France, in Holland and Belgium, in America, and even in Italy and Spain, that everywhere the working class more and more recognises in these conclusions the most adequate expression of its condition and of its aspirations, nobody acquainted with that movement will deny. And in England too, the theories of Marx, even at this moment, exercise a powerful influence upon the socialist movement, which is spreading in the ranks of cultured people no less than in those of the working class. But that is not all. The time is rapidly approaching when a thorough examination of England's economic position will impose itself as an irresistible national necessity. The working of the industrial system of this country, impossible without a constant and rapid extension of production, and therefore of markets, is coming to a dead stop. Free trade has exhausted its resources. Even Manchester doubts this, its quondam economic gospel. Footnote. At the quarterly meeting of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce, held this afternoon, a warm discussion took place on the subject of free trade. A resolution was moved to the effect that, quote, having waited in vain 40 years for other nations to follow the free trade example of England, this Chamber thinks the time has now arrived to reconsider that position. End quote. The resolution was rejected by a majority of only one, the figures being 21 for and 22 against. Evening Standard, November the 1st, 1886. End footnote. Foreign industry, rapidly developing, stares English production in the face everywhere, not only in protected, but also in neutral markets, and even on this side of the Channel. While the productive power increases in a geometric, the extension of markets proceeds at best in an arithmetic ratio. The decennial cycle of stagnation, prosperity, overproduction and crisis, ever recurrent from 1825 to 1867, seems indeed to have run its course, but only to land us in the slough of despond of a permanent and chronic depression. The sighed-for period of prosperity will not come. As often as we seem to perceive its heralding symptoms, so often do they again vanish into air. Meanwhile, each succeeding winter brings up afresh the great question, what to do with the unemployed. But while the number of the unemployed keeps swelling from year to year, there is nobody to answer that question, and we can almost calculate the moment when the unemployed, losing patience, will take their own fate into their own hands. Surely, at such a moment, the voice ought to be heard of a man whose whole theory is the result of a lifelong study of the economic history and condition of England, and whom that study led to the conclusion that, at least in Europe, England is the only country where the inevitable social revolution might be effected entirely by peaceful and legal means. He certainly never forgot to add that he hardly expected the English ruling classes to submit, without a pro-slavery rebellion, to this peaceful and legal revolution. Frederick Engels, November the 5th, 1886. End of Editor's Preface. Read by Karl Manchester, 2007. Capital, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Preface to the first German edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Karl Manchester, 2007. Capital, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Preface to the first German edition, 1867. The work, the first volume of which I now submit to the public, forms the continuation of my Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, a contribution to the criticism of political economy, published in 1859. The long pause between the first part and the continuation is due to an illness of many years' duration that again and again interrupted my work. The substance of that earlier work is summarized in the first 3 chapters of this volume. This is not done merely for the sake of connection and completeness. The presentation of the subject matter is improved. As far as circumstances in any way permit, many points only hinted at in the earlier book are here worked out more fully, whilst, conversely, points worked out fully there are only touched upon in this volume. The sections on the history of the theories of value and of money are now, of course, left out altogether. The reader of the earlier work will find, however, in the notes to the first chapter, additional sources of reference relative to the history of those theories. Every beginning is difficult, holds in all sciences. To understand the first chapter, especially the section that contains the analysis of commodities, will therefore present the greatest difficulty. That which concerns more especially the analysis of the substance of value and the magnitude of value I have, as much as it was possible, popularized. Footnote. This is the more necessary, as even the section of Ferdinand Lassalle's work against Schulze de Leech, in which he professes to give the intellectual quintessence of my explanations on these subjects, contains important mistakes. If Ferdinand Lassalle has borrowed almost literally from my writings, and without any acknowledgment, all the general theoretical propositions in his economic works, e.g. those on the historical character of capital, on the connection between the conditions of production and the mode of production, etc., etc., even to the terminology created by me, this may perhaps be due to purposes of propaganda. I am here, of course, not speaking of his detailed working out and application of these propositions, with which I have nothing to do. End footnote. The value form, whose fully developed shape is the money form, is very elementary and simple. Nonetheless, the human mind has for more than 2,000 years sought in vain to get to the bottom of it all, whilst, on the other hand, to the successful analysis of much more composite and complex forms there has been at least an approximation. Why? Because the body, as an organic whole, is more easy of study than are the cells of the body. In the analysis of economic forms, moreover, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of use. The force of abstraction must replace both. But in bourgeois society, the commodity form of the product of labour, or value form of the commodity, is the economic cell form. To the superficial observer, the analysis of these forms seems to turn upon minutiae. It does in fact deal with minutiae, but they are of the same order as those dealt with in microscopic anatomy. With the exception of the section of value form, therefore, this volume cannot stand accused on the score of difficulty. I presuppose, of course, a reader who is willing to learn something new and therefore to think for himself. The physicist either observes physical phenomena where they occur in their most typical form and most free from disturbing influence, or, wherever possible, he makes experiments under conditions that assure the occurrence of the phenomena in its normality. In this work, I have to examine the capitalist mode of production and the conditions of production and exchange corresponding to that mode. Up to the present time, their classic ground is England. That is the reason why England is used as the chief illustration in the development of my theoretical ideas. If, however, the German reader shrugs his shoulders at the condition of the English industrial and agricultural labourers, or, in optimist fashion, comforts himself with the thought that in Germany things are not nearly so bad, I must plainly tell him, de te fabula narrateur. It is of you that the story is told. Horace. Intrinsically, it is not a question of the higher or lower degree of development of the social antagonisms that result from the natural laws of capitalist production. It is a question of these laws themselves, of these tendencies working with iron necessity towards inevitable results. The country that is more developed industrially only shows to the less developed the image of its own future. But apart from this, where capitalist production is fully naturalized among the Germans, for instance in the factories proper, the condition of things is much worse than in England, because the counterpoise of the Factory Acts is wanting. In all other spheres we, like the rest of continental Western Europe, suffer not only from the development of capitalist production, but also from the incompleteness of that development. Alongside the modern evils, a whole series of inherited evils oppress us, arising from the passive survival of antiquated modes of production, with their inevitable train of social and political anachronisms. We suffer not only from the living, but from the dead. Le mort saisit le vif. The dead holds the living in his grasp. Formula of French common law. The social statistics of Germany and the rest of continental Western Europe are, in comparison with those of England, wretchedly compiled. But they raise the veil just enough to let us catch a glimpse of the Medusa head behind it. We should be appalled at the state of things at home if, as in England, our governments and parliaments appointed periodically commissions of inquiry into economic conditions, if these commissions were armed with the same plenary powers to get at the truth, if it were possible to find for this purpose men as competent, as free from partisanship and respect of persons, as are the English factory inspectors, her medical reporters on public health, her commissioners of inquiry into the exploitation of women and children, into housing and food. Perseus wore a magic cap down over his eyes and ears as a make-believe that there are no monsters. Let us not deceive ourselves on this. As in the 18th century the American War of Independence sounded the tocsin for the European middle class, so that in the 19th century the American Civil War sounded it for the European working class. In England, the process of social disintegration is palpable. When it has reached a certain point, it must react on the continent. There it will take a form more brutal or more humane according to the degree of development of the working class itself. Apart from higher motives, therefore, their own most important interests dictate to the classes that are for the nonce the ruling ones the removal of all legally removable hindrances to the free development of the working class. For this reason, as well as others, I have given so large a space in this volume to the history, the details, and the results of English factory legislation. One nation can and should learn from others, and even when a society has got upon the right track for the discovery of the natural laws of its movement, and it is the ultimate aim of this work to lay bare the economic law of motion of modern society, it can neither clear by bold leaps, nor remove by legal enactments the obstacles offered by the successive phases of its normal development, but it can shorten and lessen the birth pangs. To prevent possible misunderstandings, a word. I paint the capitalist and the landlord in no sense couleur de rose, i.e. seen through rose-tinted glasses, but here individuals are dealt with, only insofar as they are the personifications of economic categories, embodiments of particular class relations and class interests. My standpoint, from which the evolution of the economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history, can, less than any other, make the individual responsible for relations whose creature he socially remains, however much he may subjectively raise himself above them. In the domain of political economy, free scientific inquiry meets not merely the same enemies as in all other domains. The peculiar nature of the materials it deals with summons as foes into the field of battle the most violent, mean, and malignant passions of the human breast, the furies of private interest. The English established Church, for example, will more readily pardon an attack on 38 of its 39 articles than on 1/39 of its income. Nowadays, atheism is culpa levis, a relatively slight sin, contrast with mortal sin, as compared with criticism of existing property relations. Nevertheless, there is an unmistakable advance. I refer, for example, to the Blue Book published within the last few weeks, correspondence with Her Majesty's missions abroad regarding industrial questions and trades unions. The representatives of the English Crown in foreign countries there declare in so many words that in Germany, in France, to be brief, in all the civilized states of the European continent, radical change in the existing relations between capital and labour is as evident and inevitable as in England. At the same time, on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, Mr. Wade, Vice President of the United States, declared in public meetings that, after the abolition of slavery, a radical change of the relations of capital and of property in land is next upon the order of the day. These are signs of the times, not to be hidden by purple mantles or black cassocks. They do not signify that tomorrow a miracle will happen. They show that, within the ruling classes themselves, a foreboding is dawning, that the present society is no solid crystal, but an organism capable of change, and is constantly changing. The second volume of this book will treat of the process of the circulation of capital, Book 2, and of the varied forms assumed by capital in the course of its development, Book 3. The third and last volume, Book 4, the history of the theory. Every opinion based on scientific criticism I welcome. As to prejudices of so-called public opinion, to which I have never made concessions, now as aforetime, the maxim of the great Florentine is mine. Segui il tuo corso e lascia dir le genti. Follow your own course and let people talk. Paraphrased from Dante. Karl Marx, London, July the 25th, 1867. End of the preface to the first German edition. Read by Karl Manchester, 2007.
Capital by Karl Marx. Afterward to the second edition, 1873. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Karl Manchester, 2007. Capital by Karl Marx. Afterward to the second edition, 1873. To the present moment, political economy in Germany is a foreign science. Gustav von Gulick, in his historical description of commerce, industry, etc., especially in the two first volumes published in 1830, has examined at length the historical circumstances that prevented, in Germany, the development of the capitalist mode of production, and consequently the development in that country of modern bourgeois society. Thus the soil whence political economy springs was wanting. This science had to be imported from England and France as a ready-made article. Its German professors remained schoolboys. The theoretical expression of a foreign reality was turned in their hands into a collection of dogmas, interpreted by them in terms of the petty trading world around them, and therefore misinterpreted. The feeling of scientific impotence, a feeling not wholly to be repressed, and the uneasy consciousness of having to touch on a subject in reality foreign to them, was but imperfectly concealed. either under a parade of literary and historical erudition, or by an admixture of extraneous material, borrowed from the so-called chimeral sciences, a medley of smatterings, through whose purgatory the hopeless candidate for the German bureaucracy has to pass. Since 1848, capitalist production has developed rapidly in Germany, and at the present time it is in the full bloom of speculation and swindling. But fate is still unpropitious to our professional economists. At the time when they were able to deal with political economy in a straightforward fashion, modern economic conditions did not actually exist in Germany. And as soon as these conditions did come into existence, they did so under circumstances that no longer allowed of their being really and impartially investigated within the bounds of the bourgeois horizon insofar, i.e., as the capitalist regime is looked upon as the absolutely final form of social production, instead of as a passing historical phase of its evolution. Political economy can remain a science only so long as the class struggle is latent or manifests itself only in isolated and sporadic phenomena. Let us take England. Its political economy belongs to the period in which the class struggle was as yet undeveloped. Its last great representative, Ricardo, in the end, consciously makes the antagonism of class interests, of wages and profits, of profits and rent, the starting point of his investigations, naively taking this antagonism for a social law of nature. But by this start, the science of bourgeois economy had reached the limits beyond which it could not pass. Already in the lifetime of Ricardo, and in opposition to him, it was met by criticism, in the person of Sismondi. Footnote. See my work Zur Kritik, etc., page 39. End footnote. The succeeding period, from 1820 to 1830, was notable in England for scientific activity in the domain of political economy. It was the time, as well as the vulgarizing and extending of Ricardo's theory, as to the contest of that theory with the old school. Splendid tournaments were held. What was done then is little known to the continent generally, because the polemic is for the most part scattered through articles in reviews, occasional literature, and pamphlets. The unprejudiced character of this polemic, although the theory of Ricardo already serves, in exceptional cases, as a weapon of attack upon bourgeois economy, is explained by the circumstances of the time. On the one hand, modern industry itself was only just emerging from the age of childhood, as is shown by the fact that with the crisis of 1825 it for the first time opens the periodic cycle of its modern life. On the other hand, the class struggle between capital and labour is forced into the background, politically by the discord between the governments and the feudal aristocracy gathered around the Holy Alliance on the one hand, and the popular masses, led by the bourgeoisie, on the other. Economically, by the quarrel between industrial capital and aristocratic landed property, a quarrel that in France was concealed by the opposition between small and large landed property, and that in England broke out openly after the Corn Laws. The literature of political economy in England at this time calls to mind the stormy forward movement in France after Dr. Quesnay's death, but only as a St. Martin's summer reminds us of spring. With the year 1830 came the decisive crisis. In France and in England, the bourgeoisie had conquered political power. Thenceforth, the class struggle, practically as well as theoretically, took on more and more outspoken and threatening forms. I sounded the knell of scientific bourgeois economy. It was thenceforth no longer a question whether this theorem or that was true, but whether it was useful to capital or harmful, expedient or inexpedient, politically dangerous or not. In place of disinterested inquirers, there were hired prize fighters. In place of genuine scientific research, the bad conscience and the evil intent of apologetic. Still, even the obtrusive pamphlets with which the Anti-Corn Law League, led by the manufacturers Cobham and Bright, deluged the world, have a historic interest, if no scientific one, on account of their polemic against the landed aristocracy. But since then, the free trade legislation, inaugurated by Sir Robert Peel, has deprived vulgar economy of this its last sting. The Continental Revolution of 1848–9 also had its reaction in England. Men who still claimed some scientific standing and aspired to be something more than mere sophists and sycophants of the ruling classes tried to harmonise the political economy of capital with the claims, no longer to be ignored, of the proletariat, hence a shallow syncretism of which John Stuart Mill is the best representative. It is a declaration of bankruptcy by bourgeois economy, an event on which the great Russian scholar and critic N. Chernyshevsky has thrown the light of a master mind in his Outlines of Political Economy according to Mill. In Germany, therefore, the capitalist mode of production came to a head after its antagonistic character had already in France and England shown itself in a fierce strife of classes. And meanwhile, moreover, the German proletariat had attained a much more clear class consciousness than the German bourgeoisie. Thus, at the very moment when a bourgeois science of political economy seemed at last possible in Germany, it had in reality become impossible. Under these circumstances, its professors fell into two groups. The one set, prudent, practical business folk, flocked to the banner of Bastiat, the most superficial, and therefore the most adequate, representative of the apologetic of vulgar economy. The other, proud of the professional dignity of their science, followed John Stuart Mill in his attempt to reconcile irreconcilables. Just as in the classical time of bourgeois economy, so also in the time of its decline, the Germans remained mere schoolboys, imitators and followers, petty retailers and hawkers, in the service of the great foreign wholesale concern. The peculiar historic development of German society, therefore, forbids in that country all the original work in bourgeois economy, but not the criticism of that economy. So far as such criticism represents a class, it can only represent the class whose vocation in history is the overthrow of the capitalist mode of production and the final abolition of all classes, the proletariat. The learned and unlearned spokesmen of the German bourgeoisie tried at first to kill Das Kapital by silence, as they had managed to do with my earlier writings. As soon as they found that these tactics no longer fitted the conditions of the time, they wrote, under pretence of criticizing my book, descriptions, quote, for the tranquilization of the bourgeois mind, end quote. But they found in the workers' press, see, for example, Joseph Dietzgen's articles in the Volksstaat, antagonists stronger than themselves to whom, down to this very day, they owe a reply. Footnote. The mealy-mouthed babblers of German vulgar economy fell foul of the style of my book. No one can feel the literary shortcomings in Das Kapital more strongly than I myself, yet I will, for the benefit and enjoyment of these gentlemen and their public, quote in this connection one English and one Russian notice. The Saturday Review, always hostile to my views, said in its notice of the first edition, quote, the presentation of the subject invests the driest economic questions with a certain peculiar charm, end quote. The St. Petersburg Journal, Sankt Petersburgsky Vedomosti, in its issue of April 20th, 1872, says, quote, the presentation of the subject, with the exception of one or two exceptionally special parts, is distinguished by its comprehensibility by the general reader, its clearness, and, in spite of the scientific intricacy of the subject, by an unusual liveliness. In this respect, the author in no way resembles the majority of German scholars who write their books in a language so dry and obscure that the heads of ordinary mortals are cracked by it. End quote. End footnote. An excellent Russian translation of Das Kapital appeared in the spring of 1872. The edition of 3,000 copies is already nearly exhausted. As early as 1871, A. Sierba, professor of political economy in the University of Kiev, in his work David Ricardo's Theory of Value and of Capital, referred to my theory of value, of money and of capital, as in its fundamentals a necessary sequel to the teaching of Smith and Ricardo. That which astonishes the Western European in the reading of this excellent work is the author's consistent and firm grasp of the purely theoretical position. That the method employed in Das Kapital has been little understood is shown by the various conceptions, contradictory one to another, that have been formed of it. Thus the Paris Revue Positiviste reproaches me in that, on the one hand, I treat economics metaphysically, and on the other hand, confine myself to the mere critical analysis of actual facts, instead of writing receipts, contist ones, for the cookshops of the future. In answer to the reproach in re metaphysics, Professor Sierber has it, quote, "In so far as it deals with actual theory, the method of Marx is the deductive method of the whole English school, a school whose failings and virtues are common to the best theoretical economists." End quote. Monsieur Bloch, Le théoricien du socialisme en Allemagne, extrait du Journal des économistes, juillet et août 1872, makes the discovery that my method is analytic and says, quote, "Par cet ouvrage, Monsieur Marx se classe parmi les esprits analytiques les plus éminents." End quote. With this work, Mr. Marx puts himself among the most eminent of analytical minds. German reviews, of course, shriek out at Hegelian sophistics. The European Messenger of St. Petersburg, in an article dealing exclusively with the method of Das Kapital, May number 1872, pages 427 to 436, finds my method of inquiry severely realistic, but my method of presentation, unfortunately, German dialectical. It says, quote, "At first sight, if the judgment is based on the external form of the presentation of the subject, Marx is the most ideal of ideal philosophers, always in the German, i.e., the bad sense of the word. But in point of fact, he is infinitely more realistic than all his forerunners in the work of economic criticism. He can in no sense be called an idealist." End quote. I cannot answer the writer better than by aid of a few extracts from his own criticism, which may interest some of my readers, to whom the Russian original is inaccessible. After a quotation from the preface to my Criticism of Political Economy, Berlin 1859, pages 4 to 7, where I discuss the materialistic basis of my method, the writer goes on, quote, "The one thing which is of moment to Marx is to find the laws of the phenomena with whose investigation he is concerned, and not only is that law of moment to him which governs these phenomena in so far as they have a definite form and mutual connection within a given historical period, of still greater moment to him is the law of their variation, of their development, i.e., of their transition from one into another, from one series of connections into a different one. This law once discovered, he investigates in detail the effects in which it manifests itself in social life. Consequently, Marx only troubles himself about one thing, to show by rigid scientific investigation the necessity of successive determinate orders of social conditions, and to establish, as impartially as possible, the facts that serve him for fundamental starting points. For this is quite enough if he proves at the same time both the necessity of another order into which the first must inevitably pass over, and this all the same whether men believe or do not believe it, whether they are conscious or unconscious of it. Marx treats the social movement as a process of natural history, governed by laws not only independent of human will, consciousness, and intelligence, but rather, on the contrary, determining that will, consciousness, and intelligence. If in the history of civilization the conscious element plays a part so subordinate, then it is self-evident that a critical inquiry whose subject matter is civilization can, less than anything else, have for its basis any form of, or any result of, consciousness. That is to say, that not the idea but the material phenomena alone can serve as its starting point. Such an inquiry will confine itself to the confrontation and the comparison of a fact, not with ideas, but with another fact. For this inquiry, the one thing of moment is that both facts can be investigated as accurately as possible, and that they actually form, each with respect to the other, different momenta of an evolution. But most important of all, is the rigid analysis of the series of successions, of the sequences and concatenations in which the different stages of such an evolution present themselves. But, it will be said, the general laws of economic life are one and the same, no matter whether they are applied to the present or the past. This Marx directly denies. According to him, such abstract laws do not exist. On the contrary, in his opinion, every historical period has laws of its own. As soon as society has outlived a given period of development and is passing over from one given stage to another, it begins to be subject also to other laws. In a word, economic life offers us a phenomenon analogous to the history of evolution on other branches of biology. The old economists misunderstood the nature of economic laws when they likened them to the laws of physics and chemistry. A more thorough analysis of phenomena shows that social organisms differ among themselves as fundamentally as plants or animals. Nay, one and the same phenomenon falls under quite different laws in consequence of the different structure of those organisms as a whole, of the variations of their individual organs, of the different conditions in which those organs function, etc. Marx, for example, denies that the law of population is the same at all times and in all places. He asserts, on the contrary, that every stage of development has its own law of population. With the varying degree of development of productive power, social conditions and the laws governing them vary too. Whilst Marx sets himself the task of following and explaining from this point of view the economic system established by the sway of capital, he is only formulating in a strictly scientific manner the aim that every accurate investigation into economic life must have. The scientific value of such an inquiry lies in the disclosing of the special laws that regulate the origin, existence, development, death of a given social organism, and its replacement by another and higher one. And it is this value that, in point of fact, Marx's book has." End quote. Whilst the writer pictures what he takes to be actually my method, in this striking and, as far as concerns my own application of it, generous way, what else is he picturing but the dialectic method? Of course, the method of presentation must differ in form from that of inquiry. The latter has to appropriate the material in detail, to analyse its different forms of development, to trace out their inner connection. Only after this work is done can the actual movement be adequately described. If this is done successfully, if the life of the subject matter is ideally reflected as in a mirror, then it may appear as if we had before us a mere a priori construction. My dialectical method is not only different from the Hegelian, but is its direct opposite. To Hegel, the life process of the human brain, i.e. the process of thinking which, under the name of the idea, he even transforms into an independent subject, is the demiurgus of the real world, and the real world is only the external phenomenal form of the idea. With me, on the contrary, the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind and translated into forms of thought. The mystifying side of Hegelian dialectic I criticised nearly 30 years ago, at a time when it was still the fashion. But just as I was working at the first volume of Das Kapital, it was the good pleasure of the peevish, arrogant, mediocre epigonoi, who now talk large in cultured Germany, to treat Hegel in the same way as the brave Moses Mendelssohn in Lessing's time treated Spinoza, i.e. as a dead dog. I therefore openly avowed myself the pupil of that mighty thinker, and even here and there, in the chapter on the theory of value, coquetted with the modes of expression peculiar to him. The mystification which dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands by no means prevents him from being the first to present its general form of working in a comprehensive and conscious manner. With him it is standing on its head. It must be turned right side up again, if you would discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. In its mystified form, dialectic became the fashion in Germany, because it seemed to transfigure and to glorify the existing state of things. In its rational form, it is a scandal and abomination to bourgeoisdom and its doctrinaire professors, because it includes in its comprehension an affirmative recognition of the existing state of things, at the same time also the recognition of the negation of that state, of its inevitable breaking up, because it regards every historically developed social form as in fluid movement, and therefore takes into account its transient nature not less than its momentary existence, because it lets nothing impose upon it, and is in its essence critical and revolutionary. The contradictions inherent in the movement of capitalist society impress themselves upon the practical bourgeois most strikingly in the changes of the periodic cycle, through which modern industry runs, and whose crowning point is the universal crisis. That crisis is once again approaching, although as yet but in its preliminary stage, and by the universality of its theatre and the intensity of its action, it will drum dialectics even into the heads of the mushroom upstarts of the new Holy Prusso-Germanic Empire. Karl Marx, London, January 24th, 1873. End of Afterword. Chapter 1, Section 1 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Chapter 1, Section 1. The two factors of a commodity, use value and value, the substance of value and the magnitude of value. The wealth of those societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails presents itself as, quote, an immense accumulation of commodities, end quote. Footnote. Karl Marx, Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, Berlin, 1859, page 3, end footnote. Its unit being a single commodity. Our investigation must therefore begin with the analysis of a commodity. A commodity is, in the first place, an object outside us, a thing that by its properties satisfies human wants of some sort or another. The nature of such wants, whether, for instance, they spring from the stomach or from fancy, makes no difference. Footnote. Quote, desire implies want. It is the appetite of the mind, and as natural as hunger to the body. The greatest number of things have their value from supplying the wants of the mind. End quote. Nicholas Barban, A Discourse Concerning Coining the New Money Lighter in Answer to Mr. Locke's Considerations, etc., London, 1696. End footnote. Neither are we here concerned to know how the object satisfies these wants, whether directly as means of subsistence, or indirectly as means of production. Every useful thing, as iron, paper, etc., may be looked at from the 2 points of view of quality and quantity. It is an assemblage of many properties and may therefore be of use in various ways. To discover the various uses of things is the work of history. Footnote. Quote, things have an intrinsic value, end quote. This is Barban's special term for value in use. Quote, which in all places have the same virtue, as the lodestone to attract iron, end quote. The property which the magnet possesses of attracting iron became of use only after by means of that property the polarity of the magnet had been discovered. End footnote. So also is the establishment of socially recognized standards of measure for the quantities of these useful objects. The diversity of these measures has its origin partly in the diverse nature of the objects to be measured, partly in convention. The utility of a thing makes it a use value. Footnote. Quote, the natural worth of anything consists in its fitness to supply the necessities or serve the conveniences of human life. End quote. John Locke, Some Considerations on the Consequences of the Lowering of Interest, 1691. In English writers of the 17th century, we frequently find worth in the sense of value in use, and value in the sense of exchange value. This is quite in accordance with the spirit of a language that likes to use a Teutonic word for the actual thing, and a Romance word for its reflection. End footnote. But this utility is not a thing of air. Being limited by the physical properties of the commodity, it has no existence apart from that commodity. A commodity such as iron, corn, or a diamond is therefore, so far as it is a material thing, a use value, something useful. This property of a commodity is independent of the amount of labour required to appropriate its useful qualities. When treating of use value, we always assume to be dealing with definite quantities, such as dozens of watches, yards of linen, or tons of iron. The use values of commodities furnish the material for a special study, that of the commercial knowledge of commodities. Footnote. In bourgeois societies, the economic fictio juris prevails that everyone, as a buyer, possesses an encyclopedic knowledge of commodities. End footnote. Use values become a reality only by use or consumption. They also constitute the substance of all wealth, whatever may be the social form of that wealth. In the form of society we are about to consider, they are, in addition, the material depositories of exchange value. Exchange value at first sight presents itself as a quantitative relation, as the proportion in which values in use of one sort are exchanged for those of another sort. Footnote. Quote, La valeur consiste dans le rapport d'échange qui se trouve entre telle chose et telle autre, entre telle mesure d'une production et telle mesure d'une autre. End quote. Value consists in the exchange relation between one thing and another, between a given amount of one product and a given amount of another. Le Trosne, de l'intérêt social, Physiocrate, Paris, 1846. End footnote. A relation constantly changing with time and place. Hence exchange value appears to be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently an intrinsic value, i.e. an exchange value that is inseparably connected with, inherent in, commodities, seems a contradiction in terms. Footnote. Quote, Nothing can have an intrinsic value. Nicholas Barbon, or, as Butler says, quote, the value of a thing is just as much as it will bring. End quote. Let us consider the matter a little more closely. A given commodity, for example, a quarter of wheat, is exchanged for X blacking, Y silk, or Z gold, etc., in short, for other commodities in the most different proportions. Instead of one exchange value, the wheat has, therefore, a great many. But since X blacking, Y silk, or Z gold, etc., each represents the exchange value of 1/4 of wheat, X blacking, Y silk, Z gold, etc., must, as exchange values, be replaceable by each other, or equal to each other. Therefore, first, the valid exchange values of a given commodity express something equal. Secondly, exchange value, generally, is only the mode of expression, the phenomenal form, of something contained in it, yet distinguishable from it. Let us take two commodities, for example, corn and iron. The proportions in which they are exchangeable, whatever those proportions may be, can always be represented by an equation in which a given quantity of corn is equated to some quantity of iron, for example, 1/4 corn equals X hundredweight of iron. What does this equation tell us? It tells us that in two different things, in 1/4 of corn and in X hundredweight of iron, there exists in equal quantities something common to both. The two things must therefore be equal to a third, which in itself is neither the one nor the other. Each of them, so far as it is exchange value, must therefore be reducible to this third. A simple geometrical illustration will make this clear. In order to calculate and compare the areas of rectilinear figures, we decompose them into triangles. But the area of the triangle itself is expressed by something totally different from its visible figure, namely, by half the product of the base multiplied by the altitude. In the same way, the exchange values of commodities must be capable of being expressed in terms of something common to them all, of which thing they represent a greater or less quantity. This common something cannot be either a geometrical, a chemical, or any other natural property of commodities. Such properties claim our attention only insofar as they affect the utility of those commodities, make them use values. But the exchange of commodities is evidently an act characterized by a total abstraction from use value. Then one use value is just as good as another, provided only it be present in sufficient quantity, or, as old Barban says, quote, "One sort of wares are as good as another, if the values be equal. There is no difference or distinction in things of equal value. £100 worth of lead or iron is of as great value as £100 worth of silver or gold." End quote. As use values, commodities are, above all, of different qualities, but as exchange values, they are merely different quantities, and consequently do not contain an atom of use value. If we then leave out of consideration the use value of commodities, they have only one common property left, that of being products of labour. But even the product of labour itself has undergone a change in our hands. If we make abstraction from its use value, we make abstraction at the same time from the material elements and shapes that make the product a use value. We see in it no longer a table, a house, yarn, or any other useful thing. Its existence as a material thing is put out of sight. Neither can it any longer be regarded as the product of the labour of the joiner, the mason, the spinner, or of any other definite kind of productive labour. Along with the useful qualities of the products themselves, we put out of sight both the useful character of the various kinds of labour embodied in them, and the concrete forms of that labour. There is nothing left but what is common to them all. All are reduced to one and the same sort of labour, human labour, in the abstract. Let us now consider the residue of each of these products. It consists of the same unsubstantial reality in each, a mere congelation of homogeneous human labour, of labour power expended without regard to the mode of its expenditure. All that these things now tell us is that human labour power has been expended in their production, that human labour is embodied in them. When looked at as crystals of this social substance, common to them all, they are values. We have seen that when commodities are exchanged, their exchange value manifests itself as something totally independent of their use value. But if we abstract from their use value, there remains their value as defined above. Therefore, the common substance that manifests itself in the exchange value of commodities, whenever they are exchanged, is their value. The progress of our investigation will show that exchange value is the only form in which the value of commodities can manifest itself or be expressed. For the present, however, we have to consider the nature of value independently of this, its form. A use value, or useful article, therefore has value only because human labour, in the abstract, has been embodied or materialized in it. How, then, is the magnitude of this value to be measured? Plainly, by the quantity of the value-creating substance, the labour, contained in the article. The quantity of labour, however, is measured by its duration, and labour time in turn finds its standard in weeks, days, and hours. Some people might think that if the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labour spent on it, the more idle and unskilful the labourer, the more valuable would his commodity be, because more time would be required in its production. The labour, however, that forms the substance of value is homogeneous human labour, expenditure of one uniform labour power. The total labour power of society, which is embodied in the sum total of the values of all commodities produced by that society, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labour power, composed though it be of innumerable individual units. Each of these units is the same as any other, so far as it has the character of the average labour power of society, and takes effect as such, that is, so far as it requires, for producing a commodity, no more time than is needed on an average, no more than is socially necessary. The labour time socially necessary is that required to produce an article under the normal conditions of production, and with the average degree of skill and intensity prevalent at the time. The introduction of power looms into England probably reduced by 1/2 the labour required to weave a given quantity of yarn into cloth. The handloom weavers, as a matter of fact, continued to require the same time as before, but for all that, the product of 1 hour of their labour represented, after the change, only half an hour's social labour, and consequently fell to 1/2 of its former value. We see, then, that which determines the magnitude of the value of any article is the amount of labour socially necessary, or the labour time socially necessary, for its production. Footnote. Quote, the value of them, the necessities of life, when they are exchanged the one for another, is regulated by the quantity of labour necessarily required and commonly taken in producing them. End quote. Some thoughts on the interest of money in general, and particularly in the public funds, etc. This remarkable anonymous work, written in the last century, bears no date. It is clear, however, from internal evidence, that it appeared in the reign of George II, about 1739 or 1740. End footnote. Each individual commodity, in this connection, is to be considered as an average sample of its class. Footnote. Quote, toutes les productions d'un même genre ne forment proprement qu'une masse, dont le prix se détermine en général et sans égard aux circonstances particulières. End quote. Properly speaking, all products of the same kind form a single mass, and their price is determined in general and without regard to particular circumstances. Le Trosne. End footnote. Commodities, therefore, in which equal quantities of labour are embodied, or which can be produced in the same time, have the same value. The value of one commodity is to the value of any other, as the labour time necessary for the production of the one is to that necessary for the production of the other. Quote, as values, all commodities are only definite masses of congealed labour time. End quote. Footnote. Karl Marx, Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. End footnote. The value of a commodity would therefore remain constant if the labour time required for its production also remained constant. But the latter changes with every variation in the productiveness of labour. This productiveness is determined by various circumstances, amongst others by the average amount of skill of the workman, the state of science and the degree of its practical application, the social organisation of production, the extent and capabilities of the means of production, and by physical conditions. For example, the same amount of labour in favourable seasons is embodied in 8 bushels of corn, and in unfavourable only in 4. The same labour extracts from rich mines more metal than from poor mines. Diamonds are of very rare occurrence in the earth's surface, and hence their discovery costs, on average, a great deal of labour time. Consequently, much labour is represented in a small compass. Jacob doubts whether gold has ever been paid for at its full value. This applies still more to diamonds. According to Eschwege, the total production of the Brazilian diamond mines for the 80 years ending 1823 had not realized the price of 1.5 years' average produce of the sugar and coffee plantations of the same country, although the diamonds cost much more labour and therefore represented more value. With richer mines, the same quantity of labour would embody itself in more diamonds, and their value would fall. If we could succeed at a small expenditure of labour in converting carbon into diamonds, their value might fall below that of bricks. In general, the greater the productiveness of labour, the less is the labour time required for the production of an article, the less is the amount of labour crystallized in that article, and the less is its value, and vice versa. The less the productiveness of labour, the greater is the labour time required for the production of an article, and the greater is its value. The value of a commodity, therefore, varies directly as the quantity, and inversely as the productiveness, of the labour incorporated in it. A thing can be a use value without having value. This is the case whenever its utility to man is not due to labour. Such are air, virgin soil, natural meadows, etc. A thing can be useful, and the product of human labour, without being a commodity. Whoever directly satisfies his wants with the produce of his own labour creates indeed use values, but not commodities. In order to produce the latter, he must not only produce use values, but use values for others, social use values, parentheses, and not only for others, without more. The medieval peasant produced quit-rent corn for his feudal lord, and tithe corn for his parson. But neither the quit-rent corn nor the tithe corn became commodities by reason of the fact that they had been produced for others. To become a commodity, a product must be transferred to another, whom it will serve as a use value by means of an exchange. End parentheses. Footnote. I am inserting the parenthesis because its omission has often given rise to the misunderstanding that every product that is consumed by someone other than its producer is considered in Marx a commodity. Engels, 4th German edition. End footnote. Lastly, nothing can have value without being an object of utility. If the thing is useless, so is the labour contained in it. The labour does not count as labour, and therefore creates no value. End of Chapter 1, Section 1. Chapter 1, Section 2 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Karl Manchester, 2007. With Italian by Riccardo. Capital, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Chapter 1, Section 2. The twofold character of the labour embodied in commodities. At first sight, a commodity presented itself to us as a complex of two things, use value and exchange value. Later on, we saw also that labour too possesses the same twofold nature, for, so far as it finds expression in value, it does not possess the same characteristics that belong to it as a creator of use values. I was the first to point out and to examine critically this twofold nature of the labour contained in commodities. As this point is the pivot on which a clear comprehension of political economy turns, we must go more into detail. Let us take two commodities such as a coat and 10 yards of linen, and let the former be double the value of the latter, so that if 10 yards of linen equals W, the coat equals 2W. The coat is a use value that satisfies a particular want. Its existence is the result of a special sort of productive activity, the nature of which is determined by its aim, mode of operation, subject, means, and result. The labour, whose utility is thus represented by the value in use of its product, or which manifests itself by making its product a use value, we call useful labour. In this connection, we consider only its useful effect. As the coat and the linen are two qualitatively different use values, so also are the two forms of labour that produce them, tailoring and weaving. Were these two objects not qualitatively different, not produced respectively by labour of different quality, they could not stand to each other in the relation of commodities. Coats are not exchanged for coats. One use value is not exchanged for another of the same kind. To all the different varieties of values in use, there correspond as many different kinds of useful labour, classified according to the order, genus, species, and variety to which they belong in the social division of labour. This division of labour is a necessary condition for the production of commodities, but it does not follow, conversely, that the production of commodities is a necessary condition for the division of labour. In the primitive Indian community, there is social division of labour without production of commodities, or, to take an example nearer home, in every factory the labour is divided according to a system, but this division is not brought about by the operatives mutually exchanging their individual products. Only such products can become commodities with regard to each other as result from different kinds of labour, each kind being carried on independently and for the account of private individuals. To resume then, in the use value of each commodity there is contained useful labour, i.e. productive activity of a definite kind and exercised with a definite aim. Use values cannot confront each other as commodities unless the useful labour embodied in them is qualitatively different in each of them. In a community, the produce of which in general takes the form of commodities, i.e. in a community of commodity producers, this qualitative difference between the useful forms of labour that are carried on independently by individual producers, each on their own account, develops into a complex system, a social division of labour. Anyhow, whether the coat be worn by the tailor or by his customer, in either case it operates as a use value. Nor is the relation between the coat and the labour that produced it altered by the circumstance that tailoring may have become a special trade, an independent branch of the social division of labour. Wherever the want of clothing forced them to it, the human race made clothes for thousands of years, without a single man becoming a tailor. But coats and linen, like every other element of material wealth that is not the spontaneous produce of nature, must invariably owe their existence to a special productive activity, exercised with a definite aim, an activity that appropriates particular nature-given materials to particular human wants. So far, therefore, as labour is a creator of use value, is useful labour, it is a necessary condition, independent of all forms of society, for the existence of the human race. It is an eternal nature-imposed necessity, without which there can be no material exchanges between man and nature, and therefore no life. The use values, coat, linen, etc., i.e. the bodies of commodities, are combinations of two elements, matter and labour. If we take away the useful labour expended upon them, a material substratum is always left, which is furnished by nature without the help of man. The latter can only work as nature does, that is, by changing the form of matter. Footnote.
Tutti I fenomeni dell'universo, siano essi prodotti dalla mano dell'uomo, ovvero dalle universali leggi della fisica, non ci danno idea di attuale creazione, ma unicamente di una modificazione della materia. Accostare e separare sono gli unici elementi che l'ingegno umano ritrova analizzando l'idea della riproduzione. E tanto è riproduzione di valore,
Value in use, although very, in this passage of his controversy with the physiocrats, is not himself quite certain of the kind of value he is speaking of.
e di ricchezza, se la terra, l'aria e l'acqua nei campi si trasmutino in grano, come se con la mano dell'uomo il glutine di un insetto si trasmuti in velluto, ovvero alcuni pezzetti di metallo si organizzino a formare una ripetizione.
Pietro Veri, Meditazione sulla economia politica, first printed in 1773 in Custodi's edition of the Italian Economists, Parte Moderna, end footnote. Nay, more, in this work of changing the form, he is constantly helped by natural forces. We see, then, that labour is not the only source of material wealth, of use values produced by labour. As William Petty puts it, labour is its father, and the earth its mother. Let us now pass from the commodity considered as a use value to the value of commodities. By our assumption, the coat is worth twice as much as the linen, but this is a mere quantitative difference, which for the present does not concern us. We bear in mind, however, that if the value of the coat is double that of 10 yards of linen, 20 yards of linen must have the same value as one coat. So far as they are values, the coat and the linen are things of a like substance, objective expressions of essentially identical labour. But tailoring and weaving are, qualitatively, different kinds of labour. There are, however, states of society in which one and the same man does tailoring and weaving alternately, in which case these two forms of labour are mere modifications of the labour of the same individual, and not special and fixed functions of different persons, just as the coat, which our tailor makes one day, and the trousers which he makes another day, imply only a variation in the labour of one and the same individual. Moreover, we see at a glance that, in our capitalist society, a given portion of human labour is, in accordance with the varying demand, at one time supplied in the form of tailoring, at another in the form of weaving. This change may possibly not take place without friction, but take place it must. Productive activity, if we leave out of sight its special form, viz. The useful character of the labour, is nothing but the expenditure of human labour power. Tailoring and weaving, though qualitatively different productive activities, are each a productive expenditure of human brains, nerves and muscles, and in this sense are human labour. They are but two different modes of expending human labour power. Of course, this labour power, which remains the same under all its modifications, must have attained a certain pitch of development before it can be expended in a multiplicity of modes. But the value of a commodity represents human labour in the abstract, the expenditure of human labour in general. And just as in society, a general or a banker plays a great part, but mere man, on the other hand, a very shabby part. Footnote. Compare Hegel, Philosophie des Rechts, Berlin, 1840. End footnote. So here with mere human labour. It is the expenditure of simple labour power, i.e. of the labour power which, on average, apart from any special development, exists in the organism of every human individual. Simple average labour, it is true, varies in character in different countries and at different times, but in a particular society it is given. Skilled labour counts only as simple labour intensified, or rather as multiplied simple labour, a given quantity of skilled being considered equal to a greater quantity of simple labour. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. A commodity may be the product of the most skilled labour, but its value, by equating it to the product of simple unskilled labour, represents a definite quantity of the latter labour alone. Footnote. The reader must note that we are not speaking here of the wages or value that the labourer gets for a given labour time, but of the value of the commodity in which that labour time is materialised. Wages is a category that, as yet, has no existence at the present stage of our investigation. End footnote. The different proportions in which different sorts of labour are reduced to unskilled labour as their standard are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers and consequently appears to be fixed by custom. For simplicity's sake, we shall henceforth account every kind of labour to be unskilled, simple labour. By this we do no more than save ourselves the trouble of making the reduction. Just as, therefore, in viewing the coat and linen as values, we abstract from their different use values, so it is with the labour represented by those values. We disregard the difference between its useful forms, weaving and tailoring. As the use values, coat and linen are combinations of special productive activities with cloth and yarn, while the values coat and linen are, on the other hand, mere homogeneous congealations of undifferentiated labour. So the labour embodied in these latter values does not count by virtue of its productive relation to cloth and yarn, but only as being expenditure of human labour power. Tailoring and weaving are necessary factors in the creation of the use values coat and linen, precisely because these two kinds of labour are of different qualities, but only in so far as abstraction is made from their special qualities, only in so far as both possess the same quality of being human labour, do tailoring and weaving form the substance of the values of the same articles. Coats and linen, however, are not merely values, but values of definite magnitude, and according to our assumption, the coat is worth twice as much as the 10 yards of linen. Whence this difference in their values? It is owing to the fact that the linen contains only half as much labour as the coat, and consequently that in the production of the latter, labour power must have been expended during twice the time necessary for the production of the former. While therefore, with reference to use value, the labour contained in a commodity counts only qualitatively, with reference to value it counts only quantitatively, and must first be reduced to human labour pure and simple. In the former case, it is a question of how and what. In the latter, of how much, how long a time. Since the magnitude of the value of a commodity represents only the quantity of labour embodied in it, it follows that all commodities, when taken in certain proportions, must be equal in value. If the productive power of all the different sorts of useful labour required for the production of a coat remains unchanged, the sum of the values of the coats produced increases with their number. If one coat represents X days' labour, 2 coats represents 2x days' labour, and so on. But assume that the duration of the labour necessary for the production of a coat becomes doubled or halved. In the first case, 1 coat is worth as much as 2 coats were before. In the second case, 2 coats are only worth as much as 1 was before, although in both cases 1 coat renders the same service as before, and the useful labour embodied in it remains of the same quality, but the quantity of labour spent on its production has altered. An increase in the quantity of use values is an increase of material wealth. With 2 coats, 2 men can be clothed. With 1 coat, only 1 man. Nevertheless, an increased quantity of material wealth may correspond to a simultaneous fall in the magnitude of its value. This antagonistic movement has its origin in the twofold character of labour. Productive power has reference, of course, only to labour of some useful concrete form, the efficacy of any special productive activity during a given time being dependent on its productiveness. Useful labour becomes, therefore, a more or less abundant source of products in proportion to the rise or fall of its productiveness. On the other hand, no change in this productiveness affects the labour represented by value. Since productive power is an attribute of the concrete useful forms of labour, of course it can no longer have any bearing on that labour, so soon as we make abstraction from those concrete useful forms. However then productive power may vary, the same labour exercised during equal periods of time always yields equal amounts of value, but it will yield during equal periods of time different quantities of values in use, more if the productive power rise, fewer if it fall. The same change in productive power which increases the fruitfulness of labour and, in consequence, the quantity of use values produced by that labour will diminish the total value of this increased quantity of use values, provided such change shorten the total labour time necessary for their production, and vice versa. On the other hand, all labour is, speaking physiologically, an expenditure of human labour power, and in the character of identical abstract human labour, it creates and forms the values of commodities. On the other hand, all labour is the expenditure of human labour power in a special form and with a definite aim, and in this, its character of concrete useful labour, it produces use values. Footnote. In order to prove that labour alone is that all-sufficient and real measure by which at all times the value of all commodities can be estimated and compared, Adam Smith says, quote, "Equal quantities of labour must at all times and in all places have the same value for the labourer. In his normal state of health, strength and activity, and with the average degree of skill that he may possess, he must always give up the same proportion of his rest, his freedom and his happiness." End quote. Wealth of Nations, Book 1, Chapter 5. On the one hand, Adam Smith here, but not everywhere, confuses the determination of value by the means of quantity of labour expended in the production of commodities with the determination of the values of commodities by means of the value of labour, and seeks in consequence to prove that equal quantities of labour have always the same value. On the other hand, he has a presentiment that labour, so far as it manifests itself in the value of commodities, counts only as expenditure of labour power, but he treats this expenditure as the mere sacrifice of rest, freedom and happiness, not as at the same time the normal activity of living beings. But then he has the modern wage labourer in his eye. Much more aptly, the anonymous predecessor of Adam Smith, quoted above in Note 1, page 39, says, quote, "One man has employed himself a week in providing this necessary of life, and he that gives him some other in exchange cannot make a better estimate of what is a proper equivalent than by computing what cost him just as much labour and time, which in effect is no more than exchanging one man's labour in one thing for a time certain for another man's labour in another thing for the same time." End quote. Editorial note. The English language has the advantage of possessing different words for the two aspects of labour here considered. The labour which creates use value and counts qualitatively is work as distinguished from labour. That which creates value and counts quantitatively is labour as distinguished from work. Engels. End editorial note. End footnote. End of Chapter 1, Section 2. Chapter 1, Section 3, Part 1 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Karl Manchester, 2007. Capital, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Section 3. The form of value or exchange value. Commodities come into the world in the shape of use values, articles or goods, such as iron, linen, corn, etc. This is their plain, homely, bodily form. They are, however, commodities only because they are something twofold, both objects of utility and, at the same time, depositories of value. They manifest themselves, therefore, as commodities, or have the form of commodities, only in so far as they have two forms, a physical or natural form, and a value form. The reality of the value of commodities differs in this respect from Dame Quickly, that we don't know, quote, where to have it, end quote. The value of commodities is the very opposite of the coarse materiality of their substance. Not an atom of matter enters into its composition. Turn and examine a single commodity by itself, as we will, yet in so far as it remains an object of value, it seems impossible to grasp it. If, however, we bear in mind that the value of commodities has a purely social reality, and that they acquire this reality only in so far as they are expressions or embodiments of one identical social substance, viz. Human labour, it follows as a matter of course that value can only manifest itself in a social relation of commodity to commodity. In fact, we started from exchange value, or the exchange relation of commodities, in order to get at the value that lies hidden behind it. We must now return to this form under which the value first appeared to us. Everyone knows, if he knows nothing else, that commodities have a value form common to them all, and presenting a marked contrast with the varied bodily forms of their use values. I mean their money form. Here, however, a test is set us, the performance of which has never yet been attempted by bourgeois economy. The task of tracing the genesis of this money form, of developing the expression of value implied in the value relation of commodities, from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form. By doing this, we shall at the same time solve the riddle presented by money. The simplest value relation is evidently that of one commodity to some one other commodity of a different kind. Hence the relation between the values of two commodities supplies us with the simplest expression of the value of a single commodity. A. Elementary or accidental form of value. X commodity A is worth Y commodity B. 20 yards of linen are worth one coat. 1. The two poles of the expression of value, relative form and equivalent form. The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in this elementary form. Its analysis, therefore, is our real difficulty. Here, two different kinds of commodities, in our example the linen and the coat, evidently play two different parts. The linen expresses its value in the coat. The coat serves as the material in which that value is expressed. The former plays an active, the latter a passive part. The value of the linen is represented as relative value, or appears in relative form. The coat officiates as equivalent, or appears in equivalent form. The relative form and the equivalent form are two intimately connected, mutually dependent and inseparable elements of the expression of value, but at the same time are mutually exclusive, antagonistic extremes, i.e., poles of the same expression. They are allotted respectively to the two different commodities brought into relation by that expression. It is not possible to express the value of linen in linen. 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen is no expression of value. On the contrary, such an equation merely says that 20 yards of linen are nothing else than 20 yards of linen, a definite quantity of the use-value linen. The value of the linen can therefore be expressed only relatively, i.e. in some other commodity. The relative form of the value of the linen presupposes, therefore, the presence of some other commodity, here the coat, under the form of an equivalent. On the other hand, the commodity that figures as the equivalent cannot at the same time assume the relative form. That second commodity is not the one whose value is expressed. Its function is merely to serve as the material in which the value of the first commodity is expressed. No doubt, the expression 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat, implies the opposite relation. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, or 1 coat is worth 20 yards of linen. But in that case, I must reverse the equation in order to express the value of the coat relatively, and so soon as I do that, the linen becomes the equivalent instead of the coat. A single commodity cannot, therefore, simultaneously assume in the same expression of value both forms. The very polarity of these forms makes them mutually exclusive. Whether, then, a commodity assumes the relative form or the opposite equivalent form depends entirely upon its accidental position in the expression of value, that is, upon whether it is the commodity whose value is being expressed or the commodity in which value is being expressed. 2. The relative form of value. A. The nature and import of this form. In order to discover how the elementary expression of the value of a commodity lies hidden in the value relation of two commodities, we must, in the first place, consider the latter entirely apart from its quantitative aspect. The usual mode of procedure is generally the reverse, and in the value relation nothing is seen but the proportion between definite quantities of two different sorts of commodities that are considered equal to each other. It is apt to be forgotten that the magnitudes of different things can be compared quantitatively only when those magnitudes are expressed in terms of the same unit. It is only as expressions of such a unit that they are of the same denomination, and therefore commensurable. Footnote. The few economists, amongst whom is S. Bailey, who have occupied themselves with the analysis of the form of value, have been unable to arrive at any result, first because they confuse the form of value with value itself, and second because, under the coarse influence of the practical bourgeois, they exclusively give their attention to the quantitative aspects of the question. Quote, the command of quantity constitutes value. End quote. Money and its Vicissitudes, London, 1837, by S. Bailey. End footnote. Whether 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or equals 20 coats, or equals X coats, that is, whether a given quantity of linen is worth few or many coats, every such statement implies that the linen and coats, as magnitudes of value, are expressions of the same unit, things of the same kind. Linen equals coat is the basis of the equation. But the two commodities whose identity of quality is thus assumed do not play the same part. It is only the value of the linen that is expressed. And how? By its reference to the coat as its equivalent, as something that can be exchanged for it. In this relation, the coat is the mode of existence of value. Is value embodied? For only as such is it the same as the linen. On the other hand, the linen's own value comes to the front, receives independent expression, for it is only as being value that it is comparable with the coat as a thing of equal value, or exchangeable with the coat. To borrow an illustration from chemistry, butyric acid is a different substance from propylformate. Yet both are made up of the same chemical substances, carbon, C, hydrogen, H, and oxygen, O. And that too in like proportions, namely C4H8O2. If we now equate butyric acid to propylformate, then, in the first place, propylformate would be, in this relation, merely a form of existence of C4H8O2. And in the second place, we should be stating that butyric acid also consists of C4H8O2. Therefore, by thus equating the two substances, expression would be given to their chemical composition, while their different physical forms would be neglected. If we say that, as values, commodities are mere congealations of human labour, we reduce them by our analysis, it is true, to the abstraction value. But we ascribe to this value no form apart from their bodily form. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. Here, the one stands forth in its character of value by reason of its relation to the other. By making the coat the equivalent of the linen, we equate the labour embodied in the former to that in the latter. Now, it is true that the tailoring which makes the coat is concrete labour of a different sort from the weaving which makes the linen, but the act of equating it to the weaving reduces the tailoring to that which is really equal in the two kinds of labour, to their common character of human labour. In this roundabout way, then, the fact is expressed that weaving also, in so far as it weaves value, has nothing to distinguish it from tailoring, and consequently is abstract human labour. It is the expression of equivalence between different sorts of commodities that alone brings into relief the specific character of value-creating labour, and this it does by actually reducing the different varieties of labour embodied in the different kinds of commodities to their common quality of human labour in the abstract. Footnote. The celebrated Franklin, one of the first economists after William Petty, who saw through the nature of value, says, quote, "Trade in general being nothing else but the exchange of labour for labour, the value of all things is most justly measured by labour." End quote. The Works of Franklin, etc., edited by Sparks, Boston, 1836, Volume 2. Franklin is unconscious that by estimating the value of everything in labour, he makes abstraction from any difference in the sorts of labour exchanged, and thus reduces them all to equal human labour. But although ignorant of this, yet he says it. He speaks first of, quote, the one labour, end quote, then of, quote, the other labour, end quote, and finally of, quote, labour, quote, without further qualification, as the substance of the value of everything. End footnote. There is, however, something else required beyond the expression of the specific character of the labour of which the value of the linen consists. Human labour power in motion, or human labour, creates value, but is not itself value. It becomes value only in its congealed state, when embodied in the form of some object. In order to express the value of the linen as a congelation of human labour, that value must be expressed as having objective existence, as being something materially different from the linen itself, and yet as something common to the linen and all other commodities. The problem is already solved. When occupying the position of equivalent in the equation of value, the coat ranks quantitatively as the equal of the linen, as something of the same kind, because it is value. In this position, it is a thing in which we see nothing but value, or whose palpable bodily form represents value. Yet the coat itself, the body of the commodity, coat, is a mere use value. A coat as such no more tells us it is value than does the first piece of linen we take hold of. This shows that when placed in value relation to the linen, the coat signifies more than when out of that relation, just as many a man strutting about in a gorgeous uniform counts for no more than when in mufti. In the production of the coat, human labour power in the shape of tailoring must have been actually expended. Human labour is therefore accumulated in it. In this aspect, the coat is a depository of value, but though worn to a thread, it does not let this fact show through. And as equivalent of the linen in the value equation, it exists under this aspect alone, counts therefore as embodied value, as a body that is value. A, for instance, cannot be your majesty to B, unless at the same time majesty in B's eyes assumes the bodily form of A, and what is more, with every new father of the people, changes its features, hair, and many other things besides. Hence, in the value equation, in which the coat is the equivalent of the linen, the coat officiates as the form of value, The value of the commodity linen is expressed by the bodily form of the commodity coat, the value of one by the use value of the other. As a use value, the linen is something palpably different from the coat. As value, it is the same as the coat, and now has the appearance of a coat. Thus the linen acquires a value form different from its physical form. The fact that it is value is made manifest by its equality with the coat, just as the sheep's nature of a Christian is shown in his resemblance to the Lamb of God. We see, then, all that our analysis of the value of commodities has already told us is told us by the linen itself, so soon as it comes into communication with another commodity, the coat. Only it betrays its thoughts in that language with which alone it is familiar, the language of commodities. In order to tell us that its own worth value is created by labour in its abstract character of human labour, it says that the coat, in so far as it is worth as much as the linen, and therefore is value, consists of the same labour as the linen. In order to inform us that its sublime reality as value is not the same as its buckram body, it says that the value has the appearance of a coat, and consequently that so far as the linen is value, it and the coat are as like as two peas. We may here remark that the language of commodities has, besides Hebrew, many more or less correct dialects. The German Verstehen, to be worth, for instance, expresses in a less striking manner than the Romance verbs valere, valer, valoir, that the equating of commodity B to commodity A is commodity A's own mode of expressing its value. Paris vaut bien une messe. By means, therefore, of the value relation expressed in our equation, the bodily form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A, or the body of commodity B acts as a mirror to the value of commodity A. Footnote. In a sort of way, it is with man as with commodities. Since he comes into the world neither with a looking-glass in his hand, nor as a Fictinian philosopher to whom I am I is sufficient, man first seeks and recognizes himself in other men. Peter only establishes his own identity as a man by first comparing himself with Paul as being of like kind, and thereby Paul, just as he stands in his Pauline personality, becomes to Peter the type of the genus Homo. End footnote. By putting itself in relation with commodity B as value in proporia persona, as the matter of which human labour is made up, the commodity A converts the value in use, B, into the substance in which to express its, A's, own value. The value of A, thus expressed in the use value of B, has taken the form of relative value. B. Quantitative determination of relative value. Every commodity whose value it is intended to express is a useful object of given quantity, as 15 bushels of corn or 100 pounds of coffee, and a given quantity of any commodity contains a definite quantity of human labour. The value form must therefore not only express value generally, but also value in definite quantity. Therefore, in the value relation of commodity A to commodity B, of the linen to the coat, not only is the latter, as value in general, made the equal in quality of the linen, but a definite quantity of coat, one coat, is made the equivalent of a definite quantity, 20 yards, of linen. The equation 20 yards of linen equals one coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth one coat, implies that the same quantity of value substance, congealed labour, is embodied in both, that the two commodities have each cost the same amount of labour, of the same quantity of labour time. But the labour time necessary for the production of 20 yards of linen or one coat varies with every change in the productiveness of weaving or tailoring. We have now to consider the influence of such changes on the quantitative aspect of the relative expression of value. 1. Let the value of the linen vary, that of the coat remaining constant. Footnote. Value is here, as occasionally in the preceding pages, used in the sense of value determined as to quantity, or of magnitude of value. End footnote. If, say, in consequence of the exhaustion of flax-growing soil, the labour time necessary for the production of the linen be doubled, the value of the linen will also be doubled.
Instead of the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, we should have 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats, since 1 coat would now contain only half the labour time embodied in 20 yards of linen. If, on the other hand, in consequence, say, of improved looms, this labour time be reduced by 1/2, the value of the linen would fall by 1/2. Consequently, we should have 20 yards of linen equals half a coat. The relative value of commodity A, i.e. its value expressed in commodity B, rises and falls directly as the value of A, the value of B being supposed constant. 2. Let the value of the linen remain constant, while the value of the coat varies. If, under these circumstances, in consequence, for instance, of a poor crop of wool, the labour time necessary for the production of a coat becomes doubled, we have, instead of 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals half a coat. If, on the other hand, the value of the coat sinks by 1/2, then 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats. Hence, if the value of commodity A remain constant, its relative value expressed in commodity B rises and falls inversely as the value of B. If we compare the different cases in 1 and 2, we see that the same change of magnitude in relative value may arise from totally opposite causes. Thus the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat becomes 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats, either because the value of the linen has doubled or because the value of the coat has fallen by 1/2. And it becomes 20 yards of linen equals half a coat, either because the value of the linen has fallen by 1/2 or because the value of the coat has doubled. 3. Let the quantities of labour time respectively necessary for the production of the linen and the coat vary simultaneously in the same direction and in the same proportion. In this case, 20 yards of linen continue to equal 1 coat, however much their values have altered. Their change of value is seen as soon as they are compared with a third commodity whose value has remained constant. If the values of all commodities rose and fell simultaneously and in the same proportion, their relative values would remain unaltered. Their real change of value would appear from the diminished or increased quantity of commodities produced in a given time. 4. The labour time respectively necessary for the production of the linen and the coat, and therefore the value of these commodities, may simultaneously vary in the same direction, but at unequal rates or in opposite directions or in other ways. The effect of all these possible different variations on the relative value of a commodity may be deduced from the results of 1, 2, and 3. Thus, real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression, that is, in the equation expressing the magnitude of relative value. The relative value of a commodity may vary, although its value remains constant. Its relative value may remain constant, although its value varies. And finally, simultaneous variations in the magnitude of value and in that of its relative expression by no means necessarily correspond in amount. Footnote. This incongruity between the magnitude of value and its relative expression has, with customary ingenuity, been exploited by vulgar economists. For example, quote, "Once admit that A falls because B, with which it is exchanged, rises while no less labour is bestowed in the meantime on A, and your general principle of value falls to the ground. If he, Ricardo, allowed that when A rises in value relatively to B, B falls in value relatively to A, he cut away the ground on which he rested his grand proposition, that the value of a commodity is ever determined by the labour embodied in it. For if a change in the cost of A alters not only its own value in relation to B, for which it is exchanged, but also the value of B relatively to that of A, though no change has taken place in the quantity of labour to produce B, then not only the doctrine falls to the ground, which asserts that the quantity of labour bestowed on an article regulates its value, but also that which affirms the cost of an article to regulate its value." End quote. J. Broadhurst, Political Economy, London, 1842. Mr. Broadhurst might just as well say, consider the fractions 10/20, 10/50, 10/100, etc. The number 10 remains unchanged,
and yet its proportional magnitude, its magnitude relatively to the numbers 20, 50, 100, etc., continually diminishes. Therefore, the great principle that the magnitude of a whole number, such as 10, is regulated by the number of times unity is contained in it, falls to the ground. Editorial note. The author explains in section 4 of this chapter what he understands by vulgar economy. Engels. End editorial note. End footnote. 3. The equivalent form of value. We have seen that commodity A, the linen, by expressing its value in the use value of a commodity differing in kind, the coat, at the same time impresses upon the latter a specific form of value, namely that of the equivalent. The commodity linen manifests its quality of having a value by the fact that the coat, without having assumed a value form different from its bodily form, is equated to the linen. The fact that the latter therefore has a value is expressed by saying that the coat is directly exchangeable with it. Therefore, when we say that the commodity is in the equivalent form, we express the fact that it is directly exchangeable with other commodities. When one commodity, such as a coat, serves as the equivalent of another, such as linen, and coats consequently acquire the characteristic property of being directly exchangeable with linen, we are far from knowing in what proportion the two are exchangeable. The value of the linen being given in magnitude, the proportion depends on the value of the coat. Whether the coat serves as the equivalent and the linen as relative value, or the linen as the equivalent of the coat as relative value, the magnitude of the coat's value is determined independently of its value form by the labour time necessary for its production. But whenever the coat assumes in the equation of value the position of equivalent, its value acquires no quantitative expression. On the contrary, the commodity coat now figures only as a definite quantity of some article. For instance, 40 yards of linen are worth what? 2 coats. Because the commodity coat here plays the part of equivalent, because the use value of coat, as opposed to the linen, figures as an embodiment of value. Therefore, a definite number of coats suffices to express the definite quantity of value in the linen. 2 coats may therefore express the quantity of value of 40 yards of linen, but they can never express the quantity of their own value. A superficial observation of this fact, namely that in the question of value the equivalent figures exclusively as a simple quantity of some article of some use value, has misled Bailey, as also many others, both before and after him, into seeing in the expression of value merely a quantitative relation, the truth being that when a commodity acts as equivalent, no quantitative determination of its value is expressed. The first peculiarity that strikes us in considering the form of the equivalent is this: use value becomes the form of manifestation, the phenomenal form of its opposite, value. The bodily form of the commodity becomes its value form. But mark well that this quid pro quo exists in the case of any commodity B, only when some other commodity A enters into a value relation with it, and then only within the limits of this relation. Since no commodity can stand in the relation of equivalent to itself, and thus turn its own bodily shape into the expression of its own value, every commodity is compelled to choose some other commodity for its equivalent, and to accept the use value, that is to say, the bodily shape, of that other commodity as the form of its own value. One of the measures that we apply to commodities as material substances, as use values, will serve to illustrate this point. A sugar loaf, being a body, is heavy, and therefore has weight. But we can neither see nor touch this weight. We then take various pieces of iron whose weight has been determined beforehand. The iron, as iron, is no more the form of manifestation of weight than is the sugar loaf. Nevertheless, in order to express the sugar loaf as so much weight, we put it into a weight relation with the iron. In this relation, the iron officiates as a body representing nothing but weight. A certain quantity of iron therefore serves as the measure of the weight of the sugar, and represents in relation to the sugar loaf, weight embodied, the form of manifestation of weight. This part is played by the iron only within this relation, into which the sugar or any other body whose weight has to be determined enters with the iron. Were they not both heavy, they could not enter into this relation, and the one could therefore not serve as the expression of the weight of the other. When we throw both into the scales, we see in reality that as weight they are both the same, and that therefore, when taken in proper proportions, they have the same weight. Just as the substance iron as a measure of weight represents in relation to the sugar loaf weight alone, so in our expression of value, the material object, coat, in relation to the linen, represents value alone. Here, however, the analogy ceases. The iron in the expression of weight of the sugar loaf represents a natural property common to both bodies, namely, their weight. But the coat in the expression of value of the linen represents a non-natural property of both, something purely social, namely, their value. Since the relative form of value of a commodity, the linen, for example, expresses the value of that commodity as being something wholly different from its substance and properties, as being, for instance, coat-like, we see that this expression itself indicates that some social relation lies at the bottom of it. With the equivalent form, it is just the contrary. The very essence of this form is that the material commodity itself, the coat, just as it is, expresses value, and is endowed with the form of value by nature itself. Of course, this holds good only so long as the value relation exists in which the coat stands in the position of equivalent to the linen. Footnote. Such expressions of relations in general, called by Hegel reflex categories, form a very curious class. For instance, one man is king only because other men stand in the relation of subjects to him. They, on the contrary, imagine that they are subjects because he is king. End footnote. Since, however, the properties of a thing are not the result of its relations to other things, but only manifest themselves in such relations, the coat seems to be endowed with its equivalent form, its property of being directly exchangeable, just as much by nature as it is endowed with the property of being heavy, or the capacity to keep us warm. Hence the enigmatical character of the equivalent form, which escapes the notice of the bourgeois political economist until this form, completely developed, confronts him in the shape of money. He then seeks to explain away the mystical character of gold and silver by substituting for them less dazzling commodities, and by reciting with ever-renewed satisfaction the catalogue of all possible commodities which at one time or another have played the part of equivalent. He has not the least suspicion that the most simple expression of value, such as 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, already propounds the riddle of the equivalent form for our solution. The body of the commodity that serves as the equivalent figures as the materialization of human labour in the abstract, and is at the same time the product of some specifically useful concrete labour. This concrete labour becomes, therefore, the medium for expressing abstract human labour. If, on the one hand, the coat ranks as nothing but the embodiment of abstract human labour, so, on the other hand, the tailoring, which is actually embodied in it, counts as nothing but the form under which that abstract labour is realised. In the expression of value of the linen, the utility of the tailoring consists not in making clothes, but in making an object, which we at once recognise to be value, and therefore to be a congelation of labour, but of labour indistinguishable from that realised in the value of the linen. In order to act as such a mirror of value, the labour of tailoring must reflect nothing besides its own abstract quality of being human labour generally. In tailoring, as well as in weaving, human labour power is expended. Both, therefore, possess the general property of being human labour, and may therefore, in certain cases, such as in the production of value, have to be considered under this aspect alone. There is nothing mysterious in this, but in the expression of value there is a complete turn of the tables. For instance, how is the fact to be expressed that weaving creates the value of the linen not by virtue of being weaving as such, but by reason of its general property of being human labour? Simply by opposing to weaving that other particular form of concrete labour, in this instance tailoring, which produces the equivalent of the product of weaving. Just as the coat in its bodily form became a direct expression of value, so now does tailoring, a concrete form of labour, appear as the direct and palpable embodiment of human labour generally. Hence, the second peculiarity of the equivalent form is that concrete labour becomes the form under which its opposite, abstract human labour, manifests itself. But because this concrete labour, tailoring in our case, ranks as and is directly identified with undifferentiated human labour, it also ranks as identical with any other sort of labour, and therefore with that embodied in the linen. Consequently, although, like all other commodity-producing labour, it is the labour of private individuals, yet at the same time it ranks as labour directly social in its character. This is the reason why it results in a product directly exchangeable with other commodities. We have then a third peculiarity of the equivalent form, namely, that the labour of private individuals takes the form of its opposite, labour directly social in its form. The two latter peculiarities of the equivalent form will become more intelligible if we go back to the great thinker who was the first to analyse so many forms, whether of thought, society, or nature, and amongst them also the form of value. I mean Aristotle. In the first place, he clearly enunciates that the money form of commodities is only the further development of the simple form of value, i.e. of the expression of the value of one commodity in some other commodity, taken at random, for he says 5 beds equals 1 house is not to be distinguished from 5 beds equals so much money. He further sees that the value relation which gives rise to this expression makes it necessary that the house should qualitatively be made the equal of the bed, and that, without such an equalization, these two clearly different things could not be compared with each other as commensurable quantities. Exchange, he says, cannot take place without equality, and equality not without commensurability. Here, however, he comes to a stop and gives up the further analysis of the form of value. Quote, "It is, however, in reality impossible that such unlike things can be commensurable," end quote, i.e. qualitatively equal. Such an equalization can only be something foreign to their real nature, consequently only, quote, "a makeshift for practical purposes," end quote. Aristotle, therefore, himself tells us what barred the way to his further analysis. It was the absence of any concept of value. What is that equal something, that common substance, which admits of the value of the beds being expressed by a house? Such a thing in truth cannot exist, says Aristotle. And why not? Compared with the beds, the house does represent something equal to them, insofar as it represents what is really equal, both in the beds and the house, and that is human labour. There was, however, an important fact which prevented Aristotle from seeing that to attribute value to commodities is merely a mode of expressing all labour as equal human labour, and consequently as labour of equal quality. Greek society was founded upon slavery, and had therefore for its natural basis the inequality of men and their labour powers. The secret of the expression of value, namely, that all kinds of labour are equal and equivalent, because and so far as they are human labour in general, cannot be deciphered until the notion of human equality has already acquired the fixity of a popular prejudice. This, however, is possible only in a society in which the great mass of the produce of labour takes the form of commodities, in which, consequently, the dominant relation between man and man is that of owners of commodities. The brilliancy of Aristotle's genius is shown by this alone, that he discovered in the expression of the value of commodities a relation of equality. The peculiar conditions of the society in which he lived alone prevented him from discovering what, in truth, was at the bottom of this equality. 4. The elementary form of value considered as a whole. The elementary form of value of a commodity is contained in the equation expressing its value relation to another commodity of a different kind, or in its exchange relation to the same. The value of commodity A is qualitatively expressed by the fact that commodity B is directly exchangeable with it. Its value is quantitatively expressed by the fact that a definite quantity of B is exchangeable with a definite quantity of A. In other words, the value of a commodity obtains independent and definite expression by taking the form of exchange value. When, at the beginning of this chapter, we said in common parlance that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, we were, accurately speaking, wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility, and a value. It manifests itself as this twofold thing that it is, as soon as its value assumes an independent form, viz. The form of exchange value. It never assumes this form when isolated, but only when placed in a value or exchange relation with another commodity of a different kind. When once we know this, such a mode of expression does no harm, it simply serves as an abbreviation. Our analysis has shown that the form or expression of the value of a commodity originates in the nature of value, and not that value and its magnitude originate in the mode of their expression as exchange value. This, however, is the delusion as well of the mercantilists and their recent revivers, Ferrier, Ganil, and others, as also of their antipodes, the modern bagmen of free trade, such as Bastiat. Footnote. F.L.A. Ferrier, sous-inspecteur des douanes du gouvernement considéré dans ses rapports avec le commerce, Paris 1805, and Charles Ganil, des systèmes d'économie politique, 2nd edition, Paris 1821. End footnote. The mercantilists lay special stress on the qualitative aspect of the expression of value, and consequently on the equivalent form of commodities, which attains its full perfection in money. The modern hawkers of free trade, who must get rid of their article at any price, on the other hand, lay most stress on the quantitative aspect of the relative form of value. For them there consequently exists neither value nor magnitude of value, anywhere except in its expression by means of the exchange relation of commodities, that is, in the daily list of prices current. MacLeod, who has taken upon himself to dress up the confused ideas of Lombard Street in the most learned finery, is a successful cross between the superstitious mercantilists and the enlightened free trade bagmen. A close scrutiny of the expression of the value of A in terms of B, contained in the equation expressing the value relation of A to B, has shown us that, within that relation, the bodily form of A figures only as a use value, the bodily form of B only as the form or aspect of value. The opposition or contrast existing internally in each commodity between use value and value is therefore made evident externally by two commodities being placed in such relation to each other that the commodity whose value it is sought to express figures directly as a mere use value, while the commodity in which that value is to be expressed figures directly as a mere exchange value. Hence the elementary form of value of a commodity is the elementary form in which the contrast contained in that commodity between use value and value becomes apparent. Every product of labour is, in all states of society, a use value, but it is only at a definite historical epoch in a society's development that such a product becomes a commodity, viz., at the epoch when the labour spent on the production of a useful article becomes expressed as one of the objective qualities of that article, i.e. as its value. It therefore follows that the elementary value form is also the primitive form under which a product of labour appears historically as a commodity, and that the gradual transformation of such products into commodities proceeds pari passu with the development of the value form. We perceive at first sight the deficiencies of the elementary form of value. It is a mere germ, which must undergo a series of metamorphoses before it can ripen into the price form. The expression of the value commodity A in terms of any other commodity B merely distinguishes the value from the use value of A, and therefore places A merely in a relation of exchange with a single different commodity, B. But it is still far from expressing A's qualitative equality and quantitative proportionality to all commodities. To the elementary relative value form of a commodity there corresponds the single equivalent form of one other commodity. Thus, in the relative expression of value of the linen, the coat assumes the form of equivalent, or of being directly exchangeable, only in relation to a single commodity, the linen. Nevertheless, the elementary form of value passes, by an easy transition, into a more complete form.
It is true that by means of the elementary form, the value of a commodity A becomes expressed in terms of one and only one other commodity, but that one may be a commodity of any kind, coat, iron, corn, or anything else. Therefore, according as A is placed in relation with one or the other, we get from one and the same commodity different elementary expressions of value. Footnote. In Homer, for instance, the value of an article is expressed in a series of different things. End footnote. The number of such possible expressions is limited only by the number of different kinds of commodities distinct from it. The isolated expression of A's value is therefore convertible into a series, prolonged to any length, of the different elementary expressions of that value. End of Chapter 1, Section 3, Part 1. Chapter 1, Section 3, Part 2 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Karl Manchester, 2007. Capital, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Chapter 1, Section 3. B. Total or expanded form of value. Z of commodity A equals U of commodity B, or V of commodity C, or equals W of commodity D, or equals commodity E, or equals etc. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or equals 10 pounds of tea, or equals 40 pounds of coffee, or equals 1 quarter of corn, or equals 2 ounces of gold, or equals half a ton of iron, or equals etc. 1. The expanded relative form of value. The value of a single commodity, the linen for example, is now expressed in terms of numberless other elements of the world of commodities. Every other commodity now becomes a mirror of the linen's value. Footnote. For this reason we can speak of the coat value of the linen when its value is expressed in coats, or of its corn value when expressed in corn, and so on. Every such expression tells us that what appears in the use of values, cost, corn, etc., is the value of the linen. Quote, the value of any commodity denoting its relation in exchange, we may speak of it as corn value, cloth value, according to the commodity with which it is compared, and hence there are 1,000 different kinds of value, as many kinds of value as there are commodities in existence, and all are equally real and equally nominal. End quote. A critical dissertation on the nature, measures, and causes of value, chiefly in reference to the writings of Mr. Ricardo and his followers, by the author of Essays on the Formation, etc. of Opinions. London, 1825. S. Bailey, the author of this anonymous work, a work which in its day created much stir in England, fancied that, by thus pointing out the various relative expressions of one and the same value, he had proved the impossibility of any determination of the concept of value. However narrow his own views may have been, yet that he laid his finger on some serious defects in the Ricardian theory is proved by the animosity with which he was attacked by Ricardo's followers. See the Westminster Review, for example. End footnote. It is thus that for the first time this value shows itself in its true light, as a congelation of undifferentiated human labour. For the labour that creates it now stands expressly revealed as labour that ranks equally with every other sort of human labour, no matter what its form, whether tailoring, ploughing, mining, etc., and no matter, therefore, whether it is realised in coats, corn, iron, or gold. The linen, by virtue of the form of its value, now stands in a social relation, no longer with only one kind of commodity, but with the whole world of commodities. As a commodity, it is a citizen of that world. At the same time, the interminable series of value equations implies that as regards the value of a commodity, it is a matter of indifference under what particular form or kind of use value it appears. In the first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, it might, for aught that otherwise appears, be pure accident that these two commodities are exchangeable in definite quantities.
In the second form, on the contrary, we perceive at once the background that determines, and is essentially different from, this accidental appearance. The value of the linen remains unaltered in magnitude, whether expressed in coats, coffee, or iron, or in the numberless different commodities, the property of as many different owners. The accidental relation between two individual commodity owners disappears. It becomes plain that it is not the exchange of commodities which regulates the magnitude of their value, but, on the contrary, that it is the magnitude of their value which controls their exchange proportions. 2. The particular equivalent form. Each commodity, such as coat, tea, corn, iron, etc., figures in the expression of value of the linen, as an equivalent and, consequently, as a thing that is value. The bodily form of each of these commodities figures now as a particular equivalent form, one out of many. In the same way, the manifold concrete useful kinds of labour embodied in these different commodities rank now as so many different forms of the realization or manifestation of undifferentiated human labour. 3. Defects of the total or expanded form of value. In the first place, the relative expression of value is incomplete because the series representing it is interminable. The chain of which each equation of value is a link is liable at any moment to be lengthened by each new kind of commodity that comes into existence and furnishes the material for a fresh expression of value. In the second place, it is a many-coloured mosaic of disparate and independent expressions of value. And lastly, if, as must be the case, the relative value of each commodity in turn becomes expressed in this expanded form, we get for each of them a relative value form, different in every case, and consisting of an interminable series of expressions of value. The defects of the expanded relative value form are reflected in the corresponding equivalent form. Since the bodily form of each single commodity is one particular equivalent form amongst numberless others, we have on the whole nothing but fragmentary equivalent forms, each excluding the others. In the same way also, the special, concrete, useful kind of labour embodied in each particular equivalent is presented only as a particular kind of labour, and therefore not as an exhaustive representative of human labour generally. The latter, indeed, gains adequate manifestation in the totality of its manifold, particular, concrete forms. But in that case, its expression in an infinite series is ever incomplete and deficient in unity. The expanded relative form is, however, nothing but the sum of the elementary relative expressions or equations of the first kind, such as 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals 10 pounds of tea, etc. Each of these implies the corresponding inverted equation, 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen, etc. In fact, when a person exchanges his linen for many other commodities, and thus expresses its value in a series of other commodities, it necessarily follows that the various owners of the latter exchange them for linen, and consequently express the value of their various commodities in one and the same third commodity, the linen. If, then, we reverse the series, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or equals 10 pounds of tea, etc., that is to say, if we give expression to the converse relation already implied in the series, we get the general form of value. End of Chapter 1, Section 3, Part 2. Part 1, Chapter 1, Section 3, Part 3 of Capital. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Karl Manchester, 2007. Capital by Karl Marx. Part 1, Chapter 1, Section 3, Part 3. C. The general form of value. 1 coat, 10 pounds of tea, 40 pounds of coffee, 1 quarter of corn, 2 ounces of gold, half a ton of iron, X commodity A, etc., equal 10 yards of linen. 1. The altered character of the form of value. All commodities now express their value 1. In an elementary form, because in a single commodity. 2. With unity, because in one and the same commodity. The form of value is elementary and the same for all, therefore general. The forms A and B were fit only to express the value of a commodity as something distinct from its use value or material form. The first form, A, furnishes such questions as the following: 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, 10 pounds of tea equals half a ton of iron. The value of the coat is equated to linen and that of tea to iron. But to be equated to linen and again to iron is to be as different as are linen and iron. This form, it is plain, occurs practically only in the first beginning, when the products of labour are converted into commodities by accidental and occasional exchanges. The second form, B, distinguishes in a more adequate manner than the first the value of a commodity from its use value. For the value of the coat is there placed in contrast under all possible shapes with the bodily form of the coat. It is equated to linen, to iron, to tea, in short, to everything else, only not to itself, the coat. On the other hand, any general expression of value common to all is directly excluded, for in the equation of value of each commodity, all other commodities now appear only under the form of equivalence. The expanded form of value comes into actual existence for the first time so soon as a particular product of labour, such as cattle, is no longer exceptionally, but habitually exchanged for various other commodities. The third and lastly developed form expresses the values of the whole world of commodities in terms of a single commodity set apart for the purpose, namely the linen, and thus represents to us their values by means of their equality with linen. The value of every commodity is now, by being equated to linen, not only different from its own use value, but from all other use values generally, and is, by that very fact, expressed as that which is common to all commodities. By this form, commodities are, for the first time, effectively brought into relation with one another as values, or made to appear as exchange values. The two earlier forms either express the value of each commodity in terms of a single commodity of a different kind, or in a series of many such commodities. In both cases it is, so to say, the special business of each single commodity to find an expression for its value, and this it does without the help of the others. These others, with respect to the former, play the passive parts of equivalence. The general form of value, C, results from the joint action of the whole world of commodities, and from that alone. A commodity can acquire a general expression of its value only by all other commodities simultaneously with it expressing their values in the same equivalent, and every new commodity must follow suit. It thus becomes evident that since the existence of commodities as values is purely social, this social existence can be expressed by the totality of their social relations alone, and consequently that the form of their value must be a socially recognized form. All commodities being equated to linen now appear not only as qualitatively equal as values generally, but also as values whose magnitudes are capable of comparison. By expressing the magnitudes of their value in one and the same material, the linen, those magnitudes are also compared with each other. For instance, 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen, and 40 pounds of coffee equals 20 yards of linen. Therefore, 10 pounds of tea equals 40 pounds of coffee. In other words, there is contained in 1 pound of coffee only 1/4 as much substance of value, labour, as is contained in 1 pound of tea. The general form of relative value, embracing the whole world of commodities, converts the single commodity that is excluded from the rest, and made to play the part of equivalent, here the linen, into the universal equivalent. The bodily form of the linen is now the form assumed in common by the values of all commodities. It therefore becomes directly exchangeable with all and every of them. The substance linen becomes the visible incarnation, the social chrysalis state of every kind of human labour. Weaving, which is the labour of certain private individuals producing a particular article, linen, acquires in consequence a social character, the character of equality with all other kinds of labour. The innumerable equations of which the general form of value is composed equate in turn the labour embodied in the linen to that embodied in every other commodity, and they thus convert weaving into the general form of manifestation of undifferentiated human labour. In this manner, the labour realised in the values of commodities is presented not only under its negative aspect, under which abstraction is made from every concrete form and useful property of actual work, but its own positive nature is made to reveal itself expressly. The general value form is the reduction of all kinds of actual labour to their common character of being human labour generally, of being the expenditure of human labour power. The general value form, which represents all products of labour as mere congealations of undifferentiated human labour, shows by its very structure that it is the social resume of the world of commodities. That form, consequently, makes it indisputably evident that in the world of commodities the character possessed by all labour of being human labour constitutes its specific social character. 2. The interdependent development of the relative form of value and of the equivalent form. The degree of development of the relative form of value corresponds to that of the equivalent form. But we must bear in mind that the development of the latter is only the expression and result of the development of the former. The primary or isolated relative form of value of one commodity converts some other commodity into an isolated equivalent. The expanded form of relative value, which is the expression of the value of one commodity in terms of all other commodities, endows those other commodities with the character of particular equivalents differing in kind. And lastly, a particular kind of commodity acquires the character of universal equivalent because all other commodities make it the material in which they uniformly express their value. The antagonism between the relative form of value and the equivalent form, the two poles of the value form, is developed concurrently with that form itself. The first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, already contains this antagonism, without as yet fixing it. According as we read this equation forwards or backwards, the parts played by the linen and the coat are different. In the one case, the relative value of the linen is expressed in the coat. In the other case, the relative value of the coat is expressed in the linen. In this first form of value, therefore, it is difficult to grasp the polar contrast. Form B shows that only one single commodity at a time can completely expand its relative value, and that it acquires this expanded form only because, and in so far as, all other commodities are, with respect to it, equivalents. Here we cannot reverse the equation, as we can the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, without altering its general character, and converting it from the expanded form of value into the general form of value. Finally, the form C gives to the world of commodities a general social relative form of value, because, and in so far as, thereby all commodities, with the exception of one, are excluded from the equivalent form. A single commodity, the linen, appears therefore to have acquired the character of direct exchangeability with every other commodity because, and in so far as, this character is denied to every other commodity. Footnote. It is by no means self-evident that this character of direct and universal exchangeability is, so to speak, a polar one, and as intimately connected with its opposite pole, the absence of direct exchangeability, as the positive pole of the magnet is with its negative counterpart. It may therefore be imagined that all commodities can simultaneously have this character impressed upon them, just as it can be imagined that all Catholics can be popes together. It is, of course, highly desirable in the eyes of the petit bourgeois, for whom the production of commodities is the nec plus ultra of human freedom and individual independence, that the inconveniences resulting from this character of commodities not being directly exchangeable should be removed. Proudhon's socialism is a working out of this Philistine utopia, a form of socialism which, as I have elsewhere shown, does not possess even the merit of originality. Long before his time, the task was attempted with much better success by Gray, Bray, and others. But, for all that, wisdom of this kind flourishes even now in certain circles under the name of science. Never has any school played more tricks with the word science than that of Proudhon, for wo Begriffe fehlen, das stellt zur rechten Zeit ein Wort sich ein. Where thoughts are absent, words are brought in as convenient replacements. Goethe's Faust, see Proudhon's Philosophy of Poverty. End of footnote. The commodity that figures as universal equivalent is, on the other hand, excluded from the relative value form. If the linen or any other commodity serving as universal equivalent were at the same time to share in the relative form of value, it would have to serve as its own equivalent. We should then have 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen. This tautology expresses neither value nor magnitude of value. In order to express the relative value of the universal equivalent, we must rather reverse the form C. This equivalent has no relative form of value in common with other commodities, but its value is relatively expressed by a never-ending series of other commodities. Thus, the expanded form of value, or form B, now shows itself as the specific form of relative value for the equivalent commodity. 3. Transition from the general form of value to the money form. The universal equivalent form is a form of value in general. It can, therefore, be assumed by any commodity. On the other hand, if a commodity be found to have assumed the universal equivalent form, form C, it is only because, and in so far as, it has been excluded from the rest of all other commodities as their equivalent, and that by their own act. And from the moment that this exclusion becomes finally restricted to one particular commodity, from that moment only, the general form of relative value of the world of commodities obtains real consistence and general social validity. The particular commodity, with whose bodily form the equivalent form is thus socially identified, now becomes the money commodity, or serves as money. It becomes the special social function of that commodity, and consequently its social monopoly, to play within the world of commodities the part of the universal equivalent. Amongst the commodities which, in Form B, figure as particular equivalents of the linen and, in Form C, express in common their relative values in linen, this foremost place has been attained by one in particular, namely gold. If, then, in Form C, we replace the linen by gold, we get D, the money form. 20 yards of linen, 1 coat, 10 pounds of tea, 40 pounds of coffee, 1 quarter of corn, 2 ounces of gold, half a ton of iron, X of commodity A, equals 2 ounces of gold. In passing from Form A to Form B, and from the latter to Form C, the changes are fundamental. On the other hand, there is no difference between Forms C and D, except that, in the latter, gold has assumed the equivalent form in the place of linen. Gold is in Form D what linen was in Form C, the universal equivalent. The progress consists in this alone, that the character of direct and universal exchangeability, in other words, that the universal equivalent form, has now, by social custom, become finally identified with the substance gold. Gold is now money with reference to all other commodities, only because it was previously, with reference to them, a simple commodity. Like all other commodities, it was also capable of serving as an equivalent, either as a simple equivalent in isolated exchanges, or as a particular equivalent by the side of others. Gradually, it became to serve, within varying limits, as universal equivalent. So soon as it monopolizes this position in the expression of value for the world of commodities, it becomes the money commodity, and then, and not till then, does form D become distinct from form C, and the general form of value becomes changed into the money form. The elementary expression of the relative value of a single commodity, such as linen, in terms of the commodities such as gold that plays the part of money, is the price form of that commodity. The price form of linen is therefore 20 yards of linen equals 2 ounces of gold, or if 2 ounces of gold when coined are £2, 20 yards of linen equals £2. The difficulty in forming a concept of the money form consists in clearly comprehending the universal equivalent form, and as a necessary corollary, the general form of value, form C. The latter is deducible from form B, the expanded form of value, the essential component element of which we saw is form A, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or X of commodity A equals Y of commodity B. The simple commodity form is therefore the germ of the money form. End of Part 1, Chapter 1, Section 3, Part 3. Chapter 1, Section 4 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Capital, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Chapter 1, Section 4. The Fetishism of Commodities and the Secret thereof. A commodity appears, at first sight, a very trivial thing, and easily understood. Its analysis shows that it is, in reality, a very queer thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. So far as it is of value in use, there is nothing mysterious about it, whether we consider it from the point of view that by its properties it is capable of satisfying human wants, or from the point that those properties are the product of human labour. It is as clear as noonday that man, by his industry, changes the forms of the materials furnished by nature, in such a way as to make them useful to him. The form of wood, for instance, is altered by making a table out of it. Yet, for all that, the table continues to be that common everyday thing, wood. But so soon as it steps forth as a commodity, it is changed into something transcendent. It not only stands with its feet on the ground, but in relation to all other commodities it stands on its head, and evolves out of its wooden brain grotesque ideas, far more wonderful than table-turning ever was. Footnote. In the German edition, there is the following footnote here. Quote, "One may recall that China and the tables began to dance when the rest of the world appeared to be standing still, pour encourager les autres." End quote. The defeat of the 1848-49 revolutions was followed by a period of dismal political reaction in Europe. At that time, spiritualism, especially table-turning, became the rage among the European aristocracy. In 1850-64, China was swept by an anti-feudal liberation movement in the form of a large-scale peasant war, the Taiping Revolt. End footnote. The mystical character of commodities does not originate, therefore, in their use value. Just as little does it proceed from the nature of the determining factors of value. For in the first place, however varied the useful kinds of labour or productive activities may be, it is a physiological fact that there are functions of the human organism, and that each such function, whatever may be its nature or form, is essentially the expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles, etc. Secondly, with regard to that which forms the groundwork for the quantitative determination of value, namely the duration of that expenditure, or the quantity of labour, it is quite clear that there is a palpable difference between its quantity and quality. In all states of society, the labour time that it costs to produce the means of subsistence must necessarily be an object of interest to mankind, though not of equal interest in different stages of development. Footnote. Among the ancient Germans, the unit for measuring land was what could be harvested in a day, and it was called tagwerk, tagvana, genali or terra genalis, or diurnalis, mansmad, etc. End footnote. And lastly, from the moment that men in any way work for one another, their labour assumes a social form. Whence, then, arises the enigmatical character of the product of labour so soon as it assumes the form of commodities? Clearly, from this form itself. The quality of all sorts of human labour is expressed objectively by their products, all being equally values. The measure of the expenditure of labour power by the duration of that expenditure takes the form of the quantity of value of the products of labour. And finally, the mutual relations of the producers, within which the social character of their labour affirms itself, take the form of a social relation between the products. A commodity is therefore a mysterious thing, simply because in it the social character of men's labour appears to them as an objective character stamped upon the product of that labour, because the relation of the producers to the sum total of their own labour is presented to them as a social relation, existing not between themselves, but between the products of their labour. This is the reason why the products of labour become commodities, social things whose qualities are at the same time perceptible and imperceptible by the senses. In the same way, the light from an object is perceived by us not as the subjective excitation of our optic nerve, but as the objective form of something outside the eye itself. But in the act of seeing, there is at all events an actual passage of light from one thing to another, from the external object to the eye. There is a physical relation between physical things, but it is different with commodities. There the existence of things qua commodities, and the value relation between the products of labour, which stamps them as commodities, have absolutely no connection with their physical properties and with the material relations arising therefrom. There it is a definite social relation between men that assumes in their eyes the fantastic form of a relation between things. In order therefore to find an analogy, we must have recourse to the mist-enveloped regions of the religious world. In that world, the productions of the human brain appear as independent beings, endowed with life, and entering into relation both with one another and the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. This I call the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labour, so soon as they are produced as commodities, and which is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. This fetishism of commodities has its origin, as the foregoing analysis has already shown, in the peculiar social character of the labour that produces them. As a general rule, articles of utility become commodities only because they are products of the labour of private individuals or groups of individuals who carry on their work independently of each other. The sum total of the labour of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labour of society. Since the producers do not come into social contact with each other until they exchange their products, the specific social character of each producer's labour does not show itself, except in the act of exchange. In other words, the labour of the individual asserts itself as a part of the labour of society, only by means of the relations which the act of exchange establishes directly between the products, and indirectly, through them, between the producers. To the latter, therefore, the relations connecting the labour of one individual with that of the rest appear not as direct social relations between individuals at work, but as what they really are, material relations between persons and social relations between things. It is only by being exchanged that the products of labour acquire as values one uniform social status, distinct from their varied forms of existence as objects of utility. This division of a product into a useful thing and a value becomes practically important only when exchange has acquired such an extension that useful articles are produced for the purpose of being exchanged, and their character as values has therefore to be taken into account beforehand, during production. From this moment, the labour of the individual producer acquires socially a twofold character. On the one hand, it must, as a definite useful kind of labour, satisfy a definite social want, and thus hold its place as part and parcel of the collective labour of all, as a branch of a social division of labour that has sprung up spontaneously. On the other hand, it can satisfy the manifold wants of the individual producer himself only in so far as the mutual exchangeability of all kinds of useful private labour is an established social fact, and therefore the private useful labour of each producer ranks on an equality with that of all others. The equalization of the most different kinds of labour can be the result only of an abstraction from their inequalities, or of reducing them to their common denominator, viz. Expenditure of human labour power, or human labour in the abstract. The twofold social character of the labour of the individual appears to him, when reflected in his brain, only under those forms which are impressed upon that labour in everyday practice by the exchange of products. In this way, the character that his own labour possesses of being socially useful takes the form of the condition that the product must be not only useful, but useful for others, and the social character that his particular labour has of being the equal of all other particular kinds of labour takes the form that all the physically different articles that are the products of labour have one common quality, viz. that of having value. Hence, when we bring the products of our labour into relation with each other as values, it is not because we see in these articles the material receptacles of homogeneous human labour. Quite the contrary. Whenever by an exchange we equate as values our different products, by that very act we also equate as human labour the different kinds of labour expended upon them. We are not aware of this, nevertheless we do it. Footnote. When, therefore, Galiani says value is a relation between persons, la ricchezza è una ragione tra due persone, he ought to have added a relation between persons expressed as a relation between things. End footnote. Value, therefore, does not stalk about with a label describing what it is. It is value, rather, that converts every product into a social hieroglyphic. Later on, we try to decipher the hieroglyphic, to get behind the secret of our own social products. For to stamp an object of utility as a value is just as much a social product as language. The recent scientific discovery that the products of labour, so far as they are values, are but material expressions of the human labour spent in their production, marks indeed an epoch in the history of the development of the human race, but by no means dissipates the mist through which the social character of labour appears to us to be an objective character of the products themselves. The fact that, in the particular form of production with which we are dealing, viz. The production of commodities, the specific social character of private labour carried on independently consists in the equality of every kind of that labour, by virtue of its being human labour, which character therefore assumes in the product the form of value, this fact appears to the producers, notwithstanding the discovery above referred to be just as real and final as the fact that after the discovery by science of the component gases of air, the atmosphere itself remained unaltered. What, first of all, practically concerns producers when they make an exchange is the question: how much of some other product they get for their own, in what proportions the products are exchangeable. When these proportions have by custom attained a certain stability, they appear to result from the nature of the products, so that, for instance, 1 ton of iron and 2 ounces of gold appear as naturally to be of equal value as a pound of gold and a pound of iron, in spite of their different physical and chemical qualities, appear to be of equal weight. The character of having value, when once impressed upon products, obtains fixity only by reason of their acting and reacting upon each other as quantities of value. These quantities vary continually, independently of the will, foresight and action of the producers. To them their own social action takes the form of the action of objects, which rule the producers instead of being ruled by them. It requires a fully developed production of commodities before, from accumulated experience alone, the scientific conviction springs up that all the different kinds of private labour, which are carried on independently of each other, and yet as spontaneously developed branches of the social division of labour, are continually being reduced to the quantitative proportions in which society requires them. And why? Because, in the midst of all the accidental and ever-fluctuating exchange relations between the products, the labour time socially necessary for their production forcibly asserts itself like an overriding law of nature. The law of gravity thus asserts itself when a house falls about our ears. Footnote. What are we to think of a law that asserts itself only by periodical revolutions? It is just nothing but a law of nature, founded on the want of knowledge of those whose action is the subject of it. Friedrich Engels. End footnote. The determination of the magnitude of value by labour time is therefore a secret, hidden under the apparent fluctuations in the relative values of commodities. Its discovery, while removing all appearance of mere accidentality from the determination of the magnitude of the values of products, yet in no way alters the mode in which that determination takes place. Man's reflections on the forms of social life, and consequently also his scientific analysis of those forms, takes a course directly opposite to that of their actual historical development. He begins, post festum, with the results of the process of development ready to hand before him. The characters that stamp products as commodities, and whose establishment is a necessary preliminary to the circulation of commodities, have already acquired the stability of natural, self-understood forms of social life, before man seeks to decipher not their historical character, for in his eyes they are immutable, but their meaning. Consequently, it was the analysis of the prices of commodities that alone led to the determination of the magnitude of value, and it was the common expression of all commodities in money that alone led to the establishment of their characters as values. It is, however, just this ultimate money form of the world of commodities that actually conceals, instead of disclosing, the social character of private labour, and the social relations between the individual producers. When I state that coats or boots stand in a relation to linen, because it is the universal incarnation of abstract human labour, the absurdity of the statement is self-evident. Nevertheless, when the producers of coats and boots compare those articles with linen, or, what is the same thing, with gold or silver, as the universal equivalent, they express the relation between their own private labour and the collective labour of society in the same absurd form. The categories of bourgeois economy consist of such like forms. They are forms of thought expressing with social validity the conditions and relations of a definite, historically determined mode of production, viz. The production of commodities. The whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labour, as long as they take the form of commodities, vanishes therefore so soon as we come to other forms of production. Since Robinson Crusoe's experiences are a favourite theme with political economists, let us take a look at him on his island. Footnote. Even Ricardo has his stories a la Robinson. He makes the primitive hunter and the primitive fisher straight away, as owners of commodities, exchange fish and game in the proportion in which labour time is incorporated in these exchange values. On this occasion he commits the anachronism of making these men apply to the calculation, so far as their implements have to be taken into account, the annuity tables in current use on the London Exchange in the year 1817. The parallelograms of Mr. Owen appear to be the only form of society, besides the bourgeois form, with which he was acquainted. Karl Marx, Zur Kritik, etc. End footnote. Moderate though he be, yet some few wants he has to satisfy, and must therefore do a little useful work of various sorts, such as making tools and furniture, taming goats, fishing and hunting. Of his prayers and the like we take no account, since they are a source of pleasure to him, and he looks upon them as so much recreation. In spite of the variety of his work, he knows that his labour, whatever its form, is but the activity of one and the same Robinson, and consequently that it consists of nothing but different modes of human labour. Necessity itself compels him to apportion his time accurately between his different kinds of work. Whether one kind occupies a greater space in his general activity than another depends on the difficulties, greater or less as the case may be, to be overcome in attaining the useful effect aimed at. This our friend Robinson soon learns by experience, and having rescued a watch, ledger, and pen and ink from the wreck, commences, like a true-born Briton, to keep a set of books. His stock book contains a list of the objects of utility that belong to him, of the operations necessary for their production, and lastly, of the labour time that definite quantities of those objects have, on average, cost him. All the relations between Robinson and the objects that form this wealth of his own creation are here so simple and clear as to be intelligible without exertion, even to Mr. Sedley Taylor. And yet those relations contain all that is essential to the determination of value. Let us now transport ourselves from Robinson's island, bathed in light, to the European Middle Ages, shrouded in darkness. Here, instead of the independent man, we find everyone dependent, serfs and lords, vassals and suzerains, laymen and clergy. Personal dependent here characterizes the social relations of production just as much as it does the other spheres of life organized on the basis of that production. But for the very reason that personal dependence forms the groundwork of society, there is no necessity for labour and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. They take the shape, in the transitions of society, of services in kind and payments in kind. Here the particular and natural form of labour, and not, as in a society based on production of commodities, its general abstract form, is the immediate form of social labour. Compulsory labour is just as properly measured by time as commodity-producing labour, but every serf knows that what he expends in the service of his lord is a definite quantity of his own personal labour power. The tithe to be rendered to the priest is more a matter of fact than his blessing. No matter then what we may think of the parts played by the different classes of people themselves in this society, the social relations between individuals in the performance of their labour appear at all events as their own mutual personal relations, and are not disguised under the shape of social relations between the products of labour. For an example of labour in common, or directly associated labour, we have no occasion to go back to that spontaneously developed form which we find on the threshold of the history of all civilized races. Footnote. Quote, "A ridiculous presumption has latterly got abroad that common property in its primitive form is specifically a Slavonian or even exclusively Russian form. It is the primitive form that we can prove to have existed amongst Romans, Teutons, and Celts, and even to this day we find numerous examples, ruins though they may be, in India. A more exhaustive study of Asiatic and especially Indian forms of common property would show how, from the different forms of primitive property, different forms of its dissolution have been developed. Thus, for instance, the various original types of Roman and Teutonic private property are deducible from different forms of Indian common property." End quote. Karl Marx, Zur Kritik, etc. End footnote. We have one close at hand in the patriarchal industries of a peasant family that produces corn, cattle, yarn, linen, and clothing for home use. These different articles are, as regards the family, so many products of its labour, but as between themselves they are not commodities. The different kinds of labour, such as tillage, cattle tending, spinning, weaving, and making clothes, which result in the various products, are in themselves, and such as they are, direct social functions, because functions of the family, which, just as much as society based on the production of commodities, possesses a spontaneously developed system of division of labour. The distribution of the work within the family and the regulation of the labour time of the several members depend as well upon the differences of age and sex as upon the natural conditions varying with the seasons. The labour power of each individual by its very nature operates in this case merely as a definite portion of the whole labour power of the family, and therefore the measure of the expenditure of individual labour by its duration appears here by its very nature as a social character of their labour. Let us now picture to ourselves, by way of change, a community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common, in which the labour power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labour power of the community. All the characteristics of Robinson's labour are here repeated, but with this difference, that they are social instead of individual. Everything produced by him was exclusively the result of his own personal labour, and therefore simply an object of use for himself. The total product of our community is a social product. One portion serves as fresh means of production and remains social, but another portion is consumed by the members as means of subsistence. A distribution of this portion amongst them is consequently necessary. The mode of this distribution will vary with the productive organisation of the community and the degree of historical development attained by the producers. We will assume, but merely for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labour time. Labour time would, in that case, play a double part. Its apportionment, in accordance with a definite social plan, maintains the proper proportion between the different kinds of work to be done and the various wants of the community. On the other hand, it also serves as a measure of the portion of the common labour borne by each individual, and of his share in the part of the total product destined for individual consumption. The social relations of the individual producers, with regard both to their labour and to its products, are in this case perfectly simple and intelligible, and that with regard not only to production, but also to distribution. The religious world is but the reflex of the real world, and for a society based upon the production of commodities, in which the producers in general enter into social relations with one another by treating their products as commodities and values, whereby they reduce their individual private labour to the standard of homogeneous human labour, for such a society, Christianity, with its cultus of abstract man, more especially in its bourgeois developments, Protestantism, deism, etc., is the most fitting form of religion. In the ancient Asiatic and other ancient modes of production, we find that the conversion of products into commodities, and therefore the conversion of men into producers of commodities, holds a subordinate place, which, however, increases in importance as the primitive communities approach nearer and nearer to their dissolution. Trading nations, properly so called, exist in the ancient world only in its interstices, like the gods of Epicurus in the intermundia, or like Jews in the pores of Polish society. Those ancient social organisms of production are, as compared with bourgeois society, extremely simple and transparent. But they are founded either on the immature development of man individually, who has not yet severed the umbilical cord that unites him with his fellow men in a primitive tribal community, or upon direct relations of subjection. They can arise and exist only when the development of the productive power of labour has not risen beyond a low stage, and when, therefore, the social relations within the sphere of material life, between man and between man and nature, are correspondingly narrow. This narrowness is reflected in the ancient worship of nature and in the other elements of the popular religions. The religious reflex of the real world can, in any case, only then finally vanish, when the practical relations of everyday life offer to man none but perfectly intelligible and reasonable relations with regard to his fellow men and to nature. The life process of society, which is based on the process of material production, does not strip off its mystical veil until it is treated as production by freely associated men, and is consciously regulated by them in accordance with a settled plan. This, however, demands for society a certain material groundwork or set of conditions of existence, which in their turn are the spontaneous product of a long and painful process of development. Political economy has indeed analysed, however incompletely, value and its magnitude, and has discovered what lies beneath these forms. Footnote. The insufficiency of Ricardo's analysis of the magnitude of value, and his analysis is by far the best, will appear from the third and fourth books of this work. As regards value in general, it is the weak point of the classical school of political economy that it nowhere expressly, and with full consciousness, distinguishes between labour as it appears in the value of a product, and the same labour as it appears in the use value of that product. Of course, the distinction is practically made, since this school treats labour at one time under its quantitative aspect, and at another under its qualitative aspect. But it has not the least idea that when the difference between various kinds of labour is treated as purely quantitative, their qualitative unity or equality, and therefore their reduction to abstract human labour, is implied. For instance, Ricardo declares that he agrees with Destutt de Tracy in this proposition. Quote, "As it is certain that our physical and moral faculties are alone our original riches, the employment of those faculties, labour of some kind, is our only original treasure, and it is always from this employment that all those things are created, which we call riches. It is certain, too, that all those things only represent the labour which has created them, and if they have a value, or even two distinct values, they can only derive them from that, the value, of the labour from which they emanate." End quote. Ricardo, The Principles of Political Economy. We would here only point out that Ricardo puts his own more profound interpretation on the words of Destutt. What the latter really says is that on the one hand all things which constitute wealth represent the labour that creates them, but on the other hand they acquire their two different values, use value and exchange value, from the values of labour. He thus falls into the commonplace error of the vulgar economists, who assume the value of one commodity, in this case labour, in order to determine the values of the rest. But Ricardo reads him as if he had said that labour, not the value of labour, is embodied both in use value and exchange value. Nevertheless, Ricardo himself pays so little attention to the twofold character of the labour which has a twofold embodiment, that he devotes the whole of his chapter on value and riches, their distinctive properties, to a laborious examination of the trivialities of a J.B. Say, and at the finish he is quite astonished to find that Destutt on the one hand agrees with him as to labour being the source of value, and on the other hand with J.B. Say as to the notion of value. End footnote. But it has never once asked the question why labour is represented by the value of its product, and labour time by the magnitude of that value. Footnote. It is one of the chief failings of classical economy that it has never succeeded, by means of its analysis of commodities, and in particular of their value, in discovering that form under which value becomes exchange value. Even Adam Smith and Ricardo, the best representatives of the school, treat the form of value as a thing of no importance, as having no connection with the inherent nature of commodities. The reason for this is not solely because their attention is entirely absorbed in the analysis of the magnitude of value. It lies deeper. The value form of the product of labour is not only the most abstract, but is also the most universal form, taken by the product in bourgeois production, and stamps that production as a particular species of social production, and thereby gives it its special historical character. If, then, we treat this mode of production as one eternally fixed by nature for every state of society, we necessarily overlook that which is the differentia specifica of the value form, and consequently of the commodity form, and of its further developments, money form, capital form, etc. We consequently find that economists who are thoroughly agreed as to labour time being the measure of the magnitude of value have the most strange and contradictory ideas of money, the perfected form of the general equivalent. This is seen in a striking manner when they treat of banking, where the commonplace definitions of money will no longer hold water. This led to the rise of a restored mercantile system, Garnil, etc., which sees in value nothing but a social form, or rather the unsubstantial ghost of that form. Once for all, I may state here that by classical political economy I understand that economy which, since the time of W. Petty, has investigated the real relations of production in bourgeois society, in contradistinction to vulgar economy, which deals with appearances only, ruminates without ceasing on the materials long since provided by scientific economy, and there seeks plausible explanations of the most obtrusive phenomena for bourgeois daily use, but for the rest confines itself to systematizing in a pedantic way and proclaiming for everlasting truths the trite ideas held by the self-complacent bourgeoisie with regard to their own world, to them the best of all possible worlds. End footnote. These formulae, which bear it stamped upon them in unmistakable letters that they belong to a state of society in which the process of production has the mastery over man instead of being controlled by him, such formulae appear to the bourgeois intellect to be as much a self-evident necessity imposed by nature as productive labour itself. Hence, forms of social production that preceded the bourgeois form are treated by the bourgeoisie in much the same way as the fathers of the Church treated pre-Christian religions. Footnote. Les économistes ont une singulière manière de procéder. Il n'y a pour eux que deux sortes d'institutions, celle de l'art et celle de la nature. Les institutions de la féodalité sont des institutions artificielles. Celles de la bourgeoisie sont des institutions naturelles. Ils ressemblent en ceci aux théologiens, qui eux aussi établissent deux sortes de religions. Toute religion qui n'est pas la leur est une invention des hommes, tandis que leur propre religion est une émanation de Dieu. Ainsi, il y a eu de l'histoire, mais il y en a plus. Karl Marx. Misère de la philosophie. Réponse à la philosophie de la misère par M. Proudhon. Truly comical is M. Bastiat, who imagines that the ancient Greeks and Romans lived by plunder alone, and when people plunder for centuries there must always be something at hand for them to seize. The objects of plunder must be continually reproduced. It would thus appear that even Greeks and Romans had some process of production, consequently an economy, which just as much constituted the material basis of their world as bourgeois economy constitutes that of our modern world. Or perhaps Bastiat means that a mode of production based on slavery is based on a system of plunder. In that case, he treads on dangerous ground. If a giant thinker like Aristotle erred in his appreciation of slave labour, why should a dwarf economist like Bastiat be right in his appreciation of wage labour? I seize this opportunity of shortly answering an objection taken by a German paper in America to my work Zur Kritik, 1859. In the estimation of that paper, my view that each specific mode of production and the social relations corresponding to it, in short, that the economic structure of society, is the real basis on which the juridical and political superstructure is raised, and to which definite social forms of thought correspond, that the mode of production determines the character of the social, political, and intellectual life generally. All this is very true for our own times, in which material interests preponderate, but not for the Middle Ages, in which Catholicism, not for Athens and Rome, where politics reigned supreme. In the first place, it strikes one as an odd thing for anyone to suppose that these well-worn phrases about the Middle Ages and the ancient world are unknown to anyone else. This much, however, is clear, that the Middle Ages could not live on Catholicism, nor the ancient world on politics. On the contrary, it is the mode in which they gained a livelihood that explains why here politics and there Catholicism played the chief part. For the rest, it requires but a slight acquaintance with the history of the Roman Republic, for example, to be aware that its secret history is the history of landed property. On the other hand, Don Quixote long ago paid the penalty for wrongly imagining that knight-errantry was compatible with all economic forms of society. End footnote. To what extent some economists are misled by the fetishism inherent in commodities, or by the objective appearance of the social characteristics of labour, is shown amongst other ways by the dull and tedious quarrel over the part played by nature in the formation of exchange value. Since exchange value is a definite social manner of expressing the amount of labour bestowed upon an object, nature has no more to do with it than it has in fixing the course of exchange. The mode of production in which the product takes the form of a commodity, or is produced directly for exchange, is the most general and most embryonic form of bourgeois production. It therefore makes its appearance at an early date in history, though not in the same predominating and characteristic manner as nowadays. Hence its fetish character is comparatively easy to be seen through. But when we come to more concrete forms, even this appearance of simplicity vanishes. Whence arose the illusions of the monetary system? To it gold and silver, when serving as money, did not represent a social relation between producers, but were natural objects with strange social properties. And modern economy, which looks down with such disdain on the monetary system, does not its superstition come out as clear as noonday whenever it treats of capital? How long is it since economy discarded the physiocratic illusion that rents grow out of the soil and not out of society? But not to anticipate, we will content ourselves with yet another example relating to the commodity form. Could commodities themselves speak, they would say, our use value may be a thing that interests men. It is no part of us as objects. What, however, does belong to us as objects is our value. Our natural intercourse as commodities proves it. In the eyes of each other we are nothing but exchange values. Now listen how those commodities speak through the mouth of the economist. Value, i.e. exchange value, is a property of things, riches, i.e. use value, of man. Value in this sense necessarily implies exchanges, riches do not. Footnote: observations on certain verbal disputes in political economy, particularly relating to value and to demand and supply, London 1821. End footnote. Riches, use values, are the attribute of men. Value is the attribute of commodities. A man or a community is rich. A pearl or a diamond is valuable as a pearl or a diamond. Footnote: S. Bailey. End footnote. So far, no chemist has ever discovered exchange value either in a pearl or a diamond. The economic discoveries of this chemical element, who, by the by, lay special claim to critical acumen, find, however, that the use value of objects belongs to them independently of their material properties, while their value, on the other hand, forms a part of them as objects. What confirms them in this view is the peculiar circumstance that the use value of objects is realized without exchange, by means of a direct relation between the objects and man, while on the other hand their value is realized only by exchange, that is, by means of social process. Who fails here to call to mind our good friend Dogberry, who informs neighbour Seacole that, quote, "To be a well-favoured man is the gift of fortune, but reading and writing comes by nature." Footnote. The author of Observations and S. Bailey accuse Ricardo of converting exchange value from something relative into something absolute. The opposite is the fact. He has explained the apparent relation between objects, such as diamonds and pearls, in which relation they appear as exchange values, and disclosed the true relation hidden behind the appearances, namely, their relation to each other as mere expressions of human labour. If the followers of Ricardo answer Bailey somewhat rudely, and by no means convincingly, the reason is to be sought in this, that they were unable to find in Ricardo's own works any key to the hidden relations existing between value and its form, exchange value. End footnote. End of Chapter 1, Section 4.
Chapter 2 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx, translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 1, Commodities of Money. Chapter 2, Exchange. It is plain that commodities cannot go to market and make exchanges on their own account. We must, therefore, have recourse to their guardians, who are also their owners. Commodities are things, and therefore without power of resistance against man. If they are wanting in docility, he can use force. In other words, he can take possession of them. Footnote 1. In the 12th century, so renowned for its piety, they included amongst commodities some very delicate things. Thus a French poet of the period enumerates amongst the goods to be found in the market of Landit, not only clothing, shoes, leather, agricultural implements, etc., but also femmes folles de leur corps. End of footnote. In order that these objects may enter into relation with each other as commodities, their guardians must place themselves in relation to one another, as persons whose will resides in those objects, and must behave in such a way that each does not appropriate the commodity of the other, and part with his own, except by means of an act done by mutual consent. They must therefore mutually recognize in each other the rights of private proprietors. This juridical relation, which thus expresses itself in a contract, whether such contract be part of a developed legal system or not, is a relation between two wills, and is but the reflex of the real economic relation between the two. It is this economic relation that determines the subject matter comprised in each juridical act. Footnote 2. Proudhon begins by taking his ideal of justice, of justice éternelle, from the juridical relations that correspond to the production of commodities. Thereby, it may be noted, he proves, to the consolation of all good citizens, that the production of commodities is a form of production as everlasting as justice. Then he turns round and seeks to reform the actual production of commodities, and the actual legal system corresponding thereto in accordance with this ideal. What opinion should we have of a chemist who, instead of studying the actual laws of the molecular changes in the composition and decomposition of matter, and on that foundation solving definite problems, claimed to regulate the composition and decomposition of matter by means of the eternal ideas of naturalité and affinité? Do we really know any more about usury when we say it contradicts justice éternelle, équité éternelle, mutualité éternelle, and other vérités éternelles than the fathers of the Church did, when they said it was incompatible with grâce éternelle, foi éternelle, and la volonté éternelle de Dieu? End of footnote. The persons exist for one another merely as representatives of, and therefore as owners of, commodities. In the course of our investigation we shall find, in general, that the characters who appear on the economic stage are but the personifications of the economic relations that exist between them. What chiefly distinguishes a commodity from its owner is the fact that it looks upon every other commodity as but the form of appearance of its own value. A born leveller and a cynic, it is always ready to exchange not only soul but body with any and every other commodity, be the same more repulsive than Maritornes herself. The owner makes up for this lack in the commodity of a sense of the concrete by his own 5 and more senses. His commodity possesses for himself no immediate use value, otherwise he would not bring it to the market. It has use value for others, but for himself its only direct use value is that of being a depository of exchange value, and consequently a means of exchange. Footnote 3. Quotes, "For twofold is the use of every object. The one is peculiar to the object as such, the other is not, as a sandal, which may be worn and is also exchangeable. Both are uses of the sandal, for even he who exchanges the sandal for money or food he is in want of, makes use of the sandal as a sandal, but not in its natural way, for it has not been made for the sake of being exchanged." Close quotes. Aristotle, De Republica, Book 1, Chapter 9. End of footnote. Therefore, he makes up his mind to part with it for commodities whose value in use is of service to him. All commodities are non-use values for their owners, and use values for their non-owners. Consequently, they must all change hands. But this change of hands is what constitutes their exchange, and the latter puts them in relation with each other as values, and realizes them as values. Hence, commodities must be realized as values before they can be realized as use values. On the other hand, they must show that they are use values before they can be realized as values. For the labour spent upon them counts effectively only in so far as it is spent in a form that is useful for others. Whether that labour is useful for others, and its product consequently capable of satisfying the wants of others, can be proved only by the act of exchange. Every owner of a commodity wishes to part with it in exchange only for those commodities whose use value satisfies some want of his. Looked at in this way, exchange is for him simply a private transaction. On the other hand, he desires to realize the value of his commodity, to convert it into any other suitable commodity of equal value, irrespective of whether his own commodity has or has not any use value for the owner of the other. From this point of view, exchange is for him a social transaction of a general character. But one and the same set of transactions cannot be simultaneously for all owners of commodities, both exclusively private and exclusively social and general. Let us look at the matter a little closer. To the owner of a commodity, every other commodity is, in regard to his own, a particular equivalent, and consequently his own commodity is the universal equivalent for all of the others. But since this applies to every owner, there is in fact no commodity acting as universal equivalent, and the relative value of commodities possesses no general form under which they can be equated as values and have the magnitude of their values compared. So far, therefore, they do not confront each other as commodities, but only as products or use values. In their difficulties, our commodity owners think like Faust, quotes, "Im Anfang war die Tat," close quotes. In the beginning was the deed, from Goethe's Faust. They therefore acted and transacted before they thought. Instinctively they conform to the laws imposed by the nature of commodities. They cannot bring their commodities into relation as values, and therefore as commodities, except by comparing them with some one other commodity as the universal equivalent. That we saw from the analysis of a commodity. But a particular commodity cannot become the universal equivalent except by a social act. The social action, therefore, of all other commodities sets apart the particular commodity in which they all represent their values. Thereby, the bodily form of this commodity becomes the form of the socially recognized universal equivalent. To be the universal equivalent becomes, by this social process, the specific function of the commodity thus excluded by the rest. Thus it becomes money. Quotes, "These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast." Revelations 17:13. Quotes, "And that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name." Revelations 13:17 from the Apocalypse. Money is a crystal, formed of necessity in the course of the exchanges, whereby different products of labour are practically equated to one another, and thus by practice converted into commodities. The historical progress and extension of exchanges develops the contrast, latent in commodities, between use value and value. The necessity for giving an external expression to this contrast for the purposes of commercial intercourse urges on the establishment of an independent form of value, and finds no rest until it is once for all satisfied by the differentiation of commodities into commodities and money. At the same rate, then, as the conversion of products into commodities is being accomplished, so also is the conversion of one special commodity into money. Footnote 4. From this we may form an estimate of the shrewdness of the petit bourgeois socialism which, while perpetuating the production of commodities, aims at abolishing the antagonism between money and commodities, and consequently, since money exists only by virtue of this antagonism, at abolishing money itself. We might just as well try to retain Catholicism without the Pope. For more on this point, see my work, A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, page 61 and following. End of footnote. The direct barter of products attains the elementary form of the relative expression of value in one respect but not in another. That form is X of commodity A equals Y of commodity B. The form of direct barter is X of use value A is equivalent of Y of use value B. Footnote 5. So long as, instead of two distinct use values being exchanged, a chaotic mass of articles are offered as the equivalent of a single article, which is often the case with savages, even the direct barter of products is in its first infancy. End of footnote. The articles A and B in this case are not as yet commodities, but become so only by the act of barter. The first step made by an object of utility towards acquiring exchange value is when it forms a non-use value for its owner, and that happens when it forms a superfluous portion of some article required for his immediate wants. Objects in themselves are external to man, and consequently alienable by him. In order that this alienation may be reciprocal, it is only necessary for men, by a tacit understanding, to treat each other as private owners of those alienable objects, and by implication as independent individuals. But such a state of reciprocal independence has no existence in a primitive society based on property in common, whether such society takes the form of a patriarchal family, an ancient Indian community, or a Peruvian Inca state. The exchange of commodities, therefore, first begins on the boundaries of such communities, at their points of contact with other similar communities, or with members of the latter. So soon, however, as products once become commodities in the external relations of a community, they also, by reaction, become so in its internal intercourse. The proportions in which they are exchangeable are at first quite a matter of chance. What makes them exchangeable is the mutual desire of their owners to alienate them. Meantime, the need for foreign objects of utility gradually establishes itself. The constant repetition of exchange makes it a normal social act. In the course of time, therefore, some portion at least of the products of labour must be produced with a special view to exchange. From that moment, the distinction becomes firmly established between the utility of an object for the purposes of consumption and its utility for the purposes of exchange. Its use value becomes distinguished from its exchange value. On the other hand, the quantitative proportion in which the articles are exchangeable becomes dependent on their production itself. Custom stamps them as values with definite magnitudes. In the direct barter of products, each commodity is directly a means of exchange to its owner, and to all other persons an equivalent, but that only in so far as it has use value for them. At this stage, therefore, the articles exchanged do not acquire a value form independent of their own use value, or of the individual needs of the exchangers. The necessity for a value form grows with the increasing number and variety of the commodities exchanged. The problem and the means of solution arise simultaneously. Commodity owners never equate their own commodities to those of others, and exchange them on a large scale, without different kinds of commodities belonging to different owners being exchangeable for and equated as values to one and the same special article. Such last-mentioned article, by becoming the equivalent of various other commodities, acquires at once, though within narrow limits, the character of a general social equivalent. This character comes and goes with the momentary social acts that called it into life. In turns and transiently, it attaches itself first to this and then to that commodity. But with the development of exchange, it fixes itself firmly and exclusively to particular sorts of commodities, and becomes crystallized by assuming the money form. The particular kind of commodity to which it sticks is at first a matter of accident. Nevertheless, there are two circumstances whose influence is decisive. The money form attaches itself either to the most important articles of exchange from outside, and these in fact are primitive and natural forms in which the exchange value of home products finds expression, or else it attaches itself to the object of utility that forms, like cattle, the chief portion of indigenous alienable wealth. Nomad races are the first to develop the money form, because all their worldly goods consist of movable objects and are therefore directly alienable, and because their mode of life, by continually bringing them into contact with foreign communities, solicits the exchange of products. Man has often made man himself under the form of slaves serve as the primitive material of money, but has never used land for that purpose. Such an idea could only spring up in a bourgeois society, already well developed. It dates from the last third of the 17th century, and the first attempt to put it in practice on a national scale was made a century afterwards, during the French bourgeois revolution. In proportion as exchange bursts its local bonds, and the value of commodities more and more expands into an embodiment of human labour in the abstract, in the same proportion the character of money attaches itself to commodities that are by nature fitted to perform the social function of a universal equivalent. Those commodities are the precious metals. The truth of the proposition that, quotes, although gold and silver are not by nature money, money is by nature gold and silver, close quotes, is shown by the fitness of the physical properties of these metals for the functions of money. Footnote 6. Karl Marx, Loco Citato, page 135, quotes, the metals are by their nature money, close quotes. Galliani, Della Moneta, in Custodis Collection, Parte Moderna, Book 3. End of footnote. And footnote 7. For further details on this subject, see in my work cited above the chapter on, quotes, the precious metals, close quotes, end of footnote. Up to this point, however, we are acquainted only with one function of money, namely to serve as the form of manifestation of the value of commodities, or as the material in which the magnitudes of their values are socially expressed. An adequate form of manifestation of value, a fit embodiment of abstract, undifferentiated, and therefore equal human labour, that material alone can be whose every sample exhibits the same uniform qualities. On the other hand, since the difference between the magnitudes of value is purely quantitative, the money commodity must be susceptible of merely quantitative differences, must therefore be divisible at will, and equally capable of being reunited. Gold and silver possess these properties by nature. The use value of the money commodity becomes twofold. In addition to its special use value as a commodity, gold, for instance, serving to stop teeth, or to form the raw material of articles of luxury, etc., it acquires a formal use value, originating in its specific social function. Since all commodities are merely particular equivalents of money, the latter being their universal equivalent, they, with regard to the latter as the universal commodity, play the parts of particular commodities. Footnote 8. Quotes, Il denaro è la merce universale. Close quotes. Very Loco Citato, page 16. End of footnote. We have seen that the money form is but the reflex thrown upon one single commodity of the value relations between all the rest. Footnote 9. 3 quotations. Quote, silver and gold themselves, which we may call by the general name of bullion, are commodities rising and falling in value. Bullion, then, may be reckoned to be of higher value, where the smaller weight will purchase the greater quantity of the product or manufacture of the country. Close quotes. From A Discourse of the General Notions of Money, Trade, and Exchanges as they stand in relation to each other. By a Merchant, London, 1695, page 7. Quotes, silver and gold, coined or uncoined, though they are used for a measure of all other things, are no less a commodity than wine, oil, tobacco, cloth, or stuffs. Close quotes. From A Discourse Concerning Trade, and that in particular of the East Indies. London, 1689, page 2. Quotes, the stock and riches of the kingdom cannot properly be confined to money, nor ought gold and silver to be excluded from being merchandise. Close quotes. From The East India Trade, a most profitable trade. London, 1677, page 4. End of footnote. That money is a commodity is therefore a new discovery only for those who, when they analyze it, start from its fully developed shape. The act of exchange gives to the commodity converted into money not its value, but its specific value form. By confounding these two distinct things, some writers have been led to hold that the value of gold and silver is imaginary. Footnote 10. Some quotations. Gold and silver have value as metals before they are money. Galliani Loco Citato. Locke says, the universal consent of mankind gave to silver on account of its qualities which made it suitable for money an imaginary value. Law, on the other hand, how could different nations give an imaginary value to any single thing, or how could this imaginary value have maintained itself? Close quotes. But the following shows how little he himself understood about the matter. Quotes. Silver was exchanged in proportion to the value in use it possessed, consequently in proportion to its real value. By its adoption as money, it received an additional value, une valeur additionnelle. Close quotes. Jean Law, Considération sur le numéraire et le commerce, in E. Dare's edition of Économiste financier du XVIIIe siècle, page 470. End of footnote. The fact that money can in certain functions be replaced by mere symbols of itself gave rise to that other mistaken notion that it is itself a mere symbol. Nevertheless, under this error lurked a presentiment that the money form of an object is not an inseparable part of that object, but is simply the form under which certain social relations manifest themselves. In this sense, every commodity is a symbol, since, insofar as it is value, it is only the material envelope of the human labour spent upon it. Footnote 11. Some quotations. Money is there the commodity's symbol, and as a symbol it is attracted by the commodities. Close quotes. V. de Forbonnais, Éléments du commerce, nouvelle édition, Leiden, 1766, Book 2, pages 143 and 155. Quotes. Money is a symbol of a thing and represents it. Close quotes. Montesquieu, Esprit des lois. Œuvre, London, 1767, Book 2, page 2. Quotes. Money is not a mere symbol, for it is itself wealth. It does not represent the values, it is their equivalents. Close quotes. Le Trône, Loco Citato, page 910. Quotes. The notion of value contemplates the valuable article as a mere symbol. The article counts not for what it is, but for what it is worth. Close quotes. Hegel, Loco Citato, page 100. Lawyers started long before economists the idea that money is a mere symbol, and that the value of the precious metals is purely imaginary. This they did in the sycophantic service of the crowned heads, supporting the right of the latter to debase the coinage during the whole of the Middle Ages by the traditions of the Roman Empire, and the conceptions of money to be found in the Pandects. An apt scholar of theirs, Philip of Valois, in a decree of 1346, said, quotes, Let no one call into question that the trade, the composition, the supply, and the power of issuing ordinances on the currency belongs exclusively to us and to our Royal Majesty, to fix such a rate and at such price as it shall please us and seem good to us. Close quotes. It was a maxim of the Roman law that the value of money was fixed by decree of the emperor. It was expressly forbidden to treat money as a commodity. Quotes. However, it shall not be lawful to anyone for to buy money, for as it was created for public use, it is not permissible for it to be a commodity." Close quotes. Some good work on this question has been done by G.F. Pagnini. Saggio sopra il giusto pregio delle cose, 1751. Custodi, Parte Moderna, Book 2. In the second part of his work, Pagnini directs his polemics especially against the lawyers. End of footnote. But if it be declared that the social characters assumed by objects, or the material forms assumed by the social qualities of labour under the regime of a definite mode of production, are mere symbols, it is in the same breath also declared that these characteristics are arbitrary fictions, sanctioned by the so-called universal consent of mankind. This suited the mode of explanation in favour during the 18th century. Unable to account for the origin of the puzzling forms assumed by the social relations between man and man, people sought to denude them of their strange appearance by ascribing to them a conventional origin. It has already been remarked above that the equivalent form of a commodity does not imply the determination of the magnitude of its value. Therefore, although we may be aware that gold is money, and consequently directly exchangeable for all other commodities, yet that fact by no means tells us how much 10 pounds, for instance, of gold is worth. Money, like every other commodity, cannot express the magnitude of its value, except relatively in other commodities. This value is determined by the labour time required for its production, and is expressed by the quantity of any other commodity that costs the same amount of labour time. Footnote 12. Quotes, "If a man can bring to London an ounce of silver out of the earth in Peru, in the same time that he can produce a bushel of corn, then the one is the natural price of the other. Now, if by reason of new or more easier mines, a man can procure 2 ounces of silver as easily as he formerly did 1, the corn will be as cheap at 10 shillings the bushel as it was before at 5 shillings. Caeteris paribus." Close quotes. William Petty, A Treatise of Taxes and Contributions, London, 1667, page 32. End of footnote. Such quantitative determination of its relative value takes place at the source of its production by means of barter. When it steps into circulation as money, its value is already given. In the last decades of the 17th century, it had already been shown that money is a commodity. But this step marks only the infancy of the analysis. The difficulty lies not in comprehending that money is a commodity, but in discovering how, why, and by what means a commodity becomes money. Footnote 13. The learned Professor Rocher, after first informing us that, quotes, "the false definitions of money may be divided into 2 main groups, those which make it more and those which make it less than a commodity," close quotes, gives us a long and very mixed catalogue of works on the nature of money, from which it appears that he has not the remotest idea of the real history of the theory. And then he moralizes thus, quotes, "For the rest, it is not to be denied that most of the later economists do not bear sufficiently in mind the peculiarities that distinguish money from all other commodities." Close quotes. It is then, after all, either more or less than a commodity. Continue the quote. "So far, the semi-mercantilist reaction of Ganil is not altogether without foundation." Close quotes. From Wilhelm Roscher, Die Grundlagen der Nationalökonomie, 3rd edition, 1858, pages 207 to 210. More? Less? Not sufficiently? So far? Not altogether? What clearness and precision of ideas and language! And such eclectic professorial twaddle is modestly baptized by Mr. Roscher, quotes, the anatomico-physiological method, close quotes, of political economy. One discovery, however, he must have credit for, namely that money is, quotes, a pleasant commodity. End of footnote. We have already seen from the most elementary expression of value, X commodity A is Y commodity B, that the object in which the magnitude of the value of another object is represented appears to have the equivalent form independently of this relation as a social property given to it by nature. We followed up this false appearance to its final establishment, which is complete so soon as the universally equivalent form becomes identified with the bodily form of a particular commodity, and thus crystallized into the money form. What appears to happen is not that gold becomes money in consequence of all other commodities expressing their values in it, but, on the contrary, that all other commodities universally express their values in gold because it is money. The intermediate steps of the process vanish in the result and leave no trace behind. Commodities find their own value already completely represented, without any initiative on their part in another commodity, existing in company with them. These objects, gold and silver, just as they come out of the bowels of the earth, are forthwith the direct incarnation of all human labour. Hence the magic of money. In the form of society now under consideration, the behaviour of men in the social process of production is purely atomic. Hence, their relations to each other in production assume a material character independent of their control and conscious individual action. These facts manifest themselves at first by products as a general rule taking the form of commodities. We have seen how the progressive development of a society of commodity producers stamps one privileged commodity with the character of money. Hence, the riddle presented by money is but the riddle presented by commodities, only it now strikes us in its most glaring form. End of Part 1, Chapter 2.
Chapter 3, Section 1 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Jacob Baker, 2007. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the 3rd German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 1, Commodities and Money, Chapter 3, Money, or the Circulation of Commodities, Section 1, The Measure of Values. Throughout this work, I assume, for the sake of simplicity, gold as the money commodity. The first chief function of money is to supply commodities with the material for the expression of their values, or to represent their values of magnitudes of the same denomination, qualitatively equal and quantitatively comparable. It thus serves as a universal measure of value. And only by virtue of this function does gold, the equivalent commodity par excellence, become money. It is not money that renders commodities commensurable, just the contrary. It is because all commodities as values are realized human labor, and therefore commensurable, that their values can be measured by one and the same special commodity, and the later be converted into the common measure of their values, i.e., into money. Money, as a measure of value, is the phenomenal form that must of necessity be assumed by that measure of value which is immanent in commodities, labor, time. Footnote. The question, why does not money directly represent labor time, so that a piece of paper may represent, for instance, X hours labor, is at bottom the same as the question why, given the production of commodities, must products take the form of commodities. This is evident, since their taking the form of commodities implies their differentiation into commodities and money. Or, why cannot private labor, labor for the account of private individuals, be treated as its opposite, immediate social labor? I have elsewhere examined thoroughly the utopian idea of labor money in a society founded on the production of commodities. Loco citato, page 61, Sequentia. On this point, I will only say further that Owen's labor money, for instance, is no more money than a ticket for the theater. Owen presupposes directly associated labor, a form of production that is entirely inconsistent with the production of commodities. The certificate of labor is merely evidence of the part taken by the individual in the common labor, and of his right to a certain portion of the common produce destined for consumption. But it never enters into Owen's head to presuppose the production of commodities, and at the same time, by juggling with money, to try to evade the necessary conditions of that production. End footnote. The expression of the value of a commodity in gold, X commodity A equals Y money commodity, is its money form, or price. A single equation, such as 1 ton of iron equals 2 ounces of gold, now suffices to express the value of the iron in a socially valid manner. There is no longer any need for this equation to figure as a link in the chain of equations that express the values of all other commodities, because the equivalent commodity gold now has the character of money. The general form of relative value has resumed its original shape of simple or isolated relative value. On the other hand, the expanded expression of relative value, the endless series of equations, has now become the form peculiar to the relative value of the money commodity. The series itself, too, is now given, and has social recognition in the prices of actual commodities. We have only to read the quotations of a price list backwards to find the magnitude of the value of money expressed in all sorts of commodities. But money itself has no price. In order to put it on an equal footing with all other commodities in this respect, we should be obliged to equate it to itself as its own equivalent. The price or money form of commodities is, like their form of value generally, a form quite distinct from their palpable bodily form. It is, therefore, a purely ideal or mental form. Although invisible, the value of iron, linen, and corn has actual existence in these very articles. It is ideally made perceptible by their equality with gold, a relation that, so to say, exists only in their own heads. Their owner must therefore lend them his tongue, or hang a ticket on them, before their prices can be communicated to the outside world. Footnote. Savages and half-civilized races use the tongue differently. Captain Perry says of the inhabitants of the west coast of Baffin's Bay, quote, "In this case," he refers to barter, "they licked it, the thing represented to them, twice to their tongues, after which they seemed to consider the bargain satisfactorily concluded." End quote. In the same way, the eastern Eskimo licked the articles they received in exchange. If the tongue is thus used in the north as the organ of appropriation, no wonder that, in the south, the stomach serves as the organ of accumulated property, and that a Kafir estimates the wealth of a man by the size of his belly. That the Kafirs know what they are about is shown by the following. At the same time that the official British Health Report of 1864 disclosed the deficiency of fat-forming food among a large part of the working class, a certain Dr. Harvey, not, however, the celebrated discoverer of the circulation of the blood, made a good thing by advertising recipes for reducing the superfluous fat of the bourgeoisie and aristocracy. End footnote. Since the expression of the value of commodities in gold is a merely ideal act, we may use for this purpose imaginary or ideal money. Every trader knows that he is far from having turned his goods into money when he has expressed their value in a price or in imaginary money, and that it does not require the least bit of real gold to estimate in that metal millions of pounds worth of goods. When, therefore, money serves as a measure of value, it is employed only as imaginary or ideal money. This circumstance has given rise to the wildest theories. Footnote. See Karl Marx, Zur Kritik, etc. Theorien von der Massenheit des Geldes, page 53, Sequentia. End footnote. But although the money that performs the functions of a measure of value is only ideal money, price depends entirely upon the actual substance that is money. The value, or in other words, the quantity of human labor contained in a ton of iron, is expressed in imagination by such a quantity of the money commodity as contains the same amount of labor as the iron. According, therefore, as the measure of value is gold, silver, or copper, the value of the ton of iron will be expressed by very different prices, or will be represented by very different quantities of those metals, respectively. If, therefore, two different commodities, such as gold and silver, are simultaneously measures of value, all commodities have two prices, one a gold price, the other a silver price. These exist quietly side by side, so long as the ratio of the value of silver to that of gold remains unchanged, say, at 15:1. Every exchange in their ratio disturbs the ratio which exists between the gold prices and the silver prices of commodities, and thus proves by facts that a double standard of value is inconsistent with the functions of a standard. Footnote. Quote, wherever gold and silver have by law been made to perform the function of money or of a measure of value side by side, it has always been tried, but in vain, to treat them as one and the same material. To assume that there is an invariable ratio between the quantities of gold and silver in which a given quantity of labor time is incorporated, is to assume in fact that gold and silver are of one and the same material, and that a given mass of the less valuable metal, silver, is a constant fraction of a given mass of gold. From the reign of Edward III to the time of George II, the history of money in England consists of one long series of perturbations caused by the clashing of the legally fixed ratio between the values of gold and silver, with the fluctuations in their real values. At one time gold was too high, at another silver. The metal that for the time being was estimated below its value was withdrawn from circulation, mated, and exported. The ratio between the two metals was then again altered by law, but the new nominal ratio soon came into conflict again with the real one. In our own times, the slight and transient fall in the value of gold compared with silver was the consequence of the Indo-Chinese demand for silver, produced on a far more extended scale in France, the same phenomena, export of silver and its expulsion from circulation by gold. During the years 1855, 1856, and 1857, the excess in France of gold imports over gold exports amounted to 41,580,000 pounds, while the excess of silver exports over silver imports was 14,704,000 pounds. In fact, in those countries in which both metals are legally measures of value, and therefore both legal tender so that everyone has the option of paying in either metal, the metal that rises in value is at a premium, and, like every other commodity, measures its price in the overestimated metal, which alone serve, in reality, as the standard of value. The result of all experience in history with regard to this equation is simply that, where two commodities perform by law the functions of a measure of value, in practice one alone maintains that position. Karl Marx, Loco Citato, pages 52 and 53. Commodities with definite prices present themselves under the form a commodity capital A equals X gold, b commodity capital B equals Z gold, c commodity capital C equals Y gold, etc., where ABC represent definite quantities of the commodities capital ABC and XYZ definite quantities of gold. The values of these commodities are, therefore, changed in imagination into so many different quantities of gold. Hence, in spite of the confusing variety of the commodities themselves, their values become magnitudes of the same denomination, gold magnitudes. They are now capable of being compared with each other and measured, and the want becomes technically felt of comparing them with some fixed quantity of gold as a unit measure. This unit, by subsequent division into aliquot parts, becomes itself the standard or scale. Before they become money, gold, silver, and copper already possess such standard measures in their standards of weight, so that, for example, a pound weight, while serving as the unit, is on the one hand divisible into ounces, and on the other may be combined to make up hundredweights. Footnote. The peculiar circumstance that while the ounce of gold serves in England as the unit of the standard of money, the pound sterling does not form an aliquot part of it, has been explained as follows. Quote, "Our coinage was originally adapted to the employment of silver only, hence, an ounce of silver can always be divided into a certain adequate number of pieces of coin, but as gold was introduced at a later period into a coinage adapted only to silver, an ounce of gold cannot be coined into an aliquot number of pieces." End quote. Maclaurin, A Sketch of the History of the Currency, London, 1858, page 16. End footnote. It is owing to this that, in all metallic currencies, the names given to the standards of money or of price were originally taken from the pre-existing names of the standards of weight. As measure of value, and as standard of price, money has two entirely distinct functions to perform. It is the measure of value inasmuch as it is the socially recognized incarnation of human labor. It is the standard of price inasmuch as it is a fixed weight of metal. As the measure of value, it serves to convert the values of all the manifold commodities into prices, into imaginary quantities of gold. As the standard of price, it measures those quantities of gold. The measure of values measures commodities considered as values. The standard of price measures, on the contrary, quantities of gold by a unit quantity of gold, not the value of one quantity of gold by the weight of another. In order to make gold a standard of price, a certain weight must be fixed upon as the unit. In this case, as in all cases of measuring quantities of the same denomination, the establishment of an unvarying unit of measure is all important. Hence, the less the unit is subject to variation, so much the better does the standard of price fulfill its office. But only in so far as it is itself a product of labor and therefore potentially variable in value can gold serve as a measure of value. Footnote. With English writers, the confusion between measure of value and standard of price, standard of value, is indescribable. Their functions, as well as their names, are constantly interchanged. End footnote. It is, in the first place, quite clear that a change in the value of gold does not, in any way, affect its function as a standard of price. No matter how this value varies, the proportions between the values of different quantities of the metal remain constant. However great the fall in its value, 12 ounces of gold still have 12 times the value of 1 ounce. And in prices, the only thing considered is the relation between different quantities of gold. Since, on the other hand, no rise or fall in the value of an ounce of gold can alter its weight, no alteration can take place in the weight of its aliquot parts. Thus gold always renders the same service as an invariable standard of price, however much its value may vary. In the second place, a change in the value of gold does not interfere with its functions as a measure of value. The change affects all commodities simultaneously, and therefore, ceteris paribus, leaves their relatives' values inter se unaltered, although those values are now expressed in higher or lower gold prices. Just as when we estimate the value of any commodity by a definite quantity of the use value of some other commodity, so in estimating the value of the former in gold, we assume nothing more than that the production of a given quantity of gold costs, at the given period, a given amount of labor. As regards the fluctuations of prices generally, they are subject to the laws of elementary relative value investigated in a former chapter. A general rise in the prices of commodities can result only either from a rise in their values, the value of money remaining constant, or from a fall in the value of money, the values of commodities remaining constant. On the other hand, a general fall in prices can result only either from a fall in the values of commodities, the value of money remaining constant, or from a rise in the value of money, the values of commodities remaining constant. It therefore by no means follows that a rise in the value of money necessarily implies a proportional fall in the prices of commodities, or that a fall in the value of money implies a proportional rise in prices. Such change of price holds good only in the case of commodities whose value remains constant. With those, for example, whose value rises simultaneously with, and proportionally to, that of money, there is no alteration in price, and if their value rise either slower or faster than that of money, the fall or rise in their prices will be determined by the difference between the change in their value and that of money, and so on. Let us now go back to the consideration of the price form. By degrees, there arises a discrepancy between the current money names of the various weights of the precious metal figuring as money and the actual weights which those names originally represented. This discrepancy is the result of historical causes, among which the chief are 1. the importation of foreign money into an imperfectly developed community. This happened in Rome in its early days, where gold and silver coins circulated at first as foreign commodities. The names of these foreign coins never coincide with those of the indigenous weights. 2. As wealth increases, the less precious metal is thrust out by the more precious from its place as a measure of value, copper by silver, silver by gold. However much this order of sequence may be in contradiction with poetical chronology. Footnote. Moreover, it has not general historical validity. End footnote. The word pound, for instance, was the money name given to an actual pound weight of silver. When gold replaced silver as a measure of value, the same name was applied according to the ratio between the values of silver and gold, to perhaps 1/15 of a pound of gold. The word pound, as a money name, thus becomes differentiated from the same word as a weight name. Footnote. It is thus that the pound sterling in English denotes less than 1/3 of its original weight. The pound Scot, before the Union, only 1/36th. The French livre, 1/74th. The Spanish maravedi, less than 1/1000th, and the Portuguese rei, a still smaller fraction. End footnote. 3. The debasing of money carried on for centuries by kings and princes to such an extent that, of the original weights of the coins, nothing in fact remained but the names. Footnote. Quote, Le monete le quali oggi son ideal sono le più antiche d'ogni nazione e tutte furono un tempo real e perché erano reali con esse si contava. End quote. The coins which today are ideal are the oldest coins of every nation, and all of them were once real, and precisely because they were real they were used for calculation. Galliani, Della Moneta, Loci Citate, page 153. End footnote. These historical causes convert the separation of the money name from the weight name into an established habit with the community. Since the standard of money is on the one hand purely conventional, and must on the other hand find general acceptance, it is in the end regulated by law. A given weight of one of the precious metals, an ounce of gold, for instance, becomes officially divided into aliquot parts, with legally bestowed names such as pound, dollar, etc. These aliquot parts, which thenceforth serve as units of money, are then subdivided into other aliquot parts with legal names such as shilling, penny, etc. Footnote. David Urquhart remarks in his Familiar Words on the monstrosity that nowadays a pound sterling, which is the unit of the English standard of money, is equal to about 1/4 of an ounce of gold. Quote, This is falsifying a measure, not establishing a standard. End quote. He sees in this false denomination of the weight of gold, as in everything else, the falsifying hand of civilization. End footnote. But, both before and after these divisions are made, a definite weight of metal is the standard of metallic money. The sole alteration consists in the subdivision and denomination. The prices or quantities of golds, into which the values of commodities are ideally changed, are therefore now expressed in the names of the coins, or in the legally valid names of the subdivisions of the gold standard. Hence, instead of saying, a quarter of wheat is worth an ounce of gold, we say it is worth 3 pounds 17 shillings 10.5 pence. In this way commodities express by their prices how much they are worth, and money serves as money of account whenever it is a question of fixing the value of an article in its money form. Footnote. When Anacharsis was asked for what purposes the Greeks used money, he replied, "For reckoning." End footnote. The name of a thing is something distinct from the qualities of that thing. I know nothing of a man by knowing that his name is Jacob. In the same way, with regard to money, every trace of a value relation disappears in the names pound, dollar, franc, ducat, etc. The confusion caused by attributing a hidden meaning to these cabalistic signs is all the greater because these money names express both the values of commodities and, at the same time, aliquot parts of the weight of the metal that is the standard of money. Footnote. Quote, owing to the fact that money, when serving as the standard of price, appears under the same reckoning names as do the prices of commodities, and that, therefore, the sum of £3 17 shillings 10½ pence may signify on the one hand an ounce weight of gold, and on the other the value of a ton of iron, this reckoning name of money has been called its mint price. Hence, there sprang up the extraordinary notion that the value of gold is estimated in its own material, and that, in contradistinction to all other commodities, its price is fixed by the state. It was erroneously thought that the giving of reckoning names to definite weights of gold is the same thing as fixing the value of those weights. End quotes. Karl Marx, Local Citati, page 52. End footnote. On the other hand, it is absolutely necessary that value, in order that it may be distinguished from the varied bodily forms of commodities, should assume this material and unmeaning, but, at the same time, purely social form. Footnote. See Theorien von der Masseinheit des Geldes in Zur Kritik der Pol-Econ, etc., page 53, Sequentia. The fantastic notions about raising or lowering the mint price of money by transferring to greater or smaller weights of gold or silver the names already legally appropriated to fixed weights of those metals. Such notions, at least in those cases in which they aim not at clumsy financial operations against creditors, both public and private, but at economic quack remedies, have been so exhaustively treated by William Petty in his Quantulum Quinqua concerning money, the Lord Marquis of Halifax, 1682, that even his immediate followers, Sir Dudley North and John Locke, not to mention later ones, could only dilute him. Quote, if the wealth of a nation, he remarks, could be decoupled by a proclamation, it were strange that such proclamations have not long since been made by our governors. End quote. Local Citato, page 36. End of footnote. Price is the money name of the labor realized in a commodity. Hence, the expression of the equivalence of a commodity with the sum of money constituting its price is a tautology. Just as in general the expression of the relative value of a commodity is a statement of the equivalence of two commodities. Footnote. Quote, ou bien il faut consentir à dire qu'une valeur d'un million en argent vaut plus qu'une valeur égale en marchandises. End quote. Quote, or indeed it must be admitted that 1 million in money is worth more than an equal value in commodities. End quote. Le Trosna, Local Citato, page 919, which amounts to saying, quote, qu'une valeur vaut plus qu'une valeur égale. End quote. Quote, that one value is worth more than another value which is equal to it. End quote. End footnote. But although price, being the exponent of the magnitude of a commodity's value, is the exponent of its exchange ratio with money, it does not follow that the exponent of this exchange ratio is necessarily the exponent of the magnitude of the commodity's value. Suppose two equal quantities of socially necessary labor to be respectively represented by 1/4 of wheat and £2 sterling, nearly half an ounce of gold. £2 sterling is the expression in money of the magnitude of the value of the quarter of wheat, or is its price. If now circumstances allow of this price being raised to £3 sterling, or compel it to be reduced to £1 sterling, then although £1 sterling and £3 sterling may be too small or too great properly to express the magnitude of the wheat's value, nevertheless they are its prices, for they are, in the first place, the form under which the value appears, i.e. money, and in the second place, the exponents of its exchange ratio with money. If the conditions of production, in other words, if the productive power of labor remain constant, the same amount of social labor time must, both before and after the change in price, be expended in the reproduction of a quarter of wheat. This circumstance depends neither on the will of the wheat producer nor on that of the owners of other commodities. Magnitude of value expresses a relation of social production. It expresses the connection that necessarily exists between a certain article and the portion of the total labor time of society required to produce it. As soon as magnitude of value is converted into price, the above necessary relation takes the shape of a more or less accidental exchange ratio between a single commodity and another, the money commodity. But this exchange ratio may express either the real magnitude of that commodity's value or the quantity of gold deviating from that value for which, according to circumstances, it may be parted with. The possibility, therefore, of quantitative incongruity between price and magnitude of value, or the deviation of the former from the latter, is inherent in the price form itself. This is no defect, but, on the contrary, admirably adapts the price form to a mode of production whose inherent laws impose themselves only as the mean of apparently lawless irregularities that compensate one another. The price form, however, is not only compatible with the possibility of a quantitative incongruity between magnitude of value and price, i.e., between the former and its expression in money, but it may also conceal a qualitative inconsistency, so much so that although money is nothing but the value form of commodities, price ceases altogether to express value. Objects that in themselves are no commodities, such as conscience, honor, etc., are capable of being offered for sale by their holders, and of thus acquiring, through their price, the form of commodities. Hence an object may have a price without having value. The price in that case is imaginary, like certain quantities in mathematics. On the other hand, the imaginary price form may sometimes conceal either a direct or indirect real value relation. For instance, the price of uncultivated land, which is without value, because no human labor has been incorporated in it. Price, like relative value in general, expresses the value of a commodity, e.g., a ton of iron, by stating that a given quantity of the equivalent, e.g., an ounce of gold, is directly exchangeable for iron, but it by no means states the converse, that iron is directly exchangeable for gold. In order, therefore, that a commodity may in practice act effectively as an exchange value, it must put its bodily shape, must transform itself from mere imaginary into real gold, although to the commodity such transubstantiation may be more difficult than to the Hegelian concept, the transition from necessity to freedom, or to a lobster the casting of his shell, or to St. Jeremy the putting off of the old Adam. Footnote: Jeremy had to wrestle hard, not only in his youth, with the bodily flesh, as is shown by his fight in the desert with the handsome women of his imagination, but also in his old age with the spiritual flesh. I thought, he says, I was in the spirit before the judge of the universe. Who art thou? Asked a voice. I am a Christian. Thou liest, thundered back the great judge. Thou art not but a Ciceronian. End footnote. Though a commodity may, side by side with its actual form, iron for instance, take in our imagination the form of gold, yet it cannot at one and the same time actually be both iron and gold. To fix its price, it suffices to equate it to gold in imagination. But to enable it to render to its owner the service of a universal equivalent, it must be actually replaced by gold. If the owner of the iron were to go to the owner of some other commodity offered for exchange, and were to refer him to the price of the iron as proof that it was already money, he would get the same answer as St. Peter gave in heaven to Dante when the later recited the creed, Assad bene e trascorsa, desta moneta già la lega el peso, ma dimmi se tu l'hai nella tua borsa. A price, therefore, implies both that a commodity is exchangeable for money, and also that it must be so exchanged. On the other hand, gold serves as an ideal measure of value, only because it has already, in the process of exchange, established itself as the money commodity. Under the ideal measure of values there lurks the hard cash. End of Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 1. Chapter 3, Section 2A of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Jake Baker, September 2007. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 1, Commodities and Money. Chapter 3, Money, or the Circulation of Commodities. Section 2, the Medium of Circulation. A. The Metamorphosis of Commodities. We saw in a former chapter that the exchange of commodities implies contradictory and mutually exclusive conditions. The differentiation of commodities into commodities and money does not sweep away these inconsistencies, but develops a modus vivendi, a form in which they can exist side by side. This is generally the way in which real contradictions are reconciled. For instance, it is a contradiction to depict one body as constantly falling towards another and as, at the same time, constantly flying away from it. The ellipse is a form of motion which, while allowing this contradiction to go on, at the same time reconciles it. Insofar as exchange is a process by which commodities are transferred from hands in which they are non-use values to hands in which they become use values, it is a social circulation of matter. The product of one form of useful labor replaces that of another. When once a commodity has found a resting place where it can serve as a use value, it falls out of the sphere of exchange into that of consumption. But the former sphere alone interests us at the present. We have, therefore, now to consider exchange from a formal point of view, to investigate the change of form or metamorphosis of commodities which effectuates the social circulation of matter. The comprehension of this change of form is, as a rule, very imperfect. The cause of this imperfection is, apart from indistinct notions of value itself, that every change of form in a commodity results from the exchange of two commodities, an ordinary one and the money commodity. If we keep in view the material fact alone that a commodity has been exchanged for gold, we overlook the very thing that we ought to observe, namely, what has happened to the form of the commodity. We overlook the facts that gold, when a mere commodity, is not money, and that when other commodities express their prices in gold, this gold is but the money form of those commodities themselves. Commodities, first of all, enter into the process of exchange just as they are. The process then differentiates them into commodities and money, and thus produces an external opposition corresponding to the internal opposition inherent in them, as being at once use values and values. Commodities as use values now stand opposed to money as exchange value. On the other hand, both opposing sides are commodities, unities of use value and value. But this unity of differences manifests itself at two opposite poles, and at each pole in an opposite way. Being poles, they are as necessarily opposite as they are connected. On the one side of the equation we have an ordinary commodity, which is in reality a use value. Its value is expressed only ideally in its price, by which it is equated to its opponent, the gold, as to the real embodiment of its value. On the other hand, the gold, in its metallic reality, ranks as the embodiment of value, as money. Gold, as gold, is exchange value itself. As to its use value, that has only an ideal existence, represented by the series of expressions of relative value in which it stands face to face with all other commodities, the sum of whose uses makes up the sum of the various uses of gold. These antagonistic forms of commodities are the real forms in which the process of their exchange moves and takes place. Let us now accompany the owner of some commodity, say our old friend the weaver of linen, to the scene of the action, the market. His 20 yards of linen has a definite price, £2 sterling. He exchanges it for the £2 sterling, and then, like a man of the good old stamp that he is, he parts with the £2 sterling for a family Bible of the same price. The linen, which in his eyes is a mere commodity, a depository of value, he alienates in exchange for gold, which is the linen's value form, and this form he again parts with for another commodity, the Bible, which is destined to enter his house as an object of utility and of edification to its inmates. The exchange becomes an accomplished fact by two metamorphoses of opposite yet supplementary character: the conversion of the commodity into money, and the reconversion of the money into a commodity. Footnote. Quote, as Heraclitus says, all things are exchanged for fire, and fire for all things, as wares are exchanged for gold, and gold for wares. End quote. F. Lassalle, Die Philosophie Heraclitus des Dunkern, Berlin, 1858, Volume 1, page 222. Lassalle, in his note on this passage, page 224, note 3, erroneously makes gold a mere symbol of value. End footnote. The two phases of this metamorphosis are both of them distinct transactions of the weaver: selling, or the exchange of the commodity for money; buying, or the exchange of the money for a commodity; and the unity of the two acts, selling in order to buy. The result of the whole transaction, as regards the weaver, is this: that instead of being in possession of the linen, he now has the Bible. Instead of his original commodity, he now possesses another of the same value but of different utility. In like manner he procures his other means of subsistence and means of production. From his point of view, the whole process effectuates nothing more than the exchange of the product of his labor for the product of someone else's, nothing more than an exchange of products. The exchange of commodities is therefore accompanied by the following changes in their form: commodity to money to commodity, C to M to C. The result of the whole process is, so far as concerns the objects themselves, C to C, the exchange of one commodity for another, the circulation of materialized social labor. When this result is attained, the process is at an end. C to M, first metamorphosis, or sale. The leap taken by the value from the body of the commodity into the body of the gold is, as I have elsewhere called it, the salto mortale of the commodity. If it falls short then, although the commodity itself is not harmed, its owner decidedly is. The social division of labor causes his labor to be as one-sided as his wants are many-sided. This is precisely the reason why the product of his labor serves him solely as exchange value. But it cannot acquire the properties of a socially recognized universal equivalent except by being converted into money. That money, however, is in someone else's pocket. In order to entice the money out of that pocket, our friend's commodity must, above all things, be a use value to the owner of the money. For this, it is necessary that the labor expended upon it be of the kind that is socially useful, of a kind that constitutes a branch of the social division of labor. But division of labor is a system of production which has grown up spontaneously and continues to grow behind the backs of the producers. The commodity to be exchanged may possibly be the product of some new kind of labor that pretends to satisfy newly arisen requirements, or even to give rise itself to new requirements. A particular operation, though yesterday perhaps forming one out of the many operations conducted by one producer in creating a given commodity, may today separate itself from this connection, may establish itself as an independent branch of labor, and send its incomplete product to market as an independent commodity. The circumstances may or may not be ripe for such a separation. Today the product satisfies a social want. Tomorrow the article may, either altogether or partially, be superseded by some other appropriate product. Moreover, although our weaver's labor may be a recognized branch of the social division of labor, yet the fact is by no means sufficient to guarantee the utility of his 20 yards of linen. If the community's want of linen, and such a want has a limit like every other want, should already be saturated by the products of rival weavers, our friend's product is superfluous, redundant, and consequently useless. Although people do not look a gift horse in the mouth, our friend does not frequent the market for the purpose of making presents. But suppose his product turn out a real use value, and thereby attracts money. The question arises, how much will it attract? No doubt the answer is already anticipated in the price of the article, in the exponent of the magnitude of its value. We leave out of consideration here any accidental miscalculation of value by our friend, a mistake that is soon rectified in the market. We suppose him to have spent on his product only that amount of labor time that is on average socially necessary. The price, then, is merely the money name of the quantity of social labor realized in his commodity. But without the leave, and behind the back, of our weaver, the old-fashioned mode of weaving undergoes a change. The labor time that yesterday was without doubt socially necessary to the production of a yard of linen ceases to be so today, a fact which the owner of the money is only too eager to prove from the prices quoted by our friend's competitors. Unluckily for him, weavers are not few and far between. Lastly, suppose that every piece of linen in the market contains no more labor time than is socially necessary. In spite of this, all these pieces taken as a whole may have had superfluous labor time spent upon them. If the market cannot stomach the whole quantity at the normal price of 2 shillings a yard, This proves that too great a portion of the total labor of the community has been expended in the form of weaving. The effect is the same as if each individual weaver had expended more labor time upon his particular product than is socially necessary. Here we may say, with the German proverb, caught together, hung together. All the linen in the market counts as but one article of commerce, of which each piece is only an aliquot part, and as a matter of fact, the value also of each single yard is but the materialized form of the same definite and socially fixed quantity of homogeneous human labor. Footnote. Note by the Institute of Marxism-Leninism in the Russian edition. In his letter of November 28, 1878, to N.F. Danielson, Marx proposed that this sentence be corrected to read as follows, quote, "And, as a matter of fact, the value of each single yard is but the materialized form of a part of the social labor expended on the whole number of yards." End quote. An analogous correction was made in a copy of the second German edition of the first volume of Capital belonging to Marx. However, not in his handwriting. End footnote. We see, then, commodities are in love with money, but the course of true love never did run smooth. The quantitative division of labor is brought about in exactly the same spontaneous and accidental manner as its qualitative division. The owners of commodities therefore find out that the same division of labor that turns them into independent private producers also frees the social process of production and the relations of the individual producers to each other within that process from all dependence on the will of those producers, and that the seeming mutual independence of the individuals is supplemented by a system of general and mutual dependence through or by means of the products. The division of labor converts the product of labor into a commodity, and thereby makes necessary its further conversion into money. At the same time, it also makes the accomplishment of this transubstantiation quite accidental. Here, however, we are only concerned with the phenomenon in its integrity, and we therefore assume its progress to be normal. Moreover, if the conversion take place at all, that is, if the commodity be not absolutely unsaleable, its metamorphosis does take place, although the price realized may be abnormally above or below the value. The seller has his commodity replaced by gold. The buyer has his gold replaced by a commodity. The fact which here stares us in the face is that a commodity in gold, 20 yards of linen and 2 pounds sterling, have changed hands and places. In other words, they have been exchanged. But for what is the commodity exchanged? For the shape assumed by its own value, the universal equivalent. And for what is the gold exchanged? For a particular form of its own use value. Why does gold take the form of money face to face with the linen? Because the linen's price of 2 pounds sterling, its denomination in money, has already equated the linen to gold in its character of money. A commodity strips off its original commodity form on being alienated, i.e., on the instant its use value actually attracts the gold, that before existed only ideally in its price. The realization of a commodity's price, or of its ideal value form, is therefore at the same time the realization of the ideal use value of money. The conversion of a commodity into money is the simultaneous conversion of money into a commodity. The apparently single process is in reality a double one. For the pole of the commodity owner it is a sale, from the opposite pole of the money owner it is a purchase. In other words, a sale is a purchase. C to M is also M to C. Footnote. Quote, Tout vente est achat. Every sale is a purchase. End quote. Dr. Quesney, Dialogue sur le commerce et les travaux des artisans. Physiocrates, édition der première partie, Paris, 1846, page 170. Or as Quesney in his Maximes Générales puts it, vendre et acheter. To sell is to buy. End footnote. Up to this point, we have considered men in only one economic capacity, that of owners of commodities, a capacity in which they appropriate the produce of the labor of others by alienating that of their own labor. Hence, for one commodity owner to meet with another who has money, it is necessary either that the product of the labor of the latter person, the buyer, should be in itself money, should be gold, the material of which money consists, or that his product should already have changed its skin and have stripped off its original form of a useful object. In order that it may play the part of money, gold must of course enter the market at some point or other. This point is to be found at the source of production of the metal, at which place gold is bartered as the immediate product of labor for some other product of equal value. From that moment it always represents the realized price of some commodity. Footnote: Le prix d'une marchandise ne pouvant être payé que par le prix d'une autre marchandise. Mercier de la Rivière, L'ordre naturel et essentiel des sociétés politiques. The price of one commodity can only be paid by the price of another commodity. Visual 4, edition der 12e partie, page 554. End footnote. Apart from its exchange for other commodities at the source of its production, gold, in whosoever hands it may be, is the transformed shape of some commodity alienated by its owner. It is the product of a sale, or of the first metamorphosis C to M. Footnote: Pour avoir cet argent, il faut avoir vendu. In order to have this money, one must have made a sale. Loco citato, page 543. Gold, as we saw, became ideal money, or a measure of values, in consequence of all commodities measuring their values by it, and thus contrasting it ideally with their natural shape as useful objects, and making it the shape of their value. It became real money by the general alienation of commodities, by actually changing places with their natural forms as useful objects, and thus becoming in reality the embodiment of their values. When they assume this money shape, commodities strip off every trace of their natural use value, and of the particular kind of labor to which they owe their creation, in order to transform themselves into the uniform, socially recognized incarnation of homogeneous human labor. We cannot tell, from the mere look of a piece of money, for what particular commodity it has been exchanged. Under their money form all commodities look alike. Hence, money may be dirt, although dirt is not money. We will assume that the 2 gold pieces, in consideration of which our weaver has parted with his linen, are the metamorphosed shape of a quarter of wheat. The sale of the linen, C to M, is at the same time its purchase, M to C. But the sale is the first act of a process that ends with a transaction of an opposite nature, namely, the purchase of a Bible. The purchase of the linen, on the other hand, ends a movement that began with a transaction of the opposite nature, namely, with the sale of the wheat. C to M, linen to money, which is the first phase of C to M prime to C, linen to money to Bible, is also M to C, money to linen, the last phase of another movement, C to M to C, wheat to money to linen. The first metamorphosis of one commodity, its transformation from a commodity into money, is therefore also invariably the second metamorphosis of some other commodity, the retransformation of the latter from money into a commodity. Footnote: As before remarked, the actual producer of gold or silver forms an exception. He exchanges his product directly for another commodity, without having first sold it. End footnote. M to C, or purchase, the second and concluding metamorphosis of a commodity. Because money is the metamorphosed shape of all other commodities, the result of their general alienation, for this reason it is alienable itself without restriction or condition. It reads all prices backwards, and thus, so to say, depicts itself in the bodies of all other commodities, which offer to it the material for the realization of its own use value. At the same time the prices, wooing glances cast at money by commodities, define the limits of its convertibility by pointing to its quantity. Since every commodity, on becoming money, disappears as a commodity, it is impossible to tell from the money itself how it got into the hands of its possessor, or what article has been changed into it. Non olet, from whatever source it may come. Representing on the one hand a sold commodity, it represents on the other a commodity to be bought. Footnote. Si l'argent représente dans nos mains les choses que nous pouvons désirer d'acheter, il y représente aussi les choses que nous avons vendues pour cet argent. If money represents in our hands the things we can wish to buy, it also represents the things we have sold to obtain that money. End quote. Mercier de la Rivière, Loco Citato, page 586. M to C, a purchase, is at the same time C to M, a sale. The concluding metamorphosis of one commodity is the first metamorphosis of another. With regard to our weaver, the life of his commodity ends with the Bible, into which he has reconverted his £2 sterling. But suppose the seller of the Bible turns the £2 sterling set free by the weaver into brandy, M to C. The concluding phase of C to M to C, linen to money to Bible, is also C to M, the first phase of C to M to C, Bible to money to brandy. The producer of a particular commodity has that one article alone to offer. This he sells very often in large quantities, but his many and various wants compel him to split up the price realized, the sum of money set free, into numerous purchases. Hence, a sale leads to many purchases of various articles. The concluding metamorphosis of a commodity thus constitutes an aggregation of first metamorphoses of various other commodities. If we now consider the completed metamorphosis of a commodity as a whole, it appears in the first place that it is made up of two opposite and complementary movements, C to M and M to C. These two antithetical transmutations of a commodity are brought about by two antithetical social acts on part of the owner, and these acts in their turn stamp the character of the economic parts played by him. As the person who makes a sale, he is a seller. As the person who makes a purchase, he is a buyer. But just as, upon every such transmutation of a commodity, its two forms, commodity form and money form, exist simultaneously but at opposite poles, so every seller has a buyer opposed to him, and every buyer a seller. While one particular commodity is going through its two transmutations in succession, from a commodity into money, and from money into another commodity, the owner of the commodity changes in succession his part from that of seller to that of buyer. These characters of seller and buyer are therefore not permanent, but attach themselves in turns to the various persons engaged in the circulation of commodities. The complete metamorphosis of a commodity, in its simplest form, implies four extremes and three dramatic personae. First, a commodity comes face to face with money. The latter is the form taken by the value of the former, and exists in all its hard reality in the pocket of the buyer. A commodity owner is thus brought into contact with a possessor of money. So soon now as the commodity has been changed into money, the money becomes its transient equivalent form, the use value of which equivalent form is to be found in the bodies of other commodities. Money, the final term of the first transmutation, is at the same time the starting point for the second. The person who is a seller in the first transaction thus becomes a buyer in the second, in which a third commodity owner appears on the scene as a seller. Footnote. Quote, Il y a donc quatre termes et trois contractants, dont l'un intervient deux fois. There are therefore 4 terms and 3 contracting parties, one of whom intervenes twice. End quote. Le Trasner, Loco Citato, page 909. End footnote. The two phases, each inverse to the other, that make up the metamorphosis of a commodity, constitute together a circular movement, a circuit. Commodity form, stripping off of this form, and return to the commodity form. No doubt, the commodity appears here under 2 different aspects. At the starting point, it is not a use value to its owner. At the finishing point, it is. So, too, the money appears in the first phase as a solid crystal of value, a crystal into which the commodity eagerly solidifies, and in the second dissolves into the mere transient equivalent form destined to be replaced by a use value. The two metamorphoses constituting the circuit are at the same time two inverse partial metamorphoses of two other commodities. One and the same commodity, the linen, opens the series of its own metamorphoses and completes the metamorphosis of another, the wheat. In the first phase, or sale, the linen plays these two parts in its own person. But then, changed into gold, it completes its own second and final metamorphosis, and helps at the same time to accomplish the first metamorphosis of a third commodity. Hence the circuit made by one commodity in the course of its metamorphoses is inextricably mixed with the circuits of other commodities. The total of all the different circuits constitutes the circulation of commodities. The circulation of commodities differs from the direct exchange of products, barter, not only in form, but in substance. Only consider the course of events. The weaver has, as a matter of fact, exchanged his linen for a Bible, his own commodity for that of someone else. But this is true only so far as he himself is concerned. The seller of the Bible, who prefers something to warm his inside, no more thought of exchanging his Bible for linen than our weaver knew that wheat had been exchanged for his linen. B's commodity replaces that of A, but A and B do not mutually exchange those commodities. It may, of course, happen that A and B make simultaneous purchases, the one from the other, but such exceptional transactions are by no means the necessary result of the general conditions of the circulation of commodities. We see here, on the one hand, how the exchange of commodities breaks through all local and personal bounds, inseparable from direct barter, and develops the circulation of the products of social labor, and on the other hand, how it develops a whole network of social relations spontaneous in their growth and entirely beyond the control of the actors. It is only because the farmer has sold his wheat that the weaver is enabled to sell his linen, only because the weaver has sold his linen that our Hotspur is enabled to sell his Bible, and only because the latter has sold the water of everlasting life that the distiller is enabled to sell his eau de vie, and so on. The process of circulation, therefore, does not, like direct barter of products, become extinguished upon the use values changing places in hands. The money does not vanish on dropping out of the circuit of the metamorphosis of a given commodity. It is constantly being precipitated into new places in the arena of circulation vacated by other commodities. In the complete metamorphosis of the linen, for example, linen to money to Bible, the linen first falls out of circulation, and money steps into its place. Then the Bible falls out of circulation, and again money takes its place. When one commodity replaces another, the money commodity always sticks to the hands of some third person. Footnote. Self-evident as this may be, it is nevertheless for the most part unobserved by political economists, and especially by the, quote, free trader vulgaris, end quote. End footnote. Circulation sweats money from every pore. Nothing can be more childish than the dogma that because every sale is a purchase, and every purchase a sale, therefore the circulation of commodities necessarily implies an equilibrium of sales and purchases. If this means that the number of actual sales is equal to the number of purchases, it is mere tautology. But its real purport is to prove that every seller brings his buyer to market with him. Nothing of the kind. The sale and the purchase constitute one identical act, an exchange between a commodity owner and an owner of money, between two persons as opposed to each other as the two poles of a magnet. They form two distinct acts of polar and opposite characters when performed by one single person. Hence, the identity of sale and purchase implies that the commodity is useless if, on being thrown into the alchemistical retort of circulation, it does not come out again in the shape of money. If, in other words, it cannot be sold by its owner, and therefore be bought by the owner of the money. That identity further implies that the exchange, if it do take place, constitutes a period of rest, an interval, long or short, in the life of the commodity. Since the first metamorphosis of a commodity is at once a sale and a purchase, it is also an independent process in itself. The purchaser has the commodity, the seller has the money, i.e., a commodity ready to go into circulation at any time. No one can sell unless someone else purchases. but no one is forthwith bound to purchase because he has just sold. Circulation bursts through all restrictions as to time, place, and individuals imposed by direct barter, and this it effects by splitting up into the antithesis of sale and of purchase, the direct identity that in barter does exist between the alienation of one's own and the acquisition of some other man's product. To say that these two independent and antithetical acts have an intrinsic unity or essentially one is the same to say that this intrinsic oneness expresses itself in an external antithesis. If the interval in time between the two complementary phases of the complete metamorphosis of a commodity become too great, if the split between the sale and the purchase become too pronounced, the intimate connection between them, their oneness, asserts itself by producing a crisis. The antithesis, use value and value, the contradictions that private labor is bound to manifest itself as direct social labor, that a particularized concrete kind of labor has to pass for abstract human labor, the contradiction between the personification of objects and the representation of persons by things, all these antitheses and contradictions, which are immanent in commodities, assert themselves and develop their modes of motion in the antithetical phases of the metamorphosis of a commodity. These modes, therefore, imply the possibility, and no more than the possibility, of crises. The conversion of this mere possibility into a reality is the result of a long series of relations that, from our present standpoint of simple circulation, have as yet no existence. Footnote. See my observations on James Mill in Zur Kritik, etc., pages 74 to 76. With regard to this subject, we may notice two methods characteristic of apologetic economy. The first is the identification of the circulation of commodities with the direct barter of products, by simple abstraction from their points of difference. The second is the attempts to explain away the contradictions of capitalist production by reducing the relations between the persons engaged in that mode of production to the simple relations arising out of the circulation of commodities. The production and circulation of commodities are, however, phenomena that occur to a greater or less extent in modes of production the most diverse. If we are acquainted with nothing but the abstract categories of circulation, which are common to all these modes of production, we cannot possibly know anything of the specific points of difference of these modes, nor pronounce any judgment upon them. In no science is such a big fuss made with commonplace truisms as in political economy. For instance, J.B. Say sets himself up as a judge of crises because, forsooth, he knows that a commodity is a product. End of footnote. End of Chapter 3, Section 2a of Capital, Volume 1. Chapter 3, Section 2b of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Jake Baker, September 2007. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 1, Commodities and Money. Chapter 3, Money, or the Circulation of Commodities. Section 2, The Medium of Circulation. B. The Currency of Money. There is a footnote on the word currency. Translator's note. This word is here used in its original signification of the course or track pursued by money as it changes from hand to hand, a course which essentially differs from circulation. End footnote. The change of form C to M to C, by which the circulation of the material products of labor is brought about, requires that a given value in the shape of a commodity shall begin the process, and shall, also in the shape of a commodity, end it. The movement of the commodity is therefore a circuit. On the other hand, The form of this movement precludes a circuit from being made by the money. The result is not the return of the money, but its continued removal further and further away from its starting point. So long as the seller sticks fast to his money, which is the transformed shape of his commodity, that commodity is still in the first phase of its metamorphosis, and has completed only half its course. But so soon as he completes the process, so soon as he supplements his sale by a purchase, the money again leaves the hands of its possessor. It is true that if the weaver, after buying the Bible, sell more linen, money comes back into his hands. But this return is not owing to the circulation of the first 20 yards of linen. That circulation resulted in the money getting into the hands of the seller of the Bible. The return of money into the hands of the weaver is brought about only by the renewal or repetition of the process of circulation with a fresh commodity, which renewed process ends with the same result as its predecessor did. Hence, the movement directly imparted to money by the circulation of commodities takes the form of a constant motion away from its starting point, of a course from the hands of one commodity owner into those of another. This course constitutes its currency, corps de la monnaie. The currency of money is the constant and monotonous repetition of the same process. The commodity is always in the hands of the seller, the money, as a means of purchase, always in the hands of the buyer, and money serves as a means of purchase by realizing the price of the commodity. This realization transfers the commodity from the seller to the buyer, and removes the money from the hand of the buyer into those of the seller, where it again goes through the same process with another commodity. That this one-sided character of the money's motion arises out of the two-sided character of the commodity's motion is a circumstance that is veiled over. The very nature of the circulation of commodities begets the opposite appearance. The first metamorphosis of a commodity is visible not only in the money's movement, but also in that of the commodity itself. In the second metamorphosis, on the contrary, the movement appears to us as the movement of the money alone. In the first phase of its circulation, the commodity changes place of money. Thereupon the commodity, under its aspect as a useful object, falls out of circulation into consumption. Footnote: even when the commodity is sold over and over again, a phenomenon that at present has no existence for us, it falls, when definitely sold for the last time, out of the sphere of circulation into that of consumption, where it serves either as a means of subsistence or means of production. End footnote. In its stead we have its value shape, the money. It then goes through the second phase of its circulation, not under its own natural shape, but under the shape of money. The continuity of the movement is therefore kept up by the money alone, and the same movement that as regards the commodity consists of two processes of an antithetical character is, when considered as the movement of the money, always one and the same process, a continued change of places with ever fresh commodities. Hence, the result brought about by the circulation of commodities, namely, the replacing of one commodity by another, takes the appearance of having been effected not by means of the change of form of the commodities, but rather by the money acting as a medium of circulation, by an action that circulates commodities, to all appearance motionless in themselves, and transfers them from hands in which they are non-use values to hands in which they are use values, and that in a direction constantly opposed to the direction of the money. The latter is continually withdrawing commodities from circulation and stepping into their places, and in this way continually moving further and further from its starting point. Hence, although the movement of the money is merely the expression of the circulation of commodities, yet the contrary appears to be the actual fact, and the circulation of commodities seems to be the result of the movement of the money. Footnote: quote, it, money, has no other motion than that imparted to it by the products." End quote. Lotrasna, Loco Citato, page 885. End footnote. Again, money functions as a means of circulation only because in it the values of commodities have independent reality. Hence its movement, as the medium of circulation, is in fact merely the movement of commodities while changing their forms. This fact must therefore make itself plainly visible in the currency of money. Thus the linen, for instance, first of all changes its commodity form into its money form. The second term of its first metamorphosis, C to M, the money form, then becomes the first term of its final metamorphosis, M to C, its reconversion into the Bible. But each of these two changes of form is accomplished by an exchange between commodity and money, by their reciprocal displacement. The same pieces of coin come into the seller's hand as the alienated form of the commodity, and leave it as the absolutely alienable form of the commodity. They are displaced twice. The first metamorphosis of the linen puts these coins into the weaver's pocket. The second draws them out of it. The two inverse changes undergone by the same commodity are reflected in the displacement, twice repeated, but in opposite directions, of the same pieces of coin. If, on the contrary, only one phase of the metamorphosis is gone through, if there are only sales or only purchases, then a given piece of money changes its place only once. Its second change of place always expresses the second metamorphosis of the commodity, its reconversion from money. The frequent repetition of the displacement of the same coins reflects not only the series of metamorphoses that a single commodity has gone through, but also the intertwining of the innumerable metamorphoses in the world of commodities in general. It is a matter of course that all this is applicable to the simple circulation of commodities alone, the only form that we are now considering. Every commodity, when it first steps into circulation, and undergoes its first change of form, does so only to fall out of circulation again and to be replaced by other commodities. Money, on the contrary, as the medium of circulation, keeps continually within the sphere of circulation and moves about in it. The question therefore arises how much money this sphere constantly absorbs. In a given country there take place every day at the same time, but in different localities, numerous one-sided metamorphoses of commodities, or in other words, numerous sales and numerous purchases. The commodities are equated beforehand in imagination by their prices to definite quantities of money. And since, in the form of circulation now under consideration, money and commodities always come bodily face to face, one at the positive pole of purchase, the other at the negative pole of sale, it is clear that the amount of the means of circulation required is determined beforehand by the sum of the prices of all these commodities. As a matter of fact, the money in reality represents the quantity or sum of gold ideally expressed beforehand by the sum of the prices of the commodities. The equality of these two sums is therefore self-evident. We know, however, that the values of commodities remaining constant, their prices vary with the value of gold, the material of money, rising in proportion as it falls, and falling in proportion as it rises. Now if, in consequence of such a rise or fall in the value of gold, the sum of the prices of commodities fall or rise, the quantity of money and currency must fall or rise to the same extent. The change in the quantity of the circulating medium is, in this case, it is true, caused by the money itself, yet not in virtue of its function as a medium of circulation, but of its function as a measure of value. First, the price of commodities varies inversely as the value of the money, and then the quantity of the medium of circulation varies directly as the price of commodities. Exactly the same thing would happen if, for instance, instead of the value of gold falling, gold were replaced by silver as the measure of value, or if, instead of the value of silver rising, gold were to thrust silver out from being the measure of value. In the one case, more silver would be current than gold was before. In the other case, less gold would be current than silver was before. In each case, the value of the material of money, i.e., the value of the commodity that serves as the measure of value, would have undergone a change, and therefore so too would the prices of commodities which express their values in money, and so too would the quantity of money current whose function it is to realize those prices. We have already seen that the sphere of circulation has an opening through which gold, or the material of money generally, enters into it as a commodity with a given value. Hence, when money enters on its function as a measure of value, when it expresses prices, its value is already determined. If now its value fall, this fact is first evidenced by a change in the prices of those commodities that are directly bartered for the precious metals at the sources of their production. The greater part of all other commodities, especially in the imperfectly developed stages of civil society, will continue for a long time to be estimated by the former antiquated and illusory value of the measure of value. Nevertheless, one commodity infects another through their common value relation, so that their prices, expressed in gold or in silver, gradually settle down into the proportion determined by their comparative values, until finally the values of all commodities are estimated in terms of the new value of the metal that constitutes money. This process is accompanied by the continued increase in the quantity of the precious metals, an increase caused by their streaming in to replace the articles directly bartered for them at their sources of production. In proportion, therefore, as commodities in general acquire their true prices, in proportion as their values become estimated according to the fallen value of the precious metal, in the same proportion the quantity of that metal necessary for realizing those new prices is provided beforehand. A one-sided observation of the results that followed upon the discovery of fresh supplies of gold and silver led some economists in the 17th and particularly in the 18th century to the false conclusion that the prices of commodities had gone up in consequence of the increased quantity of gold and silver serving as the means of circulation. In the following, the value of gold will be taken as a given, as in fact it is at the moment when we estimate the price of a commodity. On this supposition, then, the quantity of the medium of circulation is determined by the sum of the prices that have to be realized. If now we further suppose the price of each commodity to be given, the sum of the prices clearly depends on the mass of commodities in circulation. It requires but little racking of brains to comprehend that if 1 quarter of wheat costs £2 sterling, 100 quarters will cost £200 sterling, 200 quarters, £400 sterling, and so on, that consequently the quantity of money that changes place with the wheat, one sold, must increase with the quantity of that wheat. If the mass of commodities remain constant, the quantity of circulating money varies with the fluctuations in the prices of those commodities. It increases and diminishes because the sum of the prices increases or diminishes in consequence of the change of price. To produce this effect, it is by no means requisite that the prices of all commodities should rise or fall simultaneously. A rise or a fall in the prices of a number of leading articles is sufficient in the one case to increase, in the other to diminish, the sum of the prices of all commodities, and therefore to put more or less money in circulation. Whether the change in the price correspond to an actual change of value in the commodities, or whether it be the result of mere fluctuations in market prices, the effect on the quantity of the medium of circulation remains the same. Suppose the following articles are to be sold or partially metamorphosed simultaneously in different localities. Say, 1 quarter of wheat, 200 yards of linen, 1 Bible, and 4 gallons of brandy. If the price of each article be £2 sterling, and the sum of the prices to be realized be consequently £8 sterling, it follows that £8 sterling in money must go into circulation. If, on the other hand, these same articles are links in the following chain of metamorphoses, 1 quarter of wheat to £2 sterling, to 20 yards of linen, to £2 sterling, to 1 Bible, to 2 pounds sterling, to 4 gallons of brandy to 2 pounds sterling, a chain that is already well known to us. In that case, the 2 pounds sterling caused the different commodities to circulate one after the other, and after realizing their prices successively, and therefore the sum of those prices, 8 pounds sterling, they come to rest at last in the pocket of the distiller. The 2 pounds sterling thus make 4 moves. This repeated change of place of the same pieces of money correspond to the double change in form of the commodities, to their motion in opposite directions through stages of circulation, and to the interlacing of the metamorphoses of different commodities. Footnote. It is products which set it, money, in motion and make it circulate. The velocity of its, money's, motion supplements its quantity. When necessary, it does nothing but slide from hand to hand, without stopping for a moment. End quote. The Trasne, Loco Citato, pages 915 and 916. End footnote. These antithetic and complementary phases, of which the process of metamorphosis consists, are gone through not simultaneously but successively. Time is therefore required for the completion of the series. Hence the velocity of the currency of money is measured by the number of moves made by a given piece of money in a given time. Suppose the circulation of the 4 articles takes a day. The sum of the prices to be realized in the day is 8 pounds sterling. The number of moves of the 2 pieces of money is 4, and the quantity of money circulating is 2 pounds sterling. Hence, for a given interval of time during the process of circulation, we have the following relation. The quantity of money functioning as the circulating medium is equal to the sum of the prices of the commodities divided by the number of moves made by the coins of the same denomination. This law holds generally. The total circulation of commodities in a given country during a given period is made up, on the one hand, of numerous isolated and simultaneous partial metamorphoses, sales which are at the same time purchases, in which each coin changes its place only once, or makes only one move. On the other hand, of numerous distinct series of metamorphoses partly running side by side, and partly coalescing with each other, in each of which series each coin makes a number of moves, the number being greater or less according to circumstances. The total number of moves made by all the circulating coins of one denomination being given, we can arrive at the average number of moves made by a single coin of that denomination, or at the average velocity of the currency of money. The quantity of money thrown into the circulation at the beginning of each day is of course determined by the sum of the prices of all the commodities circulating simultaneously side by side. But once in circulation, coins are, so to say, made responsible for one another. If the one increase its velocity, the other retards its own, or altogether falls out of circulation. For the circulation can absorb only such a quantity of gold as, when multiplied by the mean number of moves made by one single coin or element, is equal to the sum of the prices to be realized. Hence, if the number of moves made by the separate pieces increase, the total number of those pieces in circulation diminishes. If the number of the moves diminish, the total number of pieces increases. Since the quantity of money capable of being absorbed by the circulation is given for a given mean velocity of currency, all that is necessary in order to abstract a given number of sovereigns from the circulation is to throw the same number of 1-pound notes into it, a trick well known to all bankers. Just as the currency of money, generally considered, is but a reflex of the circulation of commodities, or of the antithetical metamorphoses they undergo, so, too, the velocity of that currency reflects the rapidity with which commodities change their forms, the continued interlacing of one series of metamorphoses with another, the hurried social interchange of matter, the rapid disappearance of commodities from the sphere of circulation, and the equally rapid substitutions of fresh ones in their places. Hence, in the velocity of the currency, we have the fluent unity of the antithetical and complementary phases, the unity of the conversion of the useful aspect of commodities into their value aspect, and their reconversion from the latter aspect to the former, or the unity of the two processes of sale and purchase. On the other hand, the retardation of the currency reflects the separation of these two processes into isolated antithetical phases, reflects the stagnation in the change of form, and therefore in the social interchange of matter. The circulation itself, of course, gives no clue to the origin of this stagnation. It merely puts in evidence the phenomenon itself. The general public, who simultaneously with the retardation of the currency see money appear and disappear less frequently at the periphery of circulation, naturally attribute this retardation to a quantitative deficiency in the circulating medium. Footnote. Quote, money being the common measure of buying and selling, everybody who hath anything to sell, and cannot procure chapmen for it, is presently apt to think that want of money in the kingdom or country is the cause why his goods do not go off, and so want of money is the common cry, which is a great mistake. What do these people want, who cry out for money? The farmer complains he thinks that were more money in the country, he should have a price for his goods. Then it seems money is not his want, but a price for his corn and cattle, which he would sell, but cannot. Why cannot he get a price? 1. Either there is too much corn and cattle in the country, so that those who come to market have need of selling, as he hath, and few of buying. Or 2. There wants the usual vent abroad by transportation. Or 3. The consumption fails, as when men, by reason of poverty, do not spend so much in their houses as formerly they did. Wherefore it is not the increase of specific money which would at all advance the farmer's good, but the removal of any of these three causes, which do truly keep down the market. The merchant and shopkeeper want money in the same manner, that is, they want a vent for the goods they deal in, by reason that the markets fail. A nation never thrives better than when riches are tossed from hand to hand. End quote. Sir Dudley North, Discourses upon Trade, London, 1691, pages 11 to 15. Herrenschwand's fanciful notions amount merely to this, that the antagonism, which has its origin in the nature of commodities, and is reproduced in their circulation, can be removed by increasing the circulating medium. But if, on the one hand, it is a popular delusion to ascribe stagnation in production and circulation to insufficiency of the circulating medium, it by no means follows, on the other hand, that in actual paucity of the medium in consequence, e.g., the bungling legislative interference with the regulation of currency, may not give rise to such stagnation. End footnote. The total quantity of money functioning during a given period as the circulating medium is determined, on the one hand, by the sum of the prices of the circulating commodities, and on the other hand, by the rapidity with which the antithetical phases of the metamorphoses follow one another. On this rapidity depends what proportion of the sum of the prices can, on the average, be realized by each single coin. But the sum of the prices of the circulating commodities depends on the quantity as well as on the prices of the commodities. These three factors, however, state of prices, quantity of circulating commodities, and velocity of money currency, are all variable. Hence, the sum of the prices to be realized, and consequently the quantity of the circulating medium, depending on that sum, will vary with the numerous variations of these three factors in combination. Of these variations we shall consider those alone that have been the most important in the history of prices. While prices remain constant, the quantity of the circulating medium may increase owing to the number of circulating commodities increasing, or to the velocity of currency decreasing, or to a combination of the two. On the other hand, the quantity of the circulating medium may decrease with a decreasing number of commodities, or with an increasing rapidity of their circulation. With a general rise in the prices of commodities, the quantity of the circulating medium will remain constant, provided the number of commodities in circulation decrease proportionally to the increase in their prices, or provided the velocity of currency increase at the same rate as prices rise, the number of commodities in circulation remaining constant. The quantity of the circulating medium may decrease, owing to the number of commodities decreasing more rapidly, or to the velocity of currency rise. With a general fall in the prices of commodities, the quantity of the circulating medium will remain constant, provided the number of commodities increase proportionally to their fall in prices, or provided the velocity of currency decrease in the same proportion. The quantity of the circulating medium will increase, provided the number of commodities increase quicker, or the rapidity of circulation decrease quicker than the prices fall. The variations of the different factors may mutually compensate each other, so that notwithstanding their continued instability, the sum of the prices to be realized and the quantity of money in circulation remain constant. Consequently, we find, especially if we take long periods into consideration, that the deviations from the average level of the quantity of money current in any country are much smaller than we should at first sight expect, apart of course from excessive perturbations periodically arising from industrial and commercial crises, or less frequently from fluctuations in the value of money. The law that the quantity of the circulating medium is determined by the sum of the prices of the commodities circulating, and the average increasing more rapidly than the price's velocity of currency may also be stated as follows. Given the sum of the values of commodities, and the average rapidity of their metamorphoses, the quantity of precious metal current as money depends on the value of that precious metal. Footnote. Quote, there is a certain measure and proportion of money requisite to drive the trade of a nation, more or less than which would prejudice the same, just as there is a certain proportion of farthings necessary in a small retail trade to change silver money, and to even such reckonings as cannot be adjusted with the smallest silver pieces. Now, as the proportion of the number of farthings requisite in commerce is to be taken from the number of people, the frequency of their exchanges, as also, and principally, from the value of the smallest silver pieces of money, so in like manner the proportion of money, gold and silver specie, requisite in our trade, is to be likewise taken from the frequency of commutations, and from the bigness of the payments. End quote. William Petty, A Treatise of Taxes and Contributions, London, 1667, page 17. The theory of Hume was defended against the attacks of J. Stewart and others by A. Young in his Political Arithmetic, London, 1774, in which work there is a special chapter entitled Prices Depend on Quantity of Money. At page 112, I have stated in Zur Kritik, etc., page 149, he, Adam Smith, passes over without remark the question as to the quantity of coins in circulation, and treats money quite wrongly as a mere commodity. This statement applies only insofar as Adam Smith, ex officio, treats of money. Now and then, however, as in his criticism of the earlier systems of political economy, he takes the right view. Quote, the quantity of coin in every country is regulated by the value of the commodities which are to be circulated by it. The value of the goods annually bought and sold in any country requires a certain quantity of money to circulate and distribute them to their proper consumers, and can give employment to no more. The channel of circulation necessarily draws to itself a sum sufficient to fill it, and never admits any more. End quote. Wealth of Nations, Book 4, Chapter 1. In like manner, ex officio, he opens his work with an apotheosis on the division of labor. Afterwards, in the last book which treats of the sources of public revenue, he occasionally repeats the denunciations of the division of labor made by his teacher, A. Ferguson. End footnote. The erroneous opinion that it is, on the contrary, prices that are determined by the quantity of the circulating medium, and that the latter depends on the quantity of the precious metals in the country. This opinion was based by those who first held it on the absurd hypothesis that commodities are without a price, and money without a value, when they first enter into circulation, and that, once in the circulation, an aliquot part of the medley of commodities is exchanged for an aliquot part of the heap of precious metals. There are 2 footnotes. First footnote: that the price of each single kind of commodity forms a span of the sum of the prices of all the commodities in circulation is a self-evident proposition. But how use values, which are incommensurable with regard to each other, are to be exchanged, en masse for a total sum of gold or silver in a country, is quite incomprehensible. If we start from the notion that all commodities together form one single commodity, of which each is but an aliquot part, we get the following beautiful result. The total commodity equals X carat weight of gold. Commodity A equals an aliquot part of the total commodity equals the same aliquot part of X carat weight of gold. This is stated in all seriousness by Montesquieu. Quote, if one compares the amount of gold and silver in the world with the sum of the commodities available, it is certain that each product or commodity, taken in isolation, could be compared with a certain portion of the total amount of money. Let us suppose that there is only one product or commodity in the world, or only one that can be purchased, and that it can be divided in the same way as money. A certain part of this commodity would then correspond to a part of the total amount of money. Half the total of the one would correspond to half the total of the other, etc. The determination of the prices of things always depend fundamentally on the relation between the total amount of things and the total amount of their monetary symbols. End quote. Montesquieu, Loco Citato, Title 3, pages 12 and 13. As to the further development of this theory by Ricardo and his disciples, James Mill, Lord Overstone, and others, see Zur Kritik, etc., pages 140 to 146, and page 150. John Stuart Mill, with his usual eclectic logic, understands how to hold at the same time the view of his father, James Mill, and the opposite view. On a comparison of the text of his compendium, Principles of Political Economy, with his preface to the first edition, in which preface he announces himself as the Adam Smith of his day, we do not know whether to admire more the simplicity of the man, or that of the public, who took him in good faith for the Adam Smith he announced himself to be, although he bears about as much resemblance to Adam Smith as, say, General Williams of Cars to the Duke of Wellington. The original researches of Mr. J. S. Mill, which are neither extensive nor profound in the domain of political economy, will be found mustered in rank and file in his little work, Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, which appeared in 1844. Locke asserts point-blank the connection between the absence of value in gold and silver, and the determination of their values by quantity alone. Quote, mankind having consented to put an imaginary value upon gold and silver, the intrinsic value regarded in these metals is nothing but the quantity. End quote. Some Considerations, etc., 1691, Works Edition, 1777, Volume 2, page 15. End footnote. Second footnote. It lies, of course, entirely beyond my purpose to take into consideration such details as the seigniorage on minting. I will, however, cite for the benefit of the romantic sycophant Adam Muller, who admires the generous liberality with which the English government coins gratuitously, the following opinion of Sir Dudley North. Quote, silver and gold, like other commodities, have their ebbings and flowings. Upon the arrival of quantities from Spain, it is carried into the Tower and coined. Not long after, there will come a demand for bullion to be exported again. If there is none, but all happens to be in coin, what then? Melt it down again. There's no loss in it, for the coining costs the owner nothing. Thus the nation has been abused and made to pay for the twisting of straw for asses to eat. If the merchant were made to pay the price of the coinage, he would not have sent his silver to the Tower without consideration, and coined money would always keep a value above uncoined silver. End quote. North, Loco Citato, page 18. North was himself one of the foremost merchants in the reign of Charles II. End footnote. End of Chapter 3, Section 2b of Capital, Volume 1.
Chapter 3, Section 2 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 1, Commodities and Money. Chapter 3, Money or the Circulation of Commodities. Section 2, The Medium of Circulation. C. Coins and Symbols of Value. That money takes the shape of coin springs from its function as the circulating medium. The weight of gold represented in imagination by the prices or money names of commodities must confront those commodities within the circulation in the shape of coins or pieces of gold of a given denomination. Coining, like the establishment of a standard of prices, is the business of the state. The different national uniforms worn at home by gold and silver as coins, and doffed again in the market of the world, indicate the separation between the internal or national spheres of the circulation of commodities and their universal sphere. The only difference, therefore, between coin and bullion is one of shape, and gold can at any time pass from one form to the other. Footnote 34. It lies, of course, entirely beyond my purpose to take into consideration such details as the sign-urage on minting. I will, however, cite for the benefit of the romantic sycophant Adam Muller, who admires the, quotes, generous liberality with which the English government coins gratuitously, the following opinion of Sir Dudley North. Quote, silver and gold, like other commodities, have their ebbings and flowings. Upon the arrival of quantities from Spain, it is carried into the Tower and coined. Not long after there will come a demand for bullion to be exported again. If there is none, but all happens to be in coin, what then? Melt it down again. There's no loss in it, for the coining costs the owner nothing. Thus the nation has been abused and made to pay for the twisting of straw for asses to eat. If the merchant were made to pay the price of the coinage, he would not have sent his silver to the Tower without consideration, and coined money would always keep a value above uncoined silver. Close quotes. North, Loco Citato, page 18. North was himself one of the foremost merchants in the reign of Charles II. End of footnote. But no sooner does the coin leave the mint than it immediately finds itself on the high road to the melting pot. During their currency, coins wear away, some more, others less. Name and substance, nominal weight and real weight, begin their process of separation. Coins of the same denomination become different in value, because they are different in weight. The weight of gold fixed upon as the standard of prices deviates from the weight that serves as the circulating medium, and the latter thereby ceases any longer to be the real equivalent of the commodities whose prices it realizes. The history of coinage during the Middle Ages and down into the 18th century records the ever-renewed confusion arising from this cause. The natural tendency of circulation to convert coins into a mere semblance of what they profess to be, into a symbol of the weight of metal they are officially supposed to contain, is recognized by modern legislation, which fixes the loss of weight sufficient to demonetize a gold coin, or to make it no longer legal tender. The fact that the currency of coins itself effects a separation between their nominal and their real weight, creating a distinction between them as mere pieces of metal on the one hand and as coins with a definite function on the other. This fact implies the latent possibility of replacing metallic coins by tokens of some other material, by symbols serving the same purposes as coins. The practical difficulties in the way of coining extremely minute quantities of gold or silver, and the circumstance that at first the less precious metal is used as a measure of value instead of the more precious copper instead of silver, silver instead of gold, and that the less precious circulates as money until dethroned by the more precious. All these facts explain the parts historically played by silver and copper tokens as substitutes for gold coins. Silver and copper tokens take the place of gold in those regions of the circulation where coins pass from hand to hand most rapidly and are subject to the maximum amount of wear and tear. This occurs where sales and purchases on a very small scale are continually happening. In order to prevent these satellites from establishing themselves permanently in the place of gold, positive enactments determine the extent to which they must be compulsorily received as payment instead of gold. The particular tracks pursued by the different species of coining currency run naturally into each other. The tokens keep company with gold to pay fractional parts of the smallest gold coin. Gold is, on the one hand, constantly pouring into retail circulation, and on the other hand, is as constantly being thrown out again by being changed into tokens. Footnote 35. If silver never exceed what is wanted for the smaller payments, it cannot be collected in sufficient quantities for the larger payments. The use of gold in the main payments necessarily implies also its use in the retail trade. Those who have gold coin offering them for small purchases, and receiving with the commodity purchased a balance of silver in return, by which means the surplus of silver that would otherwise encumber the retail dealer is drawn off and dispersed into the general circulation. But if there is as much silver as will transact the small payments independent of gold, the retail trader must then receive silver for small purchases, and it must of necessity accumulate in his hands. David Buchanan, Inquiry into the Taxation and Commercial Policy of Great Britain, Edinburgh, 1844, pages 248 and 249. End of footnote. The weight of metal in the silver and copper tokens is arbitrarily fixed by law. When in currency they wear away even more rapidly than gold coins. Hence their functions are totally independent of their weight and consequently of all value. The function of gold as coin becomes completely independent of the metallic value of that gold. Therefore things that are relatively without value, such as paper notes, can serve as coins in its place. This purely symbolic character is to a certain extent masked in metal tokens. In paper money it stands out plainly. In fact, ce n'est que le premier pas qui coûte. We allude here only to inconvertible paper money issued by the state and having compulsory circulation. It has its immediate origin in the metallic currency. Money based upon credit implies, on the other hand, conditions which, from our standpoint of the simple circulation of commodities, are as yet totally unknown to us. But we may affirm this much, that just as true paper money takes its rise in the function of money as the circulating medium, so money based upon credit takes root spontaneously in the function of money as the means of payment. Footnote 36. The Mandarin Wan Mao In, the Chinese Chancellor of the Exchequer, took it into his head one day to lay before the Son of Heaven a proposal that secretly aimed at converting the assignats of the empire into convertible banknotes. The assignats committee, in its report of 1854, gives him a severe snubbing. Whether he also received the traditional drubbing with bamboos is not stated. The concluding part of the report is as follows. Quote, "The committee has carefully examined his proposal and finds that it is entirely in favour of the merchants, and that no advantage will result to the Crown." Close quotes. Arbeiten der Kaiserlich-Russischen Gesandtschaft zu Peking über China. Aus dem Russischen von Dr. K. Abel und F. A. Mecklenburg. Erster Band, Berlin, 1858, page 47 and following. In his evidence before the Committee of the House of Lords on the Bank Acts, a governor of the Bank of England says, with regard to the abrasion of gold coins during currency, quotes, "Every year a fresh class of sovereigns becomes too light. The class which one year passes with full weight loses enough by wear and tear to draw the scales next year against it." Close quotes. House of Lords Committee, 1848, note 429. End of footnote. The state puts into circulation bits of paper on which their various denominations, say £1, £5, etc., are printed. In so far as they actually take the place of gold to the same amount, their movement is subject to the laws that regulate the currency of money itself. A law peculiar to the circulation of paper money can spring up only from the proportion in which that paper money represents gold. Such a law exists. Stated simply, it is as follows. The issue of paper money must not exceed in amount the gold or silver, as the case may be, which would actually circulate if not replaced by symbols. Now, the quantity of gold which the circulation can absorb constantly fluctuates about a given level. Still, the mass of the circulating medium in a given country never sinks below a certain minimum easily ascertained by actual experience. The fact that this minimum mass continually undergoes changes in its constituent parts, or that the pieces of gold of which it consists are being constantly replaced by fresh ones, causes, of course, no change either in its amount or in the continuity of its circulation. It can, therefore, be replaced by paper symbols. If, on the other hand, all the conduits of circulation were today filled with paper money to the full extent of their capacity for absorbing money, they might tomorrow be overflowing in consequence of a fluctuation in the circulation of commodities. There would no longer be any standard. If the paper money exceed its proper limit, which is the amount in gold coins of the like denomination that can actually be current, it would, apart from the danger of falling into general disrepute, represent only that quantity of gold which, in accordance with the laws of the circulation of commodities, is required and is alone capable of being represented by paper. If the quantity of paper money issued be double what it ought to be, then, as a matter of fact, £1 would be the money name not of 1/4 of an ounce, but of 1/8 of an ounce of gold. The effect would be the same as if an alteration had taken place in the function of gold as the standard of prices. Those values that were previously expressed by the price of £1 would now be expressed by the price of £2. Paper money is a token representing gold or money. The relation between it and the values of commodities is this, that the latter are dearly expressed in the same quantities of gold that are symbolically represented by the paper. Only insofar as paper money represents gold, which like all other commodities has value, is it a symbol of value. Footnote 37. The following passage from Fullerton shows the want of clearness on the part of even the best writers on money, in their comprehension of its various functions. Quote, that as far as concerns our domestic exchanges, all the monetary functions which are usually performed by gold and silver coins may be performed as effectually by a circulation of inconvertible notes, paying no value but that factitious and conventional value they derive from the law, is a fact which admits, I conceive, of no denial. Value of this description may be made to answer all the purposes of intrinsic value, and supersede even the necessity for a standard, provided only the quantity of issues be kept under due limitation. Close quotes. Fullerton, Regulation of Currencies, London, 1845, page 21. Because the commodity that serves as money is capable of being replaced in circulation by mere symbols of value, therefore its functions as a measure of value and a standard of prices are declared to be superfluous. End of footnote. Finally, someone may ask why gold is capable of being replaced by tokens that have no value. But as we have already seen, it is capable of being so replaced, only insofar as it functions exclusively as coin, or the circulating medium, and as nothing else. Now money has other functions besides this one, and the isolated function of serving as the mere circulating medium is not necessarily the only one attached to gold coin, although this is the case with those abraded coins that continue to circulate. Each piece of money is a mere coin or means of circulation, only so long as it actually circulates. But this is just the case with that minimum mass of gold, which is capable of being replaced by paper money. That mass remains constantly within the sphere of circulation, continually functions as a circulating medium, and exists exclusively for that purpose. Its movement, therefore, represents nothing but the continued alternation of the inverse phases of the metamorphosis C to M to C, phases in which commodities confront their value forms only to disappear again immediately. The independent existence of the exchange value of a commodity is here a transient apparition, by means of which the commodity is immediately replaced by another commodity. Hence, in this process, which continually makes money pass from hand to hand, the mere symbolical existence of money suffices. Its functional existence absorbs, so to say, its material existence. Being a transient and objective reflex of the prices of commodities, it serves only as a symbol of itself, and is therefore capable of being replaced by a token. Footnote 38. From the fact that gold and silver, so far as they are coins, or exclusively serve as the medium of circulation, become mere tokens of themselves, Nicholas Barban deduces the right of governments, quote, to raise money, close quotes, that is, to give to the weight of silver that is called a shilling the name of a greater weight, such as a crown, and so to pay creditors shillings instead of crowns. Quotes, money does wear and grow lighter by often telling over. It is the denomination and currency of the money that men regard in bargaining, and not the quantity of silver. 'Tis the public authority upon the metal that makes it money. Close quotes. N. Barban, Loco Citato, pages 29, 30, and 25. End of footnote. One thing is, however, requisite. This token must have an objective social validity of its own, and this the paper symbol acquires by its forced currency. This compulsory action of the state can take effect only within that inner sphere of circulation, which is coterminous with the territories of the community. But it is also only within that sphere that money completely responds to its function of being the circulating medium, or becomes coin. End of Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 2C.
Chapter 3, Section 3, Part A, of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 1, Commodities and Money. Chapter 3, Money, or the Circulation of Commodities. Section 3, Money, Introduction and Hoarding. The commodity that functions as a measure of value, and either in its own person or by a representative as the medium of circulation, is money. Gold or silver is therefore money. It functions as money, on the one hand, when it has to be present in its own golden person. It is then the money commodity, neither merely ideal, as in its function of a measure of value, nor capable of being represented, as in its function of circulating medium. On the other hand, it also functions as money, when by virtue of its function, whether that function be performed in person or by a representative, it congeals into the sole form of value, the only adequate form of existence of exchange value, in opposition to use value, represented by all other commodities. Part A, Hoarding. The continual movement in circuits of the two antithetical metamorphoses of commodities, or the never-ceasing alteration of sale and purchase, is reflected in the restless currency of money, or in the function that money performs of a perpetuum mobile of circulation. But so soon as the series of metamorphoses is interrupted, so soon as sales are not supplemented by subsequent purchases, money ceases to be mobilized. It is transformed, as Bois-Guilbert says, from moibile into immobile, from movable into immovable, from coin into money. With the very earliest development of the circulation of commodities, there is also developed the necessity and the passionate desire to hold fast the product of the first metamorphosis. This product is the transformed shape of the commodity, or its gold chrysalis. Commodities are thus not sold for the purpose of buying others, but in order to replace their commodity form by their money form. From being the mere means of effecting the circulation of commodities, this change of form becomes the end and aim. The changed form of the commodity is thus prevented from functioning as its unconditionally alienable form, or as its merely transient money form. The money becomes petrified into a hoard, and the seller becomes a hoarder of money. Footnote: Monetary wealth is nothing but wealth in products transformed into money. Mercier de la Rivière, First C. Une valeur en production ne fait que changer de forme. A value in the form of products which has merely changed its form. First D, page 486. End note. In the early stages of the circulation of commodities, it is the surplus use value alone that are converted into money. Gold and silver thus become of themselves social expressions for superfluity or wealth. This naive form of hoarding becomes perpetual in those communities in which the traditional mode of production is carried on for the supply of a fixed and limited circle of home wants. It is thus with the people of Asia, and in particularly of the East Indies. Van der Lint, who fancies that the prices of commodities in a country are determined by the quantity of gold and silver to be found in it, asks himself why Indian commodities are so cheap. Answer: because the Hindus bury their money. From 1602 to 1734, he remarks, they buried 150 million pounds sterling of silver, which originally came from America to Europe. In the 10 years from 1865 to 1866, England exported to India and China 120 million pounds in silver, which had been received in exchange for Australian gold. Most of the silver exported to China makes its way to India. Footnote: 'Tis by this practice they keep all their goods and manufactures at such low rates. Vonderland, 1st C, page 95-96. As the production of commodities further develops, every producer of commodities is compelled to make sure of the nexus rerum, or the social pledge. His wants are constantly making themselves felt, and necessitate the continual purchase of other people's commodities, while the production and sale of his own goods require time and depend upon circumstances. In order then to be able to buy without selling, he must have sold previously without buying. This operation, conducted on a general scale, appears to imply a contradiction. But the precious metals at the sources of their production are directly exchanged for other commodities. And here we have sales by the owners of commodities without purchases by the owners of gold or silver. And subsequent sales by other producers, unfollowed by purchases, merely bring about the distribution of the newly produced precious metals among all the owners of commodities. In this way, all along the line of exchange, hoards of gold and silver of varied extent are accumulated. With the possibility of holding and storing up exchange value in the shape of a particular commodity, arises also the greed for gold. Along with the extension of circulation, increases the power of money, that absolutely social form of wealth ever ready for use. Gold is a wonderful thing. Whoever possesses it is lord of all he wants. By means of gold one can even get souls into paradise. Columbus in his letter from Jamaica, 1503. Since gold does not disclose what has been transformed into it, everything, commodity or not, is convertible into gold. Everything becomes saleable and buyable. The circulation becomes the great social retort into which everything is thrown, to come out again as gold crystal. Not even are the bones of saints, and still less are more delicate res sacrosancta, extra commercium hominum, able to withstand this alchemy. Just as every qualitative difference between commodities is extinguished in money, so money on its side, like the radical leveller that it is, does away with all distinctions. But money itself is a commodity, an external object, capable of becoming the private property of any individual. Thus social power becomes the private power of private persons. The ancients, therefore, denounced money as subversive of the economic and moral order of things. Modern society, which soon after its birth pulled Plutus by the hair of his head from the bowels of the earth, greets gold as its holy grail, as the glittering incarnation of the very principle of its own life. Footnote: Money is a pledge. John Bellers, Essays about the Poor, Manufactures, Trade, Plantations, and Immorality. London, 1699, page 13. Footnote: A purchase, in the categorical sense, implies that gold and silver are already the converted form of commodities, or the product of a sale. Footnote: Henry III, most Christian king of France, robbed cloisters of their relics and turned them into money. It is well known what part the despoiling of the Delphic temple by the Phocians played in the history of Greece. Temples with ancients served as the dwellings of the gods of commodities. They were sacred banks. With the Phoenicians, a trading people par excellence, money was the transmuted shape of everything. It was, therefore, quite in order that the virgins, who at the feast of the goddess of love gave themselves up to strangers, should offer to the goddess the piece of money they received. Footnote: Gold, yellow, glittering, precious gold. Thus much of this will make black white, foul fair, wrong right, base, noble, old, young, coward, valiant. What this, you gods? Why this will lug your priests and servants from your sides, pluck stout men's pillows from below their heads? This yellow slave will knit and break religions, bless the accursed, make the whore leprosy adored, place thieves and give them title, knee and approbation, with senators on the bench. This is it, that makes the wappened widow wed again. Come, damned earth, though common whore of mankind. Shakespeare, Timon of Athens. Note: Sophocles, Antigone. Note: The the desire of avarice to draw Pluto himself out of the bowels of the earth. The Dipnosophists, 6:23, Athenaeus. A commodity in its capacity of a use-value satisfies a particular want, and is a particular element of material wealth. But the value of a commodity measures the degree of its attraction for all other elements of material wealth, and therefore measures the social wealth of its owner. To a barbarian owner of commodities, and even to a West European peasant, value is the same as value form, and therefore to him the increase in his hoard of gold and silver is an increase in value. It is true that the value of money varies, at one time in consequence of a variation in its own value, at another in consequence of change in value of commodities. But this, on the one hand, does not prevent 200 ounces of gold from still containing more value than 100 ounces, nor, on the other hand, does it hinder the actual metallic form of this article from continuing to be the universal equivalent form of all other commodities, and the immediate social incarnation of all human labor. The desire after hoarding is in its very nature unsatiable. In its qualitative aspect, or formally considered, money has no bounds to its efficacy, i.e., it is the universal representative of material wealth because it is directly convertible into any other commodity. But at the same time, every actual sum of money is limited in amount, and therefore, as a means of purchasing, has only a limited efficacy. This antagonism between the quantitative limits of money and its qualitative boundlessness continually acts as a spur to the hoarder in his Sisyphus-like labor of accumulating. It is with him as it is with a conqueror who sees in every new country annexed only a new boundary. In order that gold may be held as money, and made to form a hoard, it must be prevented from circulating, or from transforming itself into a means of enjoyment. The hoarder, therefore, makes a sacrifice of the lusts of flesh to his golden fetish. He acts in earnest up to the gospel of abstention. On the other hand, he can withdraw from circulation no more than what he has thrown into it in the shape of commodities. The more he produces, the more he is able to sell. Hard work, saving, and avarice are therefore his three cardinal virtues, and to sell much and buy little the sum of his political economy. Footnote: These are the pivots around which all the measures of political economy turn: the maximum possible increase in the number of sellers of each commodity, and the maximum possible decrease in the number of buyers. Very, page 52. By the side of the gross form of a hoard, we find also its aesthetic form in the possession of gold and silver articles. This grows with the wealth of civil society. Soyons riches ou paraissons riches, Diderot. In this way there is created, on the one hand, a constantly extending market for gold and silver, unconnected with their functions as money, and on the other hand, a latent source of supply, to which recourse is had principally in times of crisis and social disturbance. Hoarding serves various purposes in the economy of metallic circulation. Its first function arises out of the conditions to which the currency of gold and silver coins is subject. We have seen how, along with the continual fluctuations in the extent and rapidity of the circulation of commodities and in their prices, the quantity of money current unceasingly ebbs and flows. This mass must, therefore, be capable of expansion and contraction. At one time money must be attracted in order to act as circulating coin; at another, circulating coin must be repelled in order to act again as more or less stagnant money. In order that the mass of money, actually current, may constantly saturate the absorbing power of the circulation, it is necessary that the quantity of gold and silver in a country be greater than the quantity required to function as coin. This condition is fulfilled by money taking the form of hoards. These reserves serve as conduits for the supply or withdrawal of money to or from the circulation, which in this way never overflows its banks. Footnote: Quote, There is required for carrying on the trade of the nation a determinate sum of specific money which varies, and is sometimes more, sometimes less, as the circumstances we are in require. This ebbing and flowing of money supplies and accommodates itself, without any aid of politicians. The buckets work alternately. When money is scarce, bullion is coined. When bullion is scarce, money is melted. End quote. Sir D. North, 1st C. Postscript, page 3. John Stuart Mill, who for a long time was an official of the East India Company, confirms the fact that in India silver ornaments still continue to perform directly the functions of a hoard. The silver ornaments are brought out and coined when there is a high rate of interest, and go back again when the rate of interest falls. Mill's Evidence on Reports on Bank Acts, 1857, page 2084. According to a parliamentary document of 1864 on the gold and silver import and export of India, the import of gold and silver in 1863 exceeded the export by 19,367,764 pounds sterling. During the 8 years immediately preceding 1864, the excess of imports over exports of the precious metals amounted to 109,652,917 pounds sterling. During this century, far more than 200 million pounds has been coined in India. End note. End of Chapter 3, Section 3, Part A. Chapter 3, Section 3, Part B, of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 1. Commodities and Money. Chapter 3. Money, or the Circulation of Commodities. Section 3. Money. Part B. Means of Payment. In the simple form of the circulation of commodities hitherto considered, we found a given value always presented to us in a double shape, as a commodity at one pole, as money at the opposite pole. The owners of commodities came therefore into contact as the respective representatives of what were already equivalents. But with the development of circulation, conditions arise under which the alienation of commodities becomes separated, by an interval of time, from the realization of their prices. It will be sufficient to indicate the most simple of these conditions. One sort of article requires a longer, another a shorter time for its production. Again, the production of different commodities depends on different seasons of the year. One sort of commodity may be born on its own marketplace, another has to make a long journey to market. Commodity owner number 1 may therefore be ready to sell before number 2 is ready to buy. When the same transactions are continually repeated between the same persons, the conditions of sale are regulated in accordance with the conditions of production. On the other hand, the use of a given commodity, of a house for instance, is sold, in common parlance let, for a definite period. Here it is only at the end of the term that the buyer has actually received the use value of the commodity. He therefore buys it before he pays for it. The vendor sells an existing commodity, the purchaser buys as the mere representative of money, or rather of future money. The vendor becomes a creditor, the purchaser becomes a debtor. Since the metamorphosis of commodities, or the development of their value form, appears here under a new aspect, money also acquires a fresh function. It becomes the means of payment. The character of creditor, or of debtor, results here from the simple circulation. The change in the form of that circulation stamps buyer and seller with this new die. At first, therefore, these new parts are just as transient and alternating as those of seller and buyer, and are in turns played by the same actors. But the opposition is not nearly so pleasant, and is far more capable of crystallization. The same characters can, however, be assumed independently of the circulation of commodities. The class struggles of the ancient world took the form chiefly of a contest between debtors and creditors, which in Rome ended in the ruin of the plebeian debtors. They were displaced by slaves. In the Middle Ages the contest ended with the ruin of the feudal debtors, who lost their political power together with the economic basis on which it was established. Nevertheless, the money relation of debtor and creditor that existed at these two periods reflected only the deeper lying antagonism between the general economic conditions of existence of the classes in question. Footnote: the following shows the debtor and creditor relations existing between English traders at the beginning of the 18th century. Such a spirit of crudity reigns here in England among the men of trade that is not to be met with in any other society of men, nor in any other kingdom of the world. An Essay on Credit and the Bankrupt Act, London. Endnote. Let us return to the circulation of commodities. The appearance of the two equivalents, commodities and money, at the two poles of the process of sale has ceased to be simultaneous. The money functions now, first as a measure of value in the determination of the price of the commodity sold. The price fixed by the contract measures the obligation of the debtor, or the sum of money that he has to pay at a fixed date. Secondly, it serves as an ideal means of purchase. Although existing only in the promise of the buyer to pay, it causes the commodity to change hands. It is not before the day fixed for payment that the means of payment actually steps into circulation, leaves the hand of the buyer for that of the seller. The circulation medium was transformed into a hoard, because the process stopped short after the first phase, because the converted shape of the commodity, viz., the money, was withdrawn from circulation. The means of payment enters the circulation, but only after the commodity has left it. The money is no longer the means that brings about the process. It only brings it to a close, by stepping in as the absolute form of existence of exchange value, or as the universal commodity. The seller turned his commodity into money, in order thereby to satisfy some want. The hoarder did the same in order to keep his commodity in its money shape, and the debtor in order to be able to pay. If he do not pay, his goods will be sold by the sheriff. The value form of commodities, money, is therefore now the end and aim of a sale, and that owing to a social necessity springing out of the process of circulation itself. The buyer converts money back into commodities before he has turned commodities into money. In other words, he achieves the second metamorphosis of commodities before the first. The seller's commodity circulates and realizes its price, but only in the shape of a legal claim upon money. It is converted into a use value before it has been converted into money. The completion of its first metamorphosis follows only at a later period. Footnote. It will be seen from the following quotation from my book, which appeared in 1859, why I take no notice in the text of an opposite form. Contrariwise, in the process, in money, commodity, the money can be alienated as a real means of purchase, and in that way the price of the commodity can be realized before the use value of the money is realized, and the commodity is actually delivered. This occurs constantly under everyday form of prepayments. And it is under this form that the English government purchases opium from the ryots of India. In these cases, however, the money always acts as a means of purchase. Of course, capital also is advanced in the shape of money. This point of view, however, does not fall within the horizon of simple circulation. Zur Kritik, page 119, 120, endnote. The obligations falling due within a given period represent the sum of the prices of the commodities, the sale of which gave rise to these obligations. The quantity of gold necessary to realize this sum depends in the first instance on the rapidity of currency of the means of payment. The quantity is conditioned by two circumstances. First, the relations between debtors and creditors form a sort of chain, in such a way that A, when he received money from his debtor B, straightway hands it over to C, his creditor, and so on. The second circumstance is the length of the intervals between the different due dates of the obligations. The continuous chain of payments, or retarded first metamorphosis, is essentially different from that interlacing of the series of metamorphoses which we considered on a former page. By the currency of the circulating medium, the connection between buyers and sellers is not merely expressed. This connection is originated by, and exists in, the circulation alone. Contrariwise, the movement of the means of payment expresses a social relation that was in existence long before. The fact that a number of sales take place simultaneously and side by side limits the extent to which coin can be replaced by the rapidity of currency. On the other hand, this fact is a new lever in economizing the means of payment. In proportion as payments are concentrated at one spot, special institutions and methods are developed for their liquidation. Such, in the Middle Ages, were the virements at Lyons. The debts due to A from B to C from A, and so on, have only to be confronted with each other, in order to annul each other to a certain extent, like positive and negative quantities. There thus remains only a single balance to pay. The greater the amounts of the payments concentrated, the less is this balance relatively to that amount, and the less is the mass of the means of payment in circulation. The function of money as the means of payment implies a contradiction without a terminus medius. In so far as the payments balance one another, money functions only ideally as money of account, as a measure of value. In so far as actual payments have to be made, money does not serve as a circulating medium, as a mere transient agent in the interchange of products, but as the individual incarnation of social labor, as the independent form of existence of exchange value, as the universal commodity. This contradiction comes to a head in those phases of industrial and commercial crisis which are known as monetary crises. Such a crisis occurs only where the ever-lengthening chain of payments, and an artificial system of settling them, has been fully developed. Whenever there is a general and extensive disturbance of this mechanism, no matter what its cause, money becomes suddenly and immediately transformed, from its merely ideal shape of money of account, into hard cash. Profane commodities can no longer replace it. The use value of commodities become valueless, and their value vanishes in the presence of his own independent form. On the eve of the crisis, the bourgeoisie, with the self-sufficiency that springs from intoxicating prosperity, declares money to be a vain imagination. Commodities alone are money. But now the cry is everywhere, money alone is a commodity. As the hart pants after fresh water, so pants his soul after money, the only wealth. In a crisis, the antithesis between commodities and their value form, money, becomes heightened into an absolute contradiction. Hence in such events the form under which money appears is of no importance. The money famine continues, whether payments have to be made in gold or in credit money, such as banknotes. Footnote: the monetary crisis referred to in the text, being a phase of every crisis, must be clearly distinguished from the particular form of crisis, which is also called a monetary crisis, but which may be produced by itself as an independent phenomenon, in such a way as to react only indirectly on industry and commerce. The pivot of these crises is to be found in moneyed capital, and their sphere of direct action is therefore the sphere of that capital, viz., banking, the stock exchange, and finance. Note: the sudden reversion from a system of credit to a system of hard cash heaps theoretical fright on top of the practical panic, and the dealers by whose agency circulation is effected shudder before the impenetrable mystery in which their own economic relations are involved. Karl Marx, 1st C, page 126. The poor stand still because the rich have no money to employ them, though they have the same land and hands to provide victuals and clothes as ever they had, which is the true riches of a nation, and not the money. John Bellers, Proposals for Raising a College of Industry, London, 1696, page 3. Footnote: the following shows how such times are exploited by the amis du commerce. On one occasion, 1839, an old grasping banker in the city, in his private room, raised the lid of the desk he sat over, and displayed to friend rolls of banknotes, saying with intense glee there were 600,000 pounds of them. They were held to make money tight, and would all be let out after 3 o'clock on the same day. The Theory of Exchanges, the Bank Charter Act of 1844. London, 1864, page 81. The Observer, a semi-official government organ, contained the following paragraph on the 24th of April, 1864. Some very curious rumours are current of the means which have been resorted to in order to create a scarcity of banknotes. Questionable as it would seem, to suppose that any trick of the kind would be adopted, the report has been so universal that it really deserves mention. If we now consider the total sum of the money current during a given period, we shall find that, given the rapidity of currency of the circulating medium, and of the means of payment, it is equal to the sum of the prices to be realized, plus the sum of the payments falling due, minus the payments that balance each other, minus finally the number of circuits in which the same piece of coin serves in turn as a means of circulation and of payment. Hence, even when prices, rapidity of currency, and the extent of the economy in payments are given, the quantity of money current and the mass of commodities circulating during a given period, such as a day, no longer correspond. Money that represents commodities long withdrawn from circulation continues to be current. Commodities circulate, whose equivalent in money will not appear on the scene till some future day. Moreover, the debts contracted each day, and the payments falling due on the same day, are quite incommensurable quantities. Footnote: the amount of purchases or contracts entered upon during the course of any given day will not affect the quantity of money afloat on that particular day, but, in the vast majority of cases, will resolve themselves into multifarious drafts upon the quantity of money which may be afloat at subsequent dates more or less distant. The bills granted or credits opened today need have no resemblance whatever, either in quantity, amount, or duration, to those granted or entered upon tomorrow or the next day. Nay, many of today's bills and credits, when due, fall in with a mass of liabilities whose origins traverse a range of antecedent dates altogether indefinite. Bills at 12, 6, 3 months, or 1 often aggregate together to swell the common liabilities of one particular day. The Currency Theory Reviewed, in a Letter to the Scottish People, by a Banker in England, Edinburgh, 1845, pages 29-30, passim. Endnote. Credit money springs directly out of the function of money as a means of payment. Certificates of the debts owing for the purchased commodities circulate for the purpose of transferring those debts to others. On the other hand, to the same extent as the system of credit is extended, so is the function of money as a means of payment. In that character it takes various forms peculiar to itself, under which it makes itself at home in the sphere of great commercial transactions. Gold and silver coin, on the other hand, are mostly relegated to the sphere of retail trade. Footnote: as an example of how little ready money is required in true commercial operations, I give below a statement by one of the largest London houses of its yearly receipts and payments. Its transactions during the year 1856, extending to many millions of pounds sterling, are here reduced to the scale of 1 million. Receipts: bankers' and merchants' bills payable after a certain date, £533,596. Checks on bankers, etc., payable on demand, £357,715. Country notes, £9,627. Bank of England notes, £68,554. Gold, £28,089. Silver and copper, £1,486. Post office orders, £933. Payments. Bills payable after a certain date, £302,674. Checks on London bankers, £663,672. Bank of England notes, £22,743. Gold, £9,427. Silver and copper, £1,484. From the Report from the Select Committee on the Bank Acts, July 1858. When the production of commodities has sufficiently extended itself, money begins to serve as the means of payment beyond the sphere of the circulation of commodities. It becomes the commodity that is the universal subject matter of all contracts. Rents, taxes, and such like payments are transformed from payments in kind into money payments. To what extent this transformation depends upon the general conditions of production is shown, to take one example, by the fact that the Roman Empire twice failed in its attempt to levy all contributions in money. The unspeakable misery of the French agricultural population under Louis XIV, a misery so eloquently denounced by Boisguilbert, Marshal Vauban, and others, was due not only to the weight of taxes, but also to the conversion of taxes in kind into money taxes. In Asia, on the other hand, the fact that state taxes are chiefly composed of rents payable in kind depends on conditions of production that are reproduced with the regularity of natural phenomena. And this mode of payment tends in its turn to maintain the ancient form of production. It is one of the secrets of the conservation of the Ottoman Empire. If the foreign trade, forced upon Japan by Europeans, should lead to the substitution of money rents for rents in kind, it will be all up with the exemplary agriculture of that country. The narrow economic conditions under which that agriculture is carried on will be swept away. Footnote: the course of trade being thus turned from exchanging of goods for goods, or delivering and taking, to selling and paying, all the bargains are now stated upon the foot of a price in money. An Essay in Public Credit, 3rd edition, London, 1710, page 8. Endnote. Footnote: money has become the executioner of all things. Finance is the alembic that evaporates a frightful quantity of goods and commodities in order to obtain this fatal extract. Money declares war on the whole human race. Bois Gilbert, Dissertation sur la nature des richesses, de l'argent et des tributs. Édition des économistes financiers. Paris, 1843. Pages 413, 419, 417. Endnote. In every country, certain days of the year become by habit recognized settling days for various large and recurrent payments. These dates depend, apart from other revolutions in the wheel of reproduction, on conditions closely connected with the seasons. They also regulate the dates for payments that have no direct connection with the circulation of commodities, such as taxes, rents, and so on. The quantity of money requisite to make the payments, falling due on those dates all over the country, causes periodical, though merely superficial, perpetuations in the economy of the medium of payment. Footnote. On Whitsuntide, 1824, says Mr. Craig before the Commons Committee of 1826, there was an immense demand for notes upon the banks of Edinburgh, that by 11 o'clock they had not a note left in their custody. They sent round to all the different banks to borrow, but could not get them, and many of the transactions were adjusted by slips of paper only. Yet by 3 o'clock the whole of the notes were returned into the banks from which they had issued. It was a mere transfer from hand to hand. Although the average effective circulation of bank notes in Scotland is less than 3 millions sterling, yet on certain pay-days in the year every single note in the possession of the bankers, amounting in the whole to about £7,000,000, is called into activity. On these occasions the notes have a single and specific function to perform, and so soon as they have performed it, they howl back into the various banks from which they issued. See John Fullerton, Regulation of Currencies, London, 1845, page 86. In explanation it should be stated that in Scotland, at the date of Fullerton's work, notes and not cheques were used to withdraw deposits. Endnote. From the law of the rapidity of currency of the means of payment, it follows that the quantity of the means of payment required for all periodical payments, whatever their source, is in inverse proportion to the length of their periods. Footnote. Note by the Institute of Marxism-Leninism in the Russian edition. Apparently a slip of the pen. When writing Favars the author evidently meant direct. Endnote. Footnote. To the question, if there were occasion to raise 40 millions Pa, whether the same 6 millions gold would suffice for such revolutions and circulations thereof, as trade requires, Petty replies in his usual masterly manner, I answer yes, for the expense being 40 millions, if the revolutions were in such short circles, viz. Weekly, as happens among poor artisans and labourers, who receive and pay every Saturday, then 40 out of 52 parts of 1 million of money would answer these ends. But if the circles be quarterly, according to our system of paying rent, and gathering taxes, then 10 millions were requisite. Wherefore, supposing payments in general to be of a mixed circle between 1 week and 13, then add 10 millions to 40 out of 52, the half of which will be 5 1/2, so as if we had 5 1/2 millions we have enough. William Petty, Political Anatomy of Ireland, 1672, edition London, 1691, pages 13 and 14, endnote. The development of money into a medium of payment makes it necessary to accumulate money against the dates fixed for the payment of the sums owing. While hoarding, as a distinct mode of acquiring riches, vanishes with the progress of civil society, the formation of reserves of the means of payment grows with that progress. End of Chapter 3, Section 3, Part B.
Chapter 3, Section 3 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Ferreri. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 1. Commodities and Money. Chapter 3. Money, or the Circulation of Commodities. Section 3. Money. C. Universal Money. When money leaves the home sphere of circulation, it strips off the local garbs which it there assumes of a standard of prices, of coin, of tokens, and of a symbol of value, and returns to its original form of bullion. In the trade between the markets of the world, the value of commodities is expressed so as to be universally recognized. Hence their independent value form also, in these cases, confronts them under the shape of universal money. It is only in the markets of the world that money acquires to the full extent the character of the commodity whose bodily form is also the immediate social incarnation of human labor in the abstract. Its real mode of existence in this sphere adequately corresponds to its ideal concept. Within the sphere of home circulation, there can be but one commodity which, by serving as the measure of value, becomes money. In the markets of the world, a double measure of value holds sway, gold and silver. Footnote 59. The opponents themselves of the mercantile system, a system which considered the settlement of surplus trade balances in gold and silver as the aim of international trade, entirely misconceived the functions of money of the world. I have shown by the example of Ricardo in what way their false conception of the laws that regulate the quantity of the circulating medium is reflected in their equally false conception of the international movement of the precious metals. His erroneous dogma, quote, "an unfavorable balance of trade never arises but from a redundant currency, the exportation of the coin is caused by its cheapness, and is not the effect but the cause of an unfavorable balance," end quote, already occurs in Barbon. Quote, "The balance of trade, if there be one, is not the cause of sending away the money out of a nation, but that proceeds from the difference of the value of bullion in every country." End quote. McCulloch, in the Literature of Political Economy, a classified catalogue, London 1845, praises Barbon for this anticipation, but prudently passes over the naive forms in which Barbon clothes the absurd supposition on which the currency principle is based. The absence of real criticism and even of honesty in that catalogue culminates in the sections devoted to the history of the theory of money. The reason is that McCulloch in this part of the work is flattering Lord Overstone, whom he calls facile princeps argentinorum. End footnote. Money of the world serves as the universal medium of payment, as the universal means of purchasing, and as the universally recognized embodiment of all wealth. Its function as a means of payment in the settling of international balances is its chief one. Hence the watchword of the mercantilists, balance of trade. Gold and silver serve as international means of purchasing chiefly and necessarily in those periods when the customary equilibrium in the interchange of products between different nations is suddenly disturbed. And lastly, it serves as the universally recognized embodiment of social wealth, whenever the question is not of buying or paying, but of transferring wealth from one country to another, and whenever this transference in the form of commodities is rendered impossible, either by special conjunctures in the markets, or by the purpose itself that is intended. Footnote 60. For instance, in subsidies, money loans for carrying on wars, or for enabling banks to resume cash payments, etc., it is the money form and no other of value that may be wanted. End footnote. Just as every country needs a reserve of money for its home circulation, so too it requires one for external circulation in the markets of the world. The functions of hoards, therefore, arise in part out of the function of money, as the medium of the home circulation and home payments, and in part out of its function of money in the world. Footnote 62. L'argent se partage entre les nations relativement à besoin qu'elles en ont, étant toujours attirées par les productions. That is, the mines which are continually giving gold and silver do give sufficient to supply such a needful balance to every nation. End footnote. For this latter function, the genuine money commodity, actual gold and silver, is necessary. On that account, Sir James Stewart, in order to distinguish them from their purely local substitutes, calls gold and silver money of the world. The current of the stream of gold and silver is a double one. On the one hand, it spreads itself from its sources over all the markets of the world, in order to become absorbed to various extents into the different national spheres of circulation, to fill the conduits of currency, to replace abraded gold and silver coins, to supply the material of articles of luxury, and to petrify into hoards. Footnote 63. Exchanges rise and fall every week, and at some particular times in the year run high against a nation, and at other times run as high on the contrary. End footnote. This first current is started by the countries that exchange their labor, realized in commodities, for the labor embodied in the precious metals by gold and silver producing countries. On the other hand, there is a continual flowing backwards and forwards of gold and silver between the different national spheres of circulation, a current whose motion depends on the ceaseless fluctuations in the course of exchange. Footnote 64. These various functions are liable to come into dangerous conflict with one another whenever gold and silver have also to serve as a fund for the conversion of banknotes. End footnote. Countries in which the bourgeois form of production is developed to a certain extent limit the hoards concentrated in the strong rooms of the banks to the minimum required for the proper performance of their peculiar functions. Footnote 65. What money is more than of absolute necessity for a home trade is dead stock, and brings no profit to that country it's kept in, but as it is transported in trade, as well as imported. What if we have too much coin? We may melt down the heaviest and turn it out into the splendor of plate, vessels, or utensils of gold and silver, or send it out as a commodity where the same is wanted or desired, or let it out at interest where interest is high. Money is but the fat of the body politic, whereof too much cloth as often hinder its agility as too little makes it sick. As fat lubricates the motion of the muscles, feeds in want of victuals, fills up the uneven cavities and beautifies the body, so cloth money in the state quicken its action, feeds from abroad in time of dearth at home, evens accounts, and beautifies the whole, although more especially the particular persons that have it in plenty. End footnote. Whenever these hoards are strikingly above their average level, it is, with some exceptions, an indication of stagnation in the circulation of commodities, of an interruption in the even flow of their metamorphoses. End of Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 3c.
Chapter 4 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Rohde. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 2, The Transformation of Money and Capital. Chapter 4, The General Formula for Capital. The circulation of commodities is the starting point of capital. The production of commodities, their circulation, and that more developed form of their circulation called commerce, these form the historical groundwork from which it rises. The modern history of capital dates from the creation in the 16th century of a world-embracing commerce and a world-embracing market. If we abstract from the material substance of the circulation of commodities, that is, from the exchange of the various use values, and consider only the economic forms produced by this process of circulation, we find its final result to be money. This final product of the circulation of commodities is the first form in which capital appears. As a matter of history, capital, as opposed to landed property, invariably takes the form at first of money. It appears as moneyed wealth, as the capital of the merchant and of the usurer. Footnote 1. The contrast between the power based on the personal relations of dominion and servitude that is conferred by landed property and the impersonal power that is given by money is well expressed by the two French proverbs.
Nulle terre sans seigneur, and l'argent n'a pas de maître, no land without its lord, and money has no master.
End of footnote. But we have no need to refer to the origin of capital in order to discover that the first form of appearance of capital is money. We can see it daily under our very eyes. All new capital, to commence with, comes on the stage, that is, on the market, whether of commodities, labor, or money, even in our days, in the shape of money that by a definite process has to be transformed into capital. The first distinction we notice between money that is money only and money that is capital is nothing more than a difference in their form of circulation. The simplest form of the circulation of commodities is CMC, commodities to money to commodities, the transformation of commodities into money and the change of the money back again into commodities, or selling in order to buy. But alongside of this form, we find another specifically different form, MCM, money to commodities to money, the transformation of money into commodities, and the change of commodities back again into money, or buying in order to sell. Money that circulates in the latter manner is thereby transformed into, becomes capital, and is already potentially capital. Now let us examine the circuit MCM a little closer. It consists, like the other, of two antithetical phases. In the first phase, MC, money to commodities, or the purchase, the money is changed into a commodity. In the second phase, CM, commodities to money, or the sale, the commodity is changed back again into money. The combination of these two phases constitutes the single movement whereby money is exchanged for a commodity, and the same commodity is again exchanged for money, whereby a commodity is bought in order to be sold, or, neglecting the distinction in form between buying and selling, whereby a commodity is bought with money, and then money is bought with a commodity. Footnote 2.
Avec de l'argent, on achète des marchandises, et avec des marchandises, on achète de l'argent. With money, one buys commodities, and with commodities, one buys money. Mercier de la Rivière, L'ordre naturel et essentiel des sociétés politiques, page 543.
End of footnote. The result in which the phases of the process vanish is the exchange of money for money, MM. If I purchase 2,000 pounds of cotton for 100 pounds sterling and resell the 2,000 pounds of cotton for 110 pounds sterling, I have, in fact, exchanged 100 pounds sterling for 110 pounds sterling, money for money. Now it is evident that the circuit MCM would be absurd and without meaning if the intention were to exchange by this means two equal sums of money, 100 pounds for 100 pounds. The miser's plan would be far simpler and surer. He sticks to his 100 pounds instead of exposing it to the dangers of circulation. And yet, whether the merchant who has paid 100 pounds for his cotton sells it for 110 pounds, or lets it go for 100 pounds, or even 50 pounds, his money has, at all events, gone through a characteristic and original movement, quite different in kind from that which it goes through in the hands of the peasant, who sells corn, and with the money thus set free buys clothes. We have therefore to examine first the distinguishing characteristics of the forms of the circuits MCM, money to commodities to money, and CMC, commodities to money to commodities, and in doing this, the real difference that underlies the mere difference of form will reveal itself. Let us see in the first place what the two forms have in common. Both circuits are resolvable into the same two antithetical phases, CM, commodities to money, a sale, and MC, money to commodities, a purchase. In each of these phases, the same material elements, a commodity and money, and the same economic dramatis personae, a buyer and a seller, confront one another. Each circuit is the unity of the same two antithetical phases, and in each case this unity is brought about by the intervention of three contracting parties, of whom only one sells, another only buys, while the third both buys and sells. What, however, first and foremost distinguishes the circuit CMC, commodities to commodities, from the circuit MCM, money to money, is the inverted order of succession of the two phases. The simple circulation of commodities begins with a sale and ends with a purchase, while the circulation of money as capital begins with a purchase and ends with a sale. In the one case, both the starting point and the goal are commodities. In the other, they are money. In the first form, the movement is brought about by the intervention of money. In the second, by that of a commodity. In the circulation CMC, commodities to commodities, the money is in the end converted into a commodity that serves as a use value. It is spent once for all. In the inverted form, MCM, money to money, on the contrary, the buyer lays out money in order that, as a seller, he may recover money. By the purchase of his commodity, he throws money into circulation in order to withdraw it again by the sale of the same commodity. He lets the money go, but only with the sly intention of getting it back again. The money, therefore, is not spent, it is merely advanced. Footnote 3. When a thing is bought in order to be sold again, the sum employed is called money advanced. When it is bought not to be sold, it may be said to be expended. James Stewart, Works, edited by General Sir James Stewart, his son, London, 1805, Volume 1, page 274. End of footnote. In the circuit CMC, commodities to commodities, the same piece of money changes its place twice. The seller gets it from the buyer and pays it away to another seller. The complete circulation, which begins with the receipt, concludes with the payment of money for commodities. It is the very contrary in the circuit MCM, money to money. Here it is not the piece of money that changes its place twice, but the commodity. The buyer takes it from the hands of the seller and passes it into the hands of another buyer. Just as in the simple circulation of commodities, the double change of place of the same piece of money effects its passage from one hand into another, so here the double change of place of the same commodity brings about the reflux of the money to its point of departure. Such reflux is not dependent on the commodity being sold for more than was paid for it. This circumstance influences only the amount of the money that comes back. The reflux itself takes place so soon as the purchased commodity is resold, in other words, so soon as the circuit MCM is completed. We have here, therefore, a palpable difference between the circulation of money as capital and its circulation as mere money. The circuit CMC, commodities to commodities, comes completely to an end so soon as the money brought in by the sale of one commodity is abstracted again by the purchase of another. If nevertheless there follows a reflux of money to its starting point, this can only happen through a renewal or repetition of the operation. If I sell a quarter of corn for £3 sterling, and with this £3 sterling buy clothes, the money, so far as I am concerned, is spent and done with. It belongs to the clothes merchant. If I now sell a second quarter of corn, money indeed flows back to me, not, however, as a sequel to the first transaction, but in consequence of its repetition. The money again leaves me so soon as I complete the second transaction by a fresh purchase. Therefore, in the circuit CMC, commodities to commodities, the expenditure of money has nothing to do with its reflux. On the other hand, in MCM, money to money, the reflux of the money is conditioned by the very mode of its expenditure. Without this reflux, the operation fails, or the process is interrupted and incomplete, owing to the absence of its complementary and final phase, the sale. The circuit CMC, commodities to commodities, starts with one commodity and finishes with another, which falls out of circulation and into consumption. Consumption, the satisfaction of wants, in one word, use value, is its end and aim. The circuit MCM, money to money, on the contrary, commences with money and ends with money. Its leading motive, and the goal that attracts it, is therefore mere exchange value. In the simple circulation of commodities, the two extremes of the circuit have the same economic form. They are both commodities, and commodities of equal value. But they are also use values differing in their qualities, as, for example, corn and clothes. The exchange of products, of the different materials in which the labor of society is embodied, forms here the basis of the movement. It is otherwise in the circulation MCM, money to money, which at first sight appears purposeless because tautological. Both extremes have the same economic form. They are both money, and therefore are not qualitatively different use values, for money is but the converted form of commodities, in which their particular use values vanish. To exchange 100 pounds sterling for cotton, and then the same cotton again for 100 pounds sterling, is merely a roundabout way of exchanging money for money, the same for the same, and appears to be an operation just as purposeless as it is absurd. Footnote 4.
On n'échange pas de l'argent contre de l'argent. One does not exchange money for money, says Mercier de la Rivière to the mercantilists. Loco Quitato, page 486.
In a work which ex-professor treats of trade and speculation occurs the following. All trade consists in the exchange of things of different kinds, and the advantage, aside by Marx, to the merchant, end of aside, arises out of this difference. To exchange a pound of bread against a pound of bread would be attended with no advantage. Hence, trade is advantageously contrasted with gambling, which consists in a mere exchange of money for money. Thomas Corbett. An Inquiry into the Causes and Modes of the Wealth of Individuals, or The Principles of Trade and Speculation Explained, London, 1841, page 5. Although Corbett does not see that the exchange of money for money, is the characteristic form of circulation, not only of merchants' capital, but of all capital, yet at least he acknowledges that this form is common to gambling and to one species of trade, namely speculation. But then comes McCulloch and makes out that to buy in order to sell is to speculate, and thus the difference between speculation and trade vanishes. Every transaction in which an individual buys produce in order to sell it again is, in fact, a speculation. McCulloch, A Dictionary Practical of Commerce, London, 1847, page 1009. With much more naivete, Pinto, the Pindar of the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, remarks,
Le commerce est un jeu, taken from Locke, et ce n'est pas avec des gueux qu'on peut gagner. Si l'on gagnait longtemps en tout avec tous, il faudrait rendre de bon accord les plus grandes parties du profit pour recommencer le jeu. Trade is a game, and nothing can be won from beggars. If one won everything from everybody all the time, it would be necessary to give back the greater part of the profit voluntarily, in order to begin the game again. Pinto, Traité de la circulation et du crédit, Amsterdam, 1771, page 231.
End of footnote. One sum of money is distinguishable from another only by its amount. The character and tendency of the process MCM, money to money, is therefore not due to any qualitative difference between its extremes, both being money, but solely to their quantitative difference. More money is withdrawn from circulation at the finish than was thrown into it at the start. The cotton that was bought for £100 sterling is perhaps resold for 100 plus 10, or 110 pounds sterling. The exact form of this process is therefore M prime, where M prime equals M plus dm, which equals the original sum advanced plus an increment. This increment, or excess over the original value, I call surplus value. The value originally advanced, therefore, not only remains intact while in circulation, but adds to itself a surplus value, or expands itself. It is this movement that converts it into capital. Of course, it is also possible that in CMC, commodities to money to commodities, the two extremes, C and C, say corn and clothes, may represent different quantities of value. The farmer may sell his corn above its value, or may buy the clothes at less than their value. He may, on the other hand, be done by the clothes merchant. Yet, in the form of circulation now under consideration, such differences in value are purely accidental. The fact that the corn and the clothes are equivalents does not deprive the process of all meaning, as it does in MCM, money to commodities to money. The equivalence of their values is rather a necessary condition to its normal course. The repetition or renewal of the act of selling in order to buy is kept within bounds by the very object it aims at, namely consumption or the satisfaction of definite wants, an aim that lies altogether outside the sphere of circulation. But when we buy in order to sell, we, on the contrary, begin and end with the same thing, money, exchange value, and thereby the movement becomes interminable. No doubt M becomes M plus dm, 100 pounds become 110 pounds. But when viewed in the qualitative aspect alone, 110 pounds are the same as 100 pounds, namely money. And considered quantitatively, 110 pounds sterling is, like 100 pounds sterling, a sum of definite and limited value. If now the 110 pounds sterling be spent as money, they cease to play their part. They are no longer capital. Withdrawn from circulation, they become petrified into a hoard, and though they remained in that state till doomsday, not a single farthing would accrue to them. If, then, the expansion of value is one's aimed at, there is just the same inducement to augment the value of the 110 pounds as that of the 100 pounds, for both are but limited expressions for exchange value, and therefore both have the same vocation to approach, by quantitative increase, as near as possible to absolute wealth. Momentarily, indeed, the value originally advanced, the 100 pounds sterling, is distinguishable from the surplus value of 10 pounds sterling that is annexed to it during circulation, but the distinction vanishes immediately. At the end of the process, we do not receive with one hand the original 100 pounds, and with the other the surplus value of 10 pounds. We simply get a value of 110 pounds, which is in exactly the same condition and fitness for commencing the expanding process as the original 100 pounds was. Money ends the movement only to begin it again. Footnote 5. Capital is divisible into the original capital and the profit, the increment to the capital, although in practice this profit is immediately turned into capital and set in motion with the original.
Friedrich Engels, Umrisse zu einer Kritik der Nationalökonomie. In Deutsch-Französische Jahrbücher, herausgegeben von Arnold Ruge und Karl Marx. Paris 1844, Seite 99.
End of footnote. Therefore, the final result of every separate circuit, in which a purchase and consequent sale are completed, forms of itself the starting point of a new circuit. The simple circulation of commodities, selling in order to buy, is a means of carrying out a purpose unconnected with circulation, namely, the appropriation of use values, the satisfaction of wants. The circulation of money as capital is, on the contrary, an end in itself, for the expansion of value takes place only within this constantly renewed movement. The circulation of capital has therefore no limits. Footnote 6. Aristotle opposes economic to crematistic. He starts from the former. So far as it is the art of gaining a livelihood, it is limited to procuring those articles that are necessary to existence and useful either to a household or the state. True wealth, o alekinos plotos, consists of such values in use, for the quantity of possessions of this kind, capable of making life pleasant, is not unlimited. There is, however, a second mode of acquiring things, to which we may by preference and with correctness give the name of crematistic, and in this case there appear to be no limits to riches and possessions. Trade aside, a kapalika is literally retail trade, and Aristotle takes this kind because in it values in use predominate. End of aside. Trade does not in its nature belong to crematistic, for here the exchange has reference only to what is necessary to themselves, the buyer or seller. Therefore, as he goes on to show, the original form of trade was barter, but with the extension of the latter there arose the necessity for money. On the discovery of money, barter of necessity developed into kapalike, into trading in commodities, and this again, in opposition to its original tendency, grew into crematistic, into the art of making money. Now, crematistic is distinguishable from economic in this way, that in the case of crematistic, circulation is the source of riches, poietike crematon, dia crematon diaboles, and it appears to revolve about money, for money is the beginning and end of this kind of exchange. To nomismas doikeion tes allages estin. Therefore, also riches such as crematistic strives for are unlimited. Just as every art that is not a means to an end, but an end in itself, has no limit to its aims, because it seeks constantly to approach nearer and nearer to that end, while those arts that pursue means to an end are not boundless, since the goal itself imposes a limit upon them, so with crematistic there are no bounds to its aims, these aims being absolute wealth. Economic, not crematistic, has a limit. The object of the former is something different from money, of the latter the augmentation of money. By confounding these two forms, which overlap each other, some people have been led to look upon the preservation and increase of money ad infinitum as the end and aim of economic. Aristoteles, De Republica, edited by Becker, Volume 1, Chapters 8 and 9. End of footnote. As the conscious representative of this movement, the possessor of money becomes a capitalist. His person, or rather his pocket, is the point from which the money starts and to which it returns. The expansion of value, which is the objective basis or mainspring of the circulation, MCM, money to commodities to money, becomes his subjective aim, and it is only in so far as the appropriation of ever more and more wealth in the abstract becomes the sole motive of his operations that he functions as a capitalist, that is, as capital personified and endowed with consciousness and a will. Use values must therefore never be looked upon as the real aim of the capitalist, neither must the profit on any single transaction. Footnote 7. Commodities, here used in the sense of use values, are not the terminating object of the trading capitalist. Money is his terminating object. Thomas Chalmers, On Political Economy, 2nd edition, Glasgow, 1832, pages 165 and 166. End of footnote. The restless, never-ending process of profit-making alone is what he aims at. Footnote 8. Il mercante non conta quasi per niente il lucro fatto, ma mira sempre al futuro. The merchant counts the money he has made as almost nothing. He always looks to the future. A. Genovesi, Lezioni di Economia Civile, 1765, Custodi's edition of Italian Economists, Parte Moderna, Volume 8, page 139. End of footnote. This boundless greed after riches, this passionate chase after exchange value, is common to the capitalist and the miser, but while the miser is merely a capitalist gone mad, the capitalist is a rational miser. Footnote 9. The inextinguishable passion for gain, the auri sacra fames, will always lead capitalists. McCulloch, The Principles of Political Economy, London, 1830, page 179. This view, of course, does not prevent the same McCulloch and others of his kidney, when in theoretical difficulties, such, for example, as the question of overproduction, from transforming the same capitalist into a moral citizen whose sole concern is for use values, and who even develops an insatiable hunger for boots, hats, eggs, calico, and other extremely familiar sorts of use values. End of footnote. The never-ending augmentation of exchange value, which the miser strives after by seeking to save. Footnote 10. Sozein is a characteristic Greek expression for hoarding. So in English to save has the same two meanings, sauver and épargner. End of footnote. His money from circulation is attained by the more acute capitalist by constantly throwing it afresh into circulation. Footnote 11. Questo infinito che le cose non hanno in progresso, hanno in giro. That infinity which things do not possess, they possess in circulation. Galliani. End of footnote. The independent form, i.e. the money form, which the value of commodities assumes in the case of simple circulation, serves only one purpose, namely their exchange, and vanishes in the final result of the movement. On the other hand, in the circulation MCM, money to commodities to money, both the money and the commodity represent only different modes of existence of value itself, the money its general mode, and the commodity its particular, or, so to say, disguised mode. Footnote 12.
Ce n'est pas la matière qui fait le capital, mais la valeur de ces matières. It is not matter which makes capital, but the value of that matter. J. B. Say, Traité d'économie politique, 3e édition, Paris, 1817, Volume 2, page 429.
End of footnote. It is constantly changing from one form to the other without thereby becoming lost, and thus assumes an automatically active character. If now we take in turn each of the two different forms which self-expanding value successively assumes in the course of its life, we then arrive at these two propositions. Capital is money, capital is commodities. Footnote 13. Currency employed in producing articles is capital. MacLeod, The Theory and Practice of Banking, London, 1855, Volume 1, Chapter 1, page 55. Capital is commodities. James Mill, Elements of Political Economy, London, 1821, page 74. End of footnote. In truth, however, value is here the active factor in a process, in which, while constantly assuming the form in turn of money and commodities, it at the same time changes in magnitude, differentiates itself by throwing off surplus value from itself, the original value, in other words, expands spontaneously. For the movement, in the course of which it adds surplus value, is its own movement, Its expansion, therefore, is automatic expansion. Because it is value, it has acquired the occult quality of being able to add value to itself. It brings forth living offspring, or at the least lays golden eggs. Value, therefore, being the active factor in such a process, and assuming at one time the form of money, at another that of commodities, but through all these changes preserving itself and expanding, it requires some independent form, by means of which its identity may at any time be established. And this form it possesses only in the shape of money. It is under the form of money that value begins and begins again, every act of its own spontaneous generation. It began by being £100 sterling, it is now £110 sterling, and so on. But the money itself is only one of the two forms of value. Unless it takes the form of some commodity, it does not become capital. There is here no antagonism, as in the case of hoarding, between the money and commodities. The capitalist knows that all commodities, however scurvy they may look, or however badly they may smell, are in faith and in truth money, inwardly circumcised Jews, and what is more, a wonderful means whereby out of money to make more money. In simple circulation, CMC, commodities to commodities, the value of commodities attained at the most a form independent of their use values, i.e., the form of money. But that same value now in the circulation MCM, money to money, or the circulation of capital, suddenly presents itself as an independent substance, endowed with a motion of its own, passing through a life process of its own, in which money and commodities are mere forms which it assumes and casts off in turn. Nay, more, instead of simply representing the relations of commodities, it enters now, so to say, into private relations with itself. It differentiates itself as original value from itself as surplus value, as the Father differentiates himself from himself qua the Son, yet both are one and of one age. For only by the surplus value of £10 does the £100 originally advanced become capital, and so soon as this takes place, so soon as the Son, and by the Son the Father, is begotten, so soon does their difference vanish, and they again become one, £110. Value, therefore, now becomes value in process, money in process, and as such, capital. It comes out of circulation, enters into it again, preserves and multiplies itself within its circuit, comes back out of it with expanded bulk, and begins the same round ever afresh.
Footnote number 14. Capital. Portion fructifiante de la richesse accumulée. Valeur permanente. Multipliante. Sismondi. Nouveau principe d'économie politique. Volume 1. Page 88-89.
End of footnote. M prime, money to the original sum advanced plus an increment, money which begets money, such is the description of capital from the mouths of its first interpreters, the mercantilists. Buying in order to sell, or more accurately buying in order to sell dearer, M prime, appears certainly to be a form peculiar to one kind of capital alone, namely merchant's capital. But industrial capital, too, is money that is changed into commodities, and by the sale of these commodities is reconverted into more money. The events that take place outside the sphere of circulation, in the interval between the buying and selling, do not affect the form of this movement. Lastly, in the case of interest-bearing capital, the circulation MCM prime appears abridged. We have its result without the intermediate stage, in the form M prime, and style lapidaire, so to say, money that is worth more money, value that is greater than itself. M prime is therefore in reality the general formula of capital as it appears prima facie within the sphere of circulation. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Mary Rohde in Willow, Alaska.
Chapter 5 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 2. The Transformation of Money into Capital. Chapter 5. Contradictions in the General Formula of Capital. The form which circulation takes when money becomes capital is opposed to all the laws we have hitherto investigated bearing on the nature of commodities, value, and money, and even of circulation itself. What distinguishes this form from that of the simple circulation of commodities is the inverted order of succession of the two antithetical processes, sale and purchase. How can this purely formal distinction between these processes change their character as it were by magic? But that is not all. This inversion has no existence for 2 out of the 3 persons who transact business together. As capitalist, I buy commodities from A and sell them again to B, but as a simple owner of commodities I sell them to B and then purchase fresh ones from A. A and B see no difference between the 2 sets of transactions. They are merely buyers or sellers, and I on each occasion meet them as a mere owner of either money or commodities, as a buyer or a seller, and what is more, in both sets of transactions I am opposed to A only as a buyer and to B only as a seller, to the one only as money, to the other only as commodities, and to neither of them as capital or a capitalist, or as representative of anything that is more than money or commodities, or that can produce any effect beyond what money and commodities can. For me the purchase from A and the sale to B are part of a series, but the connection between the 2 acts exists for me alone. A does not trouble himself about my transaction with B, nor does B about my business with A, and if I offered to explain to them the meritorious nature of my action in inverting the order of succession, they would probably point out to me that I was mistaken as to that order of succession, and that the whole transaction, instead of beginning with a purchase and ending with a sale, began, on the contrary, with a sale, and was concluded with a purchase. In truth, my first act, the purchase, was from the standpoint of A a sale, and my second act, the sale, was from the standpoint of B a purchase. Not content with that, A and B would declare that the whole series was superfluous and nothing but hocus-pocus, that for the future A would buy direct from B and B sell direct to A. Thus the whole transaction would be reduced to a single act forming an isolated, non-complemented phase in the ordinary circulation of commodities, a mere sale from A's point of view, and from B's a mere purchase. The inversion, therefore, of the order of succession does not take us outside the sphere of the simple circulation of commodities, and we must rather look whether there is in this simple circulation anything permitting an expansion of the value that enters into circulation, and consequently a creation of surplus value. Let us take the process of circulation in a form under which it presents itself as a simple and direct exchange of commodities. This is always the case when 2 owners of commodities buy from each other, and on the settling day the amounts mutually owing are equal and cancel each other. The money in this case is money of account, and serves to express the value of the commodities by their prices, but is not itself in the shape of hard cash confronted with them. So far as regards use values, it is clear that both parties may gain some advantage. Both part with goods that, as use values, are of no service to them, and receive others that they can make use of. And there may also be a further gain. A, who sells wine and buys corn, possibly produces more wine with given labor time than farmer B could, and B, on the other hand, more corn than wine-grower A could. A, therefore, may get, for the same exchange value, more corn, and B more wine than each would respectively get without any exchange, by producing his own corn and wine. With reference, therefore, to use value, there is good ground for saying that,
Exchange is a transaction by which both sides gain. End quote. Footnote, quote, L'échange est une transaction admirable dans laquelle les deux contractants gagnent, toujours. D'Este de Tracy, Traité de la volonté et de ses effects. Paris, 1826, page 68. This work appeared afterwards as Traité d'économie politique. End footnote. It is otherwise with exchange value. A man who has plenty of wine and no corn treats with a man who has plenty of corn and no wine. An exchange takes place between them of corn to the value of 50 for wine of the same value. This act produces no increase of exchange value either for the one or the other, for each of them already possessed, before the exchange, a value equal to that which he acquired by means of that operation. Footnote, Mercier de la Rivière, Loco Citato, page 544. End of footnote. The result is not altered by introducing money as a medium of circulation between the commodities and making the sale and the purchase two distinct acts. Footnote, quote, que l'une de ces deux valeurs soit argent, ou qu'elle soit toutes deux marchandises usuelles, rien de plus indifférent en soi. End quote. Mercier de la Rivière, Loco Citato, page 543. End footnote. The value of a commodity is expressed in its price before it goes into circulation, and is therefore a precedent condition of circulation, not its result. Footnote, quote, ce ne sont pas les contractants qui prononcent sur la valeur, elle est décidée avant la convention. End quote. Lettres, page 906. End footnote. Abstractedly considered, that is, apart from circumstances not immediately flowing from the laws of the simple circulation of commodities, there is in an exchange nothing, if we accept the replacing of one use value by another, but a metamorphosis, a mere change in the form of the commodity. The same exchange value, i.e., the same quantity of incorporated social labor, remains throughout in the hands of the owner of the commodity, first in the shape of his own commodity, then in the form of the money for which he exchanged it, and lastly in the shape of the commodity he buys with that money. This change of form does not imply a change in the magnitude of the value, but the change which the value of the commodity undergoes in this process is limited to a change in its money form. This form exists first as the price of the commodity offered for sale, then as an actual sum of money, which, however, was already expressed in the price, and lastly as the price of an equivalent commodity. This change of form no more implies, taken alone, a change in the quantity of value than does the change of a 5-pound note into sovereigns, half-sovereigns, and shillings. So far, therefore, as the circulation of commodities affects a change in the form alone of their values, and is free from disturbing influences, it must be the exchange of equivalents. Little as vulgar economy knows about the nature of value, yet whenever it wishes to consider the phenomena of circulation in their purity, it assumes that supply and demand are equal, which amounts to this, that their effect is nil. If, therefore, as regards the use values exchanged, both buyer and seller may possibly gain something, this is not the case as regards the exchange values. Here we must rather say, where equality exists, there can be no gain. Footnote, quote, dove è egualità non è lucro, end quote. Galliani, Della moneta in custodi, parte moderna, 4th book, page 244, end footnote. It is true, commodities may be sold at prices deviating from their values, but these deviations are to be considered as infractions of the laws of the exchange of commodities, which in its normal state is an exchange of equivalents, consequently no method for increasing value. Footnote, quote, l'échange devient désavantageux pour l'une des parties lorsque quelque chose étrangère vient diminuer ou exagérer le prix. Alors l'égalité est blessée. Mais la lésion procède de cette cause, et non de l'échange. End quote. Lettres, Loco Citato, page 904. Next footnote, quote, l'échange est de sa nature un contrat d'égalité, que se fait de valeur pour valeur égale. Il n'est donc pas un moyen de s'enrichir, puis que l'on donne autant que l'on reçoit. End quote. Le Trosne, Loco Citato, page 903. End footnote. Hence, we see that behind all attempts to represent the circulation of commodities as a source of surplus value, there lurks a quid pro quo, a mixing up of use value and exchange value. For instance, Condillac says, "It is not true that on an exchange of commodities we give value for value. On the contrary, each of the two contracting parties in every case gives a less for a greater value. If we really exchanged equal values, neither party could make a profit, and yet they both gain or ought to gain. Why? The value of a thing consists solely in its relation to our wants. What is more to the one is less to the other, and vice versa. It is not to be assumed that we offer for sale articles required for our own consumption. We wish to part with a useless thing in order to get one that we need. We want to give less for more. It was natural to think that, in an exchange, value was given for value, whenever each of the articles exchanged was of equal value with the same quantity of gold. But there is another point to be considered in our calculation. The question is, whether we both exchange something superfluous for something necessary." End quote. Footnote. Condillac, Le Commerce et le Gouvernement, 1776. Edith Der et Molinari in the Mélange d'économie politique. Paris, 1847, pages 267 and 291. End footnote. We see in this passage how Condillac not only confuses use value with exchange value, but in a really childish manner assumes that in a society in which the production of commodities is well developed, each producer produces his own means of subsistence, and throws into circulation only the excess over his own requirements. Footnote. Le Trosne, therefore, answers his friend Condillac with justice as follows, quote, "Dans une société formée, il n'y a pas de surabondant en aucun genre." End quote. At the same time, in a bantering way, he remarks, quote, "If both the persons who exchange receive more to an equal amount, and part with less to an equal amount, they both get the same." End quote. It is because Condillac has not the remotest idea of the nature of exchange value that he has been chosen by Herr Professor Wilhelm Roscher as a proper person to answer for the soundness of his own childish notions. See Roschers Die Grundlagen der Nationalökonomie, dritte Auflage, 1858. End footnote. Still, Condillac's argument is frequently used by modern economists, more especially when the point is to show that the exchange of commodities in its developed form, commerce, is productive of surplus value. For instance, commerce adds value to products, for the same products in the hands of consumers are worth more than in the hands of producers, and it may strictly be considered an act of production. End quote. Footnote. S. P. Newman, Elements of Political Economy, Andover, New York, 1835, page 175. End footnote. But commodities are not paid for twice over, once on account of their use value, and again on account of their value. And though the use value of a commodity is more serviceable to the buyer than to the seller, its money form is more serviceable to the seller. Would he otherwise sell it? We might therefore just as well say that the buyer performs strictly an act of production, by converting stockings, for example, into money. If commodities, or commodities and money, of equal exchange value, and consequently equivalence, are exchanged, it is plain that no one abstracts more value from than he throws into circulation. There is no creation of surplus value, and, in its normal form, the circulation of commodities demands the exchange of equivalents. But in actual practice the process does not retain its normal form. Let us therefore assume an exchange of non-equivalents. In any case, the market for commodities is only frequented by owners of commodities, and the power which these persons exercise over each other is no other than the power of their commodities. The material variety of these commodities is the material incentive to the act of exchange, and makes buyers and sellers mutually dependent, because none of them possesses the object of his own wants, and each holds in his hand the object of another's wants. Besides these material differences of their use values, there is only one other difference between these commodities, namely, that between their bodily form and the form into which they are converted by sale, the difference between commodities and money. And consequently the owners of commodities are distinguishable only as sellers, those who own commodities and buyers, those who own money. Suppose, then, that by some inexplicable privilege the seller is enabled to sell his commodities above their value, that is worth 100 for 110, in which case the price is nominally raised 10%. The seller, therefore, pockets a surplus value of 10. But after he has sold, he becomes a buyer. A third owner of commodities comes to him now as seller, who in this capacity also enjoys the privilege of selling his commodities 10% too dear. Our friend gained 10 as a seller, only to lose it again as a buyer. Footnote. Quote, by the augmentation of the nominal value of the produce, sellers not enriched, since what they gain as sellers they precisely expend in the quality of buyers. End quote. The Essential Principles of the Wealth of Nations, etc., London, 1797, page 66. End footnote. The net result is that all owners of commodities sell their goods to one another at 10% above their value, which comes precisely to the same as if they sold them at their true value. Such a general and nominal rise of prices has the same effect as if the values had been expressed in weight of silver instead of in weight of gold. The nominal prices of commodities would rise, but the real relation between their values would remain unchanged. Let us make the opposite assumption, that the buyer has the privilege of purchasing commodities under their value. In this case it is no longer necessary to bear in mind that he in his turn will become a seller. He was so before he became buyer. He had already lost 10% in selling before he gained 10% as buyer. Footnote. Quote, si l'on est forcé de donner pour 18 livres une quantité de telle production qui en valait 24, lorsqu'on emploiera ce même argent à acheter, on aura également pour 18 livres ce que l'on paye 24. End quote. Le Tron, Locus Citato, page 897. End of footnote. Everything is just as it was. The creation of surplus value, and therefore the conversion of money into capital, can consequently be explained neither on the assumption that commodities are sold above their value, nor that they are bought below their value. Footnote. Quote, chaque vendeur ne peut donc parvenir à renchérir habituellement ses marchandises qu'en se soumettant aussi à payer habituellement plus cher les marchandises des autres vendeurs. Et par la même raison, chaque consommateur ne peut payer habituellement moins cher ce qu'il achète qu'en se soumettant aussi à une diminution semblable sur le prix des choses qu'il vend. End quote. Mercier de la Rivière, Locus Citato, page 555, end footnote. The problem is in no way simplified by introducing irrelevant matters after the manner of Colonel Torrance. Quote, a factual demand consists in the power and inclination aside, exclamation mark added by Marx, end of aside, on the part of consumers, to give for commodities, either by immediate or circuitous barter, some greater portion of capital than their production costs. End quote. Footnote, Torrance, An Essay on the Production of Wealth, London, 1821, page 349, end footnote. In relation to circulation, producers and consumers meet only as buyers and sellers. To assert that the surplus value acquired by the producer has its origin in the fact that consumers pay for commodities more than their value is only to say, in other words, the owner of commodities possesses as a seller the privilege of selling too dear. The seller has himself produced the commodities or represents their producer, but the buyer has to no less extent produced the commodities represented by his money, or represents their producer. The distinction between them is that one buys and the other sells. The fact that the owner of the commodities, under the designation of producer, sells them over their value, and under the designation of consumer, pays too much for them, does not carry us a single step further. Footnote. The idea of profits being paid by the consumers is assuredly very absurd. Who are the consumers? G. Ramsay, An Essay on the Distribution of Wealth, Edinburgh, 1836, page 183. End footnote. To be consistent, therefore, the upholders of the delusion that surplus value has its origin in a nominal rise of prices, or in the privilege which the seller has of selling too dear, must assume the existence of a class that only buys and does not sell, i.e., only consumes and does not produce. The existence of such a class is inexplicable from the standpoint we have so far reached, viz., that of simple circulation. But let us anticipate. The money with which such a class is constantly making purchases must constantly flow into their pockets without any exchange, gratis, by might or right, from the pockets of the commodity owners themselves. To sell commodities above their value to such a class is only to crib back again a part of the money previously given to it. Footnote. Quote, "When a man is in want of a demand, does Mr. Malthus recommend him to pay some other person to take off his goods?" is a question put by an angry disciple of Ricardo to Malthus, who, like his disciple Parson Chalmers, economically glorifies this class of simple buyers or consumers. See and inquire into those principles respecting the nature of demand and the necessity of consumption lately advocated by Mr. Malthus, etc. London, 1821, page 55. End footnote. The towns of Asia Minor thus paid a yearly money tribute to ancient Rome. With this money Rome purchased from them commodities, and purchased them too dear. The provincials cheated the Romans, and thus got back from their conquerors, in the course of trade, a portion of the tribute. Yet, for all that, the conquered were the really cheated. Their goods were still paid for with their own money. That is not the way to get rich, or to create surplus value. Let us therefore keep within the bounds of exchange, where sellers are also buyers, and buyers sellers. Our difficulty may perhaps have arisen from treating the actors as personifications instead of as individuals. A may be clever enough to get the advantage of B or C without their being able to retaliate. A sells wine worth £40 to B, and obtains from him in exchange corns to the value of £50. A has converted his £40 into £50, has made more money out of less, and has converted his commodities into capital. Let us examine this a little more closely. Before the exchange we had £40 worth of wine in the hands of A, and £50 worth of corn in those of B, a total value of £90. After the exchange we have still the same total value of £90. The value in circulation has not increased by 1 iota, it is only distributed differently between A and B. What is a loss of value to B is surplus value to A. What is minus to one is plus to the other. The same change would have taken place if A, without the formality of an exchange, had directly stolen the £10 from B. The sum of the values in circulation can clearly not be augmented by any change in their distribution, any more than the quantity of the precious metals in a country by a Jew selling a Queen Anne's farthing for a guinea. The capitalist class as a whole in any country cannot overreach themselves. Footnote. D'Este de Tracy, although, or perhaps because he was a member of the Institute, held the opposite view. He says industrial capitalists make profits because, quote, "they all sell for more than it has cost to produce, and to whom do they sell? In the first instance to one another." End quote. Loco Citato, page 239. End footnote. Turn and twist then as we may, the fact remains unaltered. If equivalents are exchanged, no surplus value results, and if non-equivalents are exchanged, still no surplus value. Footnote. Quote, "L'échange qui se fait de deux valeurs égales n'augmente ni ne diminue la masse des valeurs subsistantes dans la société. L'échange de deux valeurs inégales ne change rien non plus à la somme des valeurs sociales, bien qu'il ajoute à la fortune de l'un ce qu'il ôte de la fortune de l'autre." End quote. J.B. Say, Loco Citato, second book, pages 443 and 444. Say, not in the least troubled as to the consequences of this statement, borrows it almost word for word from the physiocrats. The following example will show how Monsieur Say turned to account the writings of the physiocrats, in his day quite forgotten, for the purpose of expanding the value of his own. His most celebrated saying, quote, "On n'achète des produits qu'avec des produits," end quote, Loco Citato, second book, page 441, runs as follows in the original physiocratic work: "Les productions ne se paient qu'avec des productions." Le Trône, Loco Citato, page 899, end footnote. Circulation, or the exchange of commodities, begets no value. Footnote. Quote, "Exchange confers no value at all upon products," end quote, F. Wayland, The Elements of Political Economy, Boston, 1843, page 169, end footnote. The reason is now therefore plain why, in analyzing the standard form of capital, the form under which it determines the economic organization of modern society, we entirely left out of consideration its most popular, and so to say antediluvian forms, merchants' capital and moneylenders' capital. The circuit MCM, buying in order to sell dearer, is seen most clearly in genuine merchants' capital. But the movement takes place entirely within the sphere of circulation. Since, however, it is impossible by circulation alone to account for the conversion of money into capital, for the formation of surplus value, it would appear that merchants' capital is an impossibility, so long as equivalents are exchanged. Footnote. Under the rule of invariable equivalents, commerce would be impossible. J. Updike, A Treatise on Political Economy, New York, 1851, pages 66 to 69. Quote, "The difference between real value and exchange value is based upon this fact, namely, that the value of a thing is different from the so-called equivalent given for it in trade, i.e., that this equivalent is no equivalent." End quote. F. Engels, Loco Citato, page 96. End footnote. That therefore it can only have its origin in the twofold advantage gained over both the selling and the buying producers by the merchant who parasitically shoves himself in between them. It is in this sense that Franklin says, quote, "War is robbery, commerce is generally cheating." End of quote. Footnote, Benjamin Franklin, Works, 2nd volume, edition Sparks, in Positions to be Examined Concerning National Wealth, page 376, end footnote. If the transformation of merchants' money into capital is to be explained otherwise than by the producers being simply cheated, a long series of intermediate steps would be necessary, which at present, when the simple circulation of commodities forms our only assumption, are entirely wanting. What we have said with reference to merchants' capital applies still more to moneylenders' capital. In merchants' capital, the two extremes, the money that is thrown upon the market and the augmented money that is withdrawn from the market, are at least connected by a purchase and a sale, in other words, by the movement of the circulation. In moneylenders' capital, the form MCM is reduced to the two extremes without a mean, MM, money exchanged for more money, a form that is incompatible with the nature of money, and therefore remains inexplicable from the standpoint of the circulation of commodities. Hence Aristotle, quote, "Since chromatistic is a double science, one part belonging to commerce, the other to economic, the latter being necessary and praiseworthy, the former based on circulation and with justice disapproved, for it is not based on nature but on mutual cheating, therefore the usurer is most rightly hated, because money itself is the source of his gain, and is not used for the purposes for which it was invented. For it originated for the exchange of commodities, but interest makes out of money more money. Hence its name, Greek tokos, interest and offspring, for the begotten are like those who beget them. But interest is money of money, so that of all modes of making a living, this is the most contrary to nature." End quote. Footnote, Aristotle, Loco Citato, page 10. End footnote. In the course of our investigation we shall find that both merchants' capital and interest-bearing capital are derivative forms, and at the same time it will become clear why these two forms appear in the course of history before the modern standard form of capital. We have shown that surplus value cannot be created by circulation, and therefore that in its formation something must take place in the background, which is not apparent in the circulation itself. Footnote, quote, "Profit in the usual condition of the market is not made by exchanging. Had it not existed before, neither could it after that transaction." End quote. Ramsay, Loco Citato, page 184. End footnote. But can surplus value possibly originate anywhere else than in circulation, which is the sum total of all the mutual relations of commodity owners, as far as they are determined by their commodities? Apart from circulation, the commodity owner is in relation only with his own commodity. So far as regards value, that relation is limited to this, that the commodity contains a quantity of his own labor, that quantity being measured by a definite social standard. This quantity is expressed by the value of the commodity, and since the value is reckoned in money of account, this quantity is also expressed by a price, which we will suppose to be 10 pounds. But as labor is not represented both by the value of the commodity and by a surplus over that value, not by a price of 10 that is also a price of 11, not by a value that is greater than itself. The commodity owner can by his labor create value, but not self-expanding value. He can increase the value of his commodity by adding fresh labor, and therefore more value to the value in hand, by making, for instance, leather into boots. The same material has now more value, because it contains a greater quantity of labor. The boots have therefore more value than the leather, but the value of the leather remains what it was. It has not expanded itself, has not, during the making of the boots, annexed surplus value. It is therefore impossible that outside the sphere of circulation a producer of commodities can, without coming into contact with other commodity owners, expand value, and consequently convert money or commodities into capital. It is therefore impossible for capital to be produced by circulation, and it is equally impossible for it to originate apart from circulation. It must have its origin both in circulation and yet not in circulation. We have, therefore, got a double result. The conversion of money into capital has to be explained on the basis of the laws that regulate the exchange of commodities in such a way that the starting point is the exchange of equivalents. Footnote. From the foregoing investigation, the reader will see that this statement only means that the formation of capital must be possible even though the price and value of a commodity be the same, for its formation cannot be attributed to any deviation of the one from the other. If prices actually differ from values, we must, first of all, reduce the former to the latter, in other words, treat the difference as accidental in order that the phenomena may be observed in their purity, and our observations not interfered with by disturbing circumstances that have nothing to do with the process in question. We know, moreover, that this reduction is no mere scientific process. The continual oscillations in prices, their rising and falling, compensate each other, and reduce themselves to an average price, which is their hidden regulator. It forms the guiding star of the merchant or the manufacturer in every undertaking that requires time. He knows that when a long period of time is taken, commodities are sold neither over nor under, but at their average price. If therefore he thought about the matter at all, he would formulate the problem of the formation of capital as follows: how can we account for the origin of capital on the supposition that prices are regulated by the average price, i.e., ultimately by the value of the commodities? I say ultimately, because average prices do not directly coincide with the values of commodities, as Adam Smith, Ricardo, and others believe. End of footnote. Our friend Moneybags, who as yet is only an embryo capitalist, must buy his commodities at their value, must sell them at their value, and yet at the end of the process must withdraw more value from circulation than he threw into it at the starting. His development into a full-grown capitalist must take place both within the sphere of circulation and without it. These are the conditions of the problem. Hic Rhodus, hic salta. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 2. The Transformation of Money into Capital. Chapter 6. The Buying and Selling of Labor Power. The change of value that occurs in the case of money intended to be converted into capital cannot take place in the money itself, since in its function of means of purchase and of payment it does no more than realize the price of the commodity it buys or pays for, and, as hard cash, it is value petrified, never varying. Footnote, quote, "In the form of money, capital is productive of no profit." End quote. Ricardo, Principles of Political Economy, page 267. End footnote. Just as little can it originate in the second act of circulation, the resale of the commodity, which does no more than transform the article from its bodily form back again into its money form. The change must, therefore, take place in the commodity bought by the first act, M.C., but not in its value, for equivalents are exchanged, and the commodity is paid for at its full value. We are, therefore, forced to the conclusion that the change originates in the use value, as such, of the commodity, i.e., in its consumption. In order to be able to extract value from the consumption of a commodity, our friend Moneybags must be so lucky as to find, within the sphere of circulation, in the market, a commodity whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption, therefore, is itself an embodiment of labor, and, consequently, a creation of value. The possessor of money does find on the market such a special commodity, in capacity for labor, or labor power. By labor power or capacity for labor is to be understood the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities existing in a human being, which he exercises whenever he produces a use value of any description. But in order that our owner of money may be able to find labor power offered for sale as a commodity, various conditions must first be fulfilled. The exchange of commodities of itself implies no other relations of dependence than those which result from its own nature. On this assumption, labor power can appear upon the market as a commodity only if, and so far as, its possessor, the individual whose labor power it is, offers it for sale, or sells it as a commodity. In order that he may be able to do this, he must have it at his disposal, must be the untrammelled owner of his capacity for labor, i.e., of his person. Footnote: in encyclopedias of classical antiquities we find such nonsense as this, that in the ancient world capital was fully developed, except that a free labourer and a system of credit was wanting. Mommsen also, in his History of Rome, commits, in this respect, one blunder after another. He and the owner of money meet in the market, and deal with each other as on the basis of equal rights, with this difference alone, that one is buyer, the other seller; both therefore equal in the eyes of the law. The continuance of this relation demands that the owner of the labor power should sell it only for a definite period, for if he were to sell it rump and stump, once for all, he would be selling himself, converting himself from a free man into a slave, from an owner of a commodity into a commodity. He must constantly look upon his labor power as his own property, his own commodity, and this he can only do by placing it at the disposal of the buyer temporarily, for a definite period of time. By this means alone can he avoid renouncing his rights of ownership over it. Footnote: hence legislation in various countries fixes a maximum for labor contracts. Wherever free labor is the rule, the laws regulate the mode of terminating this contract. In some states, particularly in Mexico, before the American Civil War, also in the territories taken from Mexico, and also, as a matter of fact, in the Danubian provinces till the revolution effected by Cusa, slavery is hidden under the form of peonage. By means of advances, repayable in labor, which are handed down from generation to generation, not only the individual laborer but his family become, de facto, the property of other persons and their families. Juarez abolished peonage. The so-called Emperor Maximilian re-established it by a decree which, in the House of Representatives at Washington, was aptly denounced as a decree for the reintroduction of slavery into Mexico. "I may make over to another the use, for a limited time, of my particular bodily and mental aptitudes and capabilities, because in consequence of this restriction they are impressed with a character of alienation with regard to me as a whole. But by the alienation of all my labor power and the whole of my work, I should be converting the substance itself, in other words, my general activity and reality, my person, into the property of another." Hegel, Philosophie des Rechts, Berlin, 1840, page 104, paragraph 67. The second essential condition to the owner of money finding labor power in the market as a commodity is this, that the laborer, instead of being in the position to sell commodities in which his labor is incorporated, must be obliged to offer for sale as a commodity that very labor power which exists only in his living self. In order that a man may be able to sell commodities other than labor power, he must of course have the means of production, as raw material, implements, etc. No boots can be made without leather. He requires also the means of subsistence. Nobody, not even "a musician of the future," can live upon future products, or upon use values in an unfinished state, and ever since the first moment of his appearance on the world's stage, man always has been, and must still be, a consumer, both before and while he is producing. In a society where all products assume the form of commodities, these commodities must be sold after they have been produced. It is only after their sale that they can serve in satisfying the requirements of their producer. The time necessary for their sale is superadded to that necessary for their production. For the conversion of his money into capital, therefore, the owner of money must meet in the market with the free laborer, free in the double sense that as a free man he can dispose of his labor power as his own commodity, and that, on the other hand, he has no other commodity for sale, is short of everything necessary for the realization of his labor power. The question why this free laborer confronts him in the market has no interest for the owner of money, who regards the labor market as a branch of the general market for commodities. And for the present it interests us just as little. We cling to the fact theoretically, as he does practically. One thing, however, is clear. Nature does not produce on the one side owners of money or commodities, and on the other men possessing nothing but their own labor power. This relation has no natural basis, neither is its social basis one that is common to all historical periods. It is clearly the result of a past historical development, the product of many economic revolutions, of the extinction of a whole series of older forms of social production. So too the economic categories, already discussed by us, bear the stamp of history. Definite historical conditions are necessary that a product may become a commodity. It must not be produced as the immediate means of subsistence of the producer himself. Had we gone further, and inquired under what circumstances all, or even the majority of products take the form of commodities, we should have found that this can only happen with production of a very specific kind, capitalist production. Such an inquiry, however, would have been foreign to the analysis of commodities. Production and circulation of commodities can take place, although the great mass of the objects produced are intended for the immediate requirements of their producers, are not turned into commodities, and consequently social production is not yet by a long way dominated in its length and breadth by exchange value. The appearance of products as commodities presupposes such a development of the social division of labor that the separation of use value from exchange value, a separation which first begins with barter, must already have been completed. But such a degree of development is common to many forms of society, which in other respects present the most varying historical features. On the other hand, if we consider money, its existence implies a definite stage in the exchange of commodities. The particular functions of money which it performs, either as the mere equivalent of commodities or as means of circulation, or means of payment, as hoard or as universal money, point, according to the extent and relative preponderance of the one function or the other, to very different stages in the process of social production. Yet we know by experience that the circulation of commodities relatively primitive suffices for the production of all these forms. Otherwise with capital. The historical conditions of its existence are by no means given with the mere circulation of money and commodities. It can spring into life only when the owner of the means of production and subsistence meets in the market with the free laborer selling his labor power, and this one historical condition comprises a world's history. Capital, therefore, announces from its first appearance a new epoch in the process of social production. Footnote. The capitalist epoch is therefore characterized by this, that labor power takes in the eyes of the laborer himself the form of a commodity which is his property. His labor consequently becomes wage labor. On the other hand, it is only from this moment that the produce of labour universally becomes a commodity. We must now examine more closely this peculiar commodity, labour power. Like all others, it has a value. The value or worth of a man is as of all other things his price, that is to say, so much as would be given for the use of his power. Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan, in Works, edition Molesworth, London, 1839–44, volume 3, page 76. How is that value determined? The value of labour power is determined, as in the case of every other commodity, by the labour time necessary for the production, and consequently also the reproduction, of this special article. So far as it has value, it represents no more than a definite quantity of the average labour of society incorporated in it. Labour power exists only as a capacity, or power, of the living individual. Its production consequently presupposes his existence. Given the individual, the production of labour power consists in his reproduction of himself or his maintenance. For his maintenance he requires a given quantity of the means of subsistence. Therefore the labour time requisite for the production of labour power reduces itself to that necessary for the production of those means of subsistence. In other words, the value of labour power is the value of the means of subsistence necessary for the maintenance of the labourer. Labour power, however, becomes a reality only by its exercise. It sets itself in action only by working. But thereby a definite quantity of human muscle, nerve, brain, etc. is wasted, and these require to be restored. This increased expenditure demands a larger income. Hence the Roman Villicus, as overlooker of the agricultural slaves, received more meagre fare than working slaves, because his work was lighter. Thomas Mommsen, Römische Geschichten, 1856, page 810. If the owner of labour power works today, tomorrow he must again be able to repeat the same process in the same conditions as regards health and strength. His means of subsistence must therefore be sufficient to maintain him in his normal state as a labouring individual. His natural wants, such as food, clothing, fuel, and housing, vary according to the climatic and other physical conditions of his country. On the other hand, the number and extent of his so-called necessary wants, as also the modes of satisfying them, are themselves the product of historical development, and depend therefore to a great extent on the degree of civilization of a country, more particularly on the conditions under which, and consequently on the habits and degree of comfort in which, the class of free labourers has been formed. Compare W. T. H. Thornton, Overpopulation and its Remedy, London, 1846. In contradistinction, therefore, to the case of other commodities, there enters into the determination of the value of labour power a historical and moral element. Nevertheless, in a given country at a given period, the average quantity of the means of subsistence necessary for the labourer is practically known. The owner of labour power is mortal. If then his appearance in the market is to be continuous, and the continuous conversion of money into capital assumes this, the seller of labour power must perpetuate himself, in the way that every living individual perpetuates himself by procreation. Petty. The labour power withdrawn from the market by wear and tear and death must be continually replaced by, at the very least, an equal amount of fresh labour power. Hence the sum of the means of subsistence necessary for the production of labour power must include the means necessary for the labourer's substitutes, i.e., his children, in order that this race of peculiar commodity owners may perpetuate its appearance in the market. Its labour's natural price consists in such a quantity of necessaries and comforts of life as, from the nature of the climate and the habits of the country, are necessary to support the labourer, and to enable him to rear such a family as may preserve, in the market, an undiminished supply of labour. R. Torrance, An Essay on the External Corn Trade, London, 1815, page 62. The word labour is here wrongly used for labour power. In order to modify the human organism so that it may acquire skill and handiness in a given branch of industry, and become labor power of a special kind, a special education or training is requisite, and this, on its part, costs an equivalent in commodities of a greater or less amount. This amount varies according to the more or less complicated character of the labor power. The expenses of this education, excessively small in the case of ordinary labor power, enter pro tanto into the total value spent in its production. The value of labor power resolves itself into the value of a definite quantity of the means of subsistence. It therefore varies with the value of these means, or with the quantity of labor requisite for their production. Some of the means of subsistence, such as food and fuel, are consumed daily, and a fresh supply must be provided daily. Others, such as clothes and furniture, last for longer periods, and require to be replaced only at longer intervals. One article must be bought or paid for daily, another weekly, another quarterly, and so on. But in whatever way the sum total of these outlays may be spread over the year, they must be covered by the average income, taking one day with another. If the total of the commodities required daily for the production of labor power is A, and those required weekly is B, and those required quarterly is C, and so on, the daily average of these commodities is 365 times A, plus 52 times B, plus 4 times C, plus etc., divided by 365. Suppose that in this mass of commodities requisite for the average day there are embodied 6 hours of social labor, then there is incorporated daily in labor power half a day's average social labor. In other words, half a day's labor is requisite for the daily production of labor power. This quantity of labor forms the value of a day's labor power, or the value of the labor power daily reproduced. If half a day's average social labor is incorporated in 3 shillings, then 3 shillings is the price corresponding to the value of a day's labor power. If its owner, therefore, offers it for sale at 3 shillings a day, its selling price is equal to its value, and according to our supposition, our friend Moneybags, who is intent upon converting his 3 shillings into capital, pays this value. The minimum limit of the value of labor power is determined by the value of the commodities, without the daily supply of which the laborer cannot renew his vital energy, consequently by the value of those means of subsistence that are physically indispensable. If the price of labor power fall to this minimum, it falls below its value, since under such circumstances it can be maintained and developed only in a crippled state. But the value of every commodity is determined by the labor time requisite to turn it out so as to be of normal quality. It is a very cheap sort of sentimentality which declares this method of determining the value of labor power, a method prescribed by the very nature of the case, to be a brutal method, and which wails with Rossi that, quote, to comprehend capacity for labor, puissance de travail, at the same time that we make abstraction from the means of subsistence of the laborers during the process of production, is to comprehend a phantom, être de raison. When we speak of labor, or capacity for labor, we speak at the same time of the laborer and his means of subsistence, of laborer and wages. Footnote: Rossi, Cours d'économie politique, Bruxelles, 1842, page 370. End footnote. When we speak of capacity for labor, we do not speak of labor any more than when we speak of capacity for digestion we speak of digestion. The latter process requires something more than a good stomach. When we speak of capacity for labor, we do not abstract from the necessary means of subsistence. On the contrary, their value is expressed in its value. If his capacity for labor remains unsold, the laborer derives no benefit from it, but rather he will feel it to be a cruel nature-imposed necessity that this capacity has cost for its production a definite amount of the means of subsistence, and that it will continue to do so for its reproduction. He will then agree with Sismondi, quote, that capacity for labor is nothing unless it is sold. End quote. Footnote: Sismondi, Nouvel Principe, etc. Volume 1, page 112. End footnote. One consequence of the peculiar nature of labor power as a commodity is, that its use value does not, on the conclusion of the contract between the buyer and seller, immediately pass into the hands of the former. Its value, like that of every other commodity, is already fixed before it goes into circulation, since a definite quantity of social labour has been spent upon it. But its use value consists in the subsequent exercise of its force. The alienation of labour power and its actual appropriation by the buyer, its employment as a use value, are separated by an interval of time. But in those cases in which the formal alienation by sale of the use value of a commodity is not simultaneous with its actual delivery to the buyer, the money of the latter usually function as means of payment. Footnote: all labour is paid after it has ceased. An inquiry into those principles respecting the nature of demand, etc., page 104. Le crédit commercial a dû commencer au moment où l'ouvrier, premier artisan de la production, a pu, au moyen de ses économies, attendre le salaire de son travail jusqu'à la fin de la semaine, de la quinzaine, du mois, du trimestre, etc. Charles Ganille, Des systèmes d'économie politique, 2nd edition, Paris, 1821, volume 2, page 150. End footnote. In every country in which the capitalist mode of production reigns, it is the custom not to pay for labour power before it has been exercised for the period fixed by the contract, as for example, the end of each week. In all cases, therefore, the use value of the labour power is advanced to the capitalist. The labourer allows the buyer to consume it before he receives payment of the price. He everywhere gives credit to the capitalist. That this credit is no mere fiction is shown not only by the occasional loss of wages on the bankruptcy of the capitalist, but also by a series of more enduring consequences. Footnote, l'ouvrier prête son industrie, but adds Storch slyly, he risks nothing except de perdre son salaire. L'ouvrier ne transmet rien de matériel. Storch, Cours d'économie politique, Petersburg, 1815, volume 2, page 37. One example. In London there are two sorts of bakers, the full-priced, who sell bread at its full value, and the undersellers, who sell it under its value. The latter class comprises more than 3/4 of the total number of bakers. Page Roman 32 in the report of H.S. Tremenhere, Commissioner to examine into the grievances complained of by the journeyman bakers, etc., London, 1862. The undersellers, almost without exception, sell bread adulterated with alum, soap, pearl ashes, chalk, Derbyshire stone dust, and such like agreeable, nourishing, and wholesome ingredients. See the above-cited Blue Book, as also the report of the Committee of 1855 on the adulteration of bread, and Dr. Hassel's Adulterations Detected, 2nd edition, London, 1861. Sir John Gordon stated before the Committee of 1855 that, in consequence of these adulterations, the poor man, who lives on 2 pounds of bread a day, does not now get 1/4 part of nourishing matter, let alone the deleterious effects on his health. Tremenhere states, locus citato, page Roman 48, as the reason why a very large part of the working class, although well aware of this adulteration, nevertheless accept the alum, stone dust, etc., as part of their purchase, that it is for them a matter of necessity to take from their baker or from the chandler's shop such bread as they choose to supply. As they are not paid their wages before the end of the week, they in their turn are unable to pay for the bread consumed by their families during the week before the end of the week. And Tremenhere adds on the evidence of witnesses, it is notorious that bread composed of those mixtures is made expressly for sale in this manner. In many English and still more Scotch agricultural districts, wages are paid fortnightly, and even monthly. With such long intervals between the payments, the agricultural labourer is obliged to buy on credit. He must pay higher prices, and is in fact tied to the shop which gives him credit. Thus, at Horningham, in Wilts, for example, where the wages are monthly, the same flour that he could buy elsewhere at 1 shilling 10 per stone costs him 2 shillings 4 per stone. Sixth Report on Public Health by the Medical Officer of the Privy Council, etc., 1864, page 264. The block printers of Paisley and Kilmarnock enforced by a strike fortnightly instead of monthly payment of wages. Reports of the Inspectors of Factories for 31st October 1853, page 34. as a further pretty result of the credit given by the workman to the capitalist, we may refer to the method current in many English coal mines, where the labourer is not paid till the end of the month, and in the meantime receives sums on account from the capitalist, often in goods for which the miner is obliged to pay more than the market price. Truck system. It is a common practice with the coal masters to pay once a month, and advance cash to their workmen at the end of each intermediate week. The cash is given in the shop, i.e., the tommy shop which belongs to the master. The men take it on one side and lay it out on the other. Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, London, 1864, page 38, n. 192. Nevertheless, whether money serves as a means of purchase or as a means of payment, this makes no alteration in the nature of the exchange of commodities. The price of the labour power is fixed by the contract, although it is not realized till later, like the rent of a house. The labour power is sold, although it is only paid for at a later period. It will therefore be useful for a clear comprehension of the relation of the parties to assume provisionally that the possessor of labour power on the occasion of each sale immediately receives the price stipulated to be paid for it. We now know how the value paid by the purchaser to the possessor of this peculiar commodity, labour power, is determined. The use value which the former gets in exchange manifests itself only in the actual usufruct, in the consumption of the labour power. The money owner buys everything necessary for this purpose, such as raw material, in the market, and pays for it at its full value. The consumption of labour power is at one and the same time the production of commodities and of surplus value. The consumption of labour power is completed, as in the case of every other commodity, outside the limits of the market or of the sphere of circulation. Accompanied by Mr. Moneybags and by the possessor of labour power, we therefore take leave for a time of this noisy sphere, where everything takes place on the surface and in view of all men, and follow them both into the hidden abode of production, on whose threshold there stares us in the face, "No admittance except on business." Here we shall see, not only how capital produces, but how capital is produced. We shall at last force the secret of profit-making. This sphere that we are deserting, within whose boundaries the sale and purchase of labour power goes on, is in fact a very Eden of the innate rights of man. There alone rule freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. Freedom, because both buyer and seller of a commodity, say of labour power, are constrained only by their own free will. They contract as free agents, and the agreement they come to is but the form in which they give legal expression to their common will. Equality, because each enters into relation with the other as with the simple owner of commodities, and they exchange equivalent for equivalent. Property, because each disposes only of what is his own. And Bentham, because each looks only to himself. The only force that brings them together and puts them in relation with each other is the selfishness, the gain, and the private interests of each. Each looks to himself only, and no one troubles himself about the rest. And just because they do so, do they all, in accordance with the pre-established harmony of things, or under the auspices of an all-shrewd Providence, work together to their mutual advantage, for the common weal and in the interest of all. On leaving this sphere of simple circulation or of exchange of commodities, which furnishes the free trader vulgaris with his views and ideas, and with the standard by which he judges a society based on capital and wages, we think we can perceive a change in the physiognomy of our dramatis personae. He who before was the money owner now strides in front as capitalist. The possessor of labour power follows as his labourer. The one with an air of importance, smirking, intent on business; the other timid and holding back, like one who is bringing his own hide to market and has nothing to expect but a hiding. End of Part 2, Chapter 6.
Chapter 7, Section 1 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1. by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3. The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 7. The Labor Process and the Process of Producing Surplus Value. Section 1. The Labor Process, or the Production of Use Values. The capitalist buys labor power in order to use it, and labor power in use is labor itself. The purchaser of labor power consumes it by setting the seller of it to work. By working, the latter becomes actually what before he was only potentially: labor power in action, a laborer. In order that his labor may reappear in a commodity, he must, before all things, expend it on something useful, on something capable of satisfying a want of some sort. Hence, what the capitalist sets the laborer to produce is a particular use value, a specified article. The fact that the production of use values, or goods, is carried on under the control of a capitalist and on his behalf, does not alter the general character of that production. We shall, therefore, in the first place, have to consider labor process independently of the particular form it assumes under given social conditions. Labor is, in the first place, a process in which both man and nature participate, and in which man, of his own accord, starts, regulates, and controls the material reactions between himself and nature. He opposes himself to nature as one of her own forces, setting in motion arms and legs, head and hands, the natural forces of his body, in order to appropriate nature's productions in a form adapted to his own wants. By thus acting on the external world and changing it, he at the same time changes his own nature. He develops his slumbering powers and compels them to act in obedience to his sway. We are not now dealing with those primitive, instinctive forms of labor that remind us of the mere animal. An immeasurable interval of time separates the state of things in which a man brings his labor power to market for sale as a commodity from that state in which human labor was still in its first instinctive stage. We presuppose labor in a form that stamps it as exclusively human. A spider conducts operations that resemble those of a weaver, and a bee puts to shame many an architect in the construction of her cells. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is this, that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labor process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. He not only effects a change of form in the material on which he works, but he also realizes a purpose of his own that gives the law to his modus operandi, and to which he must subordinate his will. And this subordination is no mere momentary act. Besides the exertion of the bodily organs, the process demands that, during the whole operation, the workman's will be steadily in consonance with his purpose. This means close attention. The less he is attracted by the nature of the work, and the mode in which it is carried on, and the less, therefore, he enjoys it as something which gives play to his bodily and mental powers, the more close his attention is forced to be. The elementary factors of the labor process are: 1. The personal activity of man, i.e., work itself. 2. The subject of that work. And 3. Its instruments. The soil, and this, economically speaking, includes water, in the virgin state in which it supplies man with necessities, or the means of subsistence ready to hand, exists independently of him, and is the universal subject of human labor. Footnote: The earth's spontaneous productions, being in small quantity, and quite independent of man, appear, as it were, to be furnished by nature, in the same way as a small sum is given to a young man, in order to put him in a way of industry, and of making his fortune. James Stewart, Principles of Political Economics, edition Dublin, 1770, volume 1, page 116. End footnote. All those things which labor merely separates from immediate connection with their environment are subjects of labor, spontaneously provided by nature. Such are fish which we catch and take from their element, water, timber which we fell in the virgin forest, and ores which we extract from their veins. If, on the other hand, the subject of labor has, so to say, been filtered through previous labor, we call it raw material. Such is ore already extracted and ready for washing. All raw material is the subject of labor, but not every subject of labor is raw material. It can only become so after it has undergone some alteration by means of labor. An instrument of labor is a thing, or a complex of things, which the laborer interposes between himself and the subject of his labor, and which serves as the conductor of his activity. He makes use of the mechanical, physical, and chemical properties of some substances in order to make other substances subservient to his aims. Footnote. Reason is just as cunning as she is powerful. Her cunning consists principally in her mediating activity, which, by causing objects to act and react on each other in accordance with their own nature, in this way, without any direct interference in the process, carries out reason's intentions. Hegel, Enzyklopädie erster Teil, Die Logik, Berlin, 1840, page 382. End footnote. Leaving out of consideration such ready-made means of subsistence as fruits, and gathering which a man's own limbs serve as the instruments of his labor, the first thing of which the laborer possesses himself is not the subject of labor, but its instrument. Thus nature becomes one of the organs of his activity, one that he annexes to his own bodily organs, adding stature to himself in spite of the Bible. As the earth is his original larder, so too is it his original tool-house. It supplies him, for instance, with stones for throwing, grinding, pressing, cutting, etc. The earth itself is an instrument of labor, but when used as such in agriculture, implies a whole series of other instruments and a comparatively high development of labor. Footnote. In his otherwise miserable work, Théorie de l'économie politique, Paris, 1815, Ganil enumerates in a striking manner, in opposition to the physiocrats, the long series of previous processes necessary before agriculture, properly so called, can commence. End footnote. No sooner does labor undergo the least development than it requires specially prepared instruments. Thus, in the oldest caves we find stone implements and weapons. In the earliest period of human history, domesticated animals, i.e., animals which have been bred for the purpose and have undergone modifications by means of labor, play the chief part as instruments of labor, along with specially prepared stones, wood, bones, and shells. Footnote. Turgot, in his Réflexions sur la formation et la distribution des richesses, 1766, brings well into prominence the importance of domesticated animals to early civilization. End footnote. The use and fabrication of instruments of labor, although existing in the germ among certain species of animals, is specifically characteristic of the human labor process, and Franklin, therefore, defines man as a tool-making animal. Relics of bygone instruments of labor possess the same importance for the investigation of extinct economic forms of society as do fossil bones for the determination of extinct species of animals. It is not the articles made, but how they are made and by what instruments, that enables us to distinguish different economic epochs. Footnote: the least important commodities of all, for the technological comparison of different epochs of production, are articles of luxury, in the strict meaning of the term. However little our written histories up to this time notice the development of material production, which is the basis of all social life, and therefore of all real history, yet prehistoric times have been classified in accordance with the results, not of so-called historical, but of materialistic investigations. These periods have been divided to correspond with the materials from which their implements and weapons were made, viz., into the stone, the bronze, and the iron ages. End footnote. Instruments of labor not only supply a standard of the degree of development to which human labor has attained, but they are also indicators of the social conditions under which that labor is carried on. Among the instruments of labor, those of a mechanical nature, which, taken as a whole, we may call the bone and muscles of production, offer much more decided characteristics of a given epoch of production than those which, like pipes, tubs, baskets, jars, etc., serve only to hold the materials for labor, which latter class we may in a general way call the vascular system of production. The latter first begins to play an important part in the chemical industries. In a wider sense, we may include among the instruments of labor, in addition to those things that are used for directly transferring labor to its subject, and which, therefore, in one way or another, serve as conductors of activity, all such objects as are necessary for carrying on the labor process. These do not enter directly into the process, but without them it is either impossible for it to take place at all, or possible only to a partial extent. Once more we find the earth to be a universal instrument of this sort, for it furnishes a locus standi to the laborer, and a field of employment for his activity. Among instruments that are the result of previous labor, and also belong to this class, we find workshops, canals, roads, and so forth. In the labor process, therefore, man's activity, with the help of the instruments of labor, effects an alteration, designed from the commencement in the material worked upon. The process disappears in the product. The latter is a use value. Nature's material adapted by a change of form to the wants of man. Labor has incorporated itself with its subject. The former is materialized, the latter transformed. That which in the laborer appeared as movement now appears in the product as a fixed quality without motion. The blacksmith forges, and the product is a forging. If we examine the whole process from the point of view of its result, the product, it is plain that both the instruments and the subject of labor are means of production. Footnote: it appears paradoxical to assert that uncaught fish, for instance, are a means of production in the fishing industry. But hitherto, no one has discovered the art of catching fish in waters that contain none. End footnote. And that the labor itself is productive labor. Footnote: this method of determining, from the standpoint of the labor process alone, what is productive labor, is by no means directly applicable to the case of the capitalist process of production. End footnote. Though a use value, in the form of a product, issues from the labor process, Yet other use values, products of previous labor, enter into it as means of production. The same use value is both the product of a previous process and a means of production in a later process. Products are therefore not only results, but also essential conditions of labor. With the exception of the extractive industries, in which the material for labor is provided immediately by nature, such as mining, hunting, fishing, and agriculture, so far as the latter is confined to breaking up virgin soil, all branches of industry manipulate raw material, objects already filtered through labor, already products of labor, such as seed in agriculture. Animals and plants, which we are accustomed to consider as products of nature, are in their present form not only products of, say, last year's labor, but the result of a gradual transformation, continued through many generations, under man's superintendence, and by means of his labor. But in the great majority of cases, instruments of labor show even to the most superficial observer traces of the labor of past ages. Raw material may either form the principal substance of a product, or it may enter into its formation only as an accessory. An accessory may be consumed by the instruments of labor, as coal under a boiler, oil by a wheel, hay by draft horses, or it may be mixed with the raw material in order to produce some modification thereof, as chlorine into unbleached linen, coal with iron, dye stuff with wool, or again, it may help to carry on the work itself, as in the case of the materials used for heating and lighting workshops. The distinction between principal substance and accessory vanishes in the true chemical industries, because there, none of the raw material reappears, in its original composition, in the substance of the product. Footnote: Storch calls true raw materials matière, and accessory material matériau. Cherbulier describes accessories as matière instrumentale. End footnote. Every object possesses various properties, and is thus capable of being applied to different uses. One and the same product may therefore serve as raw material in very different processes. Corn, for example, is a raw material for millers, starch manufacturers, distillers, and cattle breeders. It also enters as raw material into its own production in the shape of seed. Coal, too, is at the same time the product of, and a means of production in, coal mining. Again, a particular product may be used in one and the same process, both as an instrument of labor and as raw material. Take, for instance, the fattening of cattle, where the animal is the raw material, and at the same time an instrument for the production of manure. A product, though ready for immediate consumption, may yet serve as raw material for further product, as grapes when they become the raw material for wine. On the other hand, labor may give us its product in such a form that we can use it only as raw material, as is the case with cotton, thread, and yarn. Such a raw material, though itself a product, may have to go through a whole series of different processes. In each of these, in turn, it serves, with constantly varying form, as raw material, until the last process of the series leaves it a perfect product, ready for individual consumption or for use as an instrument of labor. Hence we see that whether a use value is to be regarded as raw material, as instrument of labor, or as product, this is determined entirely by its function in the labor process, by the position it there occupies. As this varies, so does its character. Whenever, therefore, a product enters as a means of production into a new labor process, it thereby loses its character of product and becomes a mere factor in the process. A spinner treats spindles only as implements for spinning, and flax only as the material that he spins. Of course, it is impossible to spin without material and spindles, and therefore the existence of these things as products, at the commencement of the spinning operation, must be presumed. But in the process itself, the fact that they are products of previous labor is a matter of utter indifference. Just as in the digestive process, it is of no importance whatever that bread is the produce of the previous labor of the farmer, the miller, and the baker. On the contrary, it is generally by their imperfections as products that these means of production in any process assert themselves in their character of products. A blunt knife or weak thread forcibly remind us of Mr. A, the cutler, or Mr. B, the spinner. In the finished product, the labor by means of which it has acquired its useful qualities is not palpable, has apparently vanished. A machine, which does not serve the purposes of labor, is useless. In addition, it falls a prey to the destructive influence of natural forces. Iron rusts and wood rots. Yarn, with which we neither weave nor knit, is cotton wasted. Living labor must seize upon these things and rouse them from their death sleep, change them from mere possible use values into real and effective ones. Bathed in the fire of labor, appropriated as part and parcel of labor's organism, and, as it were, made alive for the performance of their functions in the process, they are in truth consumed, but consumed with a purpose, as elementary constituents of new use values, of new products, ever ready as means of subsistence for individual consumption, or as means of production for some new labor process. If then, on the one hand, finished products are not only results, but also necessary conditions of the labor process, on the other hand, their assumption into that process, their contact with living labor, is the sole means by which they can be made to retain their character of use values, and be utilized. Labor uses up its material factors, its subject and its instruments, consumes them, and is therefore a process of consumption. Such productive consumption is distinguished from individual consumption by this, that the latter uses up products as means of subsistence for the living individual, the former as means whereby alone labor, the labor power of the living individual, is enabled to act. The product, therefore, of individual consumption is the consumer himself. The result of productive consumption is a product distinct from the consumer. In so far, then, as its instruments and subjects are themselves products, labor consumes products in order to create products, or, in other words, consumes one set of products by turning them into means of production for another set. But, just as in the beginning, the only participators in the labor process were man and the earth, which latter exists independently of man, so even now we still employ in the process many means of production provided directly by nature, that do not represent any combination of natural substances with human labor. The labor process, resolved as above into its simple elementary factors, is human action with a view to the production of use values, appropriation of natural substances to human requirements. It is the necessary condition for effecting change of matter between man and nature. It is the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence, and therefore is independent of every social phase of that existence, or rather, is common to every such phase. It was, therefore, not necessary to represent our laborer in connection with other laborers, man and his labor on one side, nature and its materials on the other, sufficed. As the taste of porridge does not tell you who grew the oats, no more does this simple process tell you of itself what are the social conditions under which it is taking place, whether under the slave owner's brutal lash or the anxious eye of the capitalist, whether Cincinnatus carries it on in tilling his modest farm, or a savage in killing wild animals with stones. Footnote: by a wonderful feat of logical acumen, Colonel Torrens has discovered, in this stone of the savage, the origin of capital. In the first stone which he, the savage, flings at the wild animal he pursues, and the first stick that he seizes to strike down the fruit which hangs above his reach, we see the appropriation of one article for the purpose of aiding in the acquisition of another, and thus discover the origin of capital. R. Torrens, An Essay on the Production of Wealth, etc., pages 70 to 71. End footnote. Let us now return to our would-be capitalist. We left him just after he had purchased, in the open market, all the necessary factors of the labor process, its objective factors, the means of production, as well as its subjective factor, labor power. With the keen eye of an expert, he has selected the means of production and the kind of labor power best adapted to his particular trade, be it spinning, bootmaking, or any other kind. He then proceeds to consume the commodity, the labor power that he has just bought, by causing the laborer, the impersonation of that labor power, to consume the means of production by his labor. The general character of the labor process is evidently not changed by the fact that the laborer works for the capitalist instead of for himself. Moreover, the particular methods and operations employed in bootmaking or spinning are not immediately changed by the intervention of the capitalist. He must begin by taking the labor power as he finds it in the market, and consequently be satisfied with labor of such a kind as would be found in the period immediately preceding the rise of capitalists. Changes in the methods of production by the subordination of labor to capital can take place only at a later period, and therefore will have to be treated of in a later chapter. The labor process, turned into the process by which the capitalist consumes labor power, exhibits two characteristic phenomena. First, the laborer works under the control of the capitalist to whom his labor belongs, the capitalist taking good care that the work is done in a proper manner and that the means of production are used with intelligence, so that there is no unnecessary waste of raw material and no wear and tear of the implements beyond what is necessarily caused by the work. Secondly, the product is the property of the capitalist, and not that of the laborer, its immediate producer. Suppose that a capitalist pays for a day's labor power at its value. Then the right to use that power for a day belongs to him, just as much as the right to use any other commodity, such as a horse that he has hired for the day. To the purchaser of a commodity belongs its use, and the seller of labor power, by giving his labor, does no more, in reality, than part with the use value that he has sold. From the instant he steps into the workshop, the use value of his labor power, and therefore also its use, which is labor, belongs to the capitalist. By the purchase of labor power, the capitalist incorporates labor as a living ferment with the lifeless constituents of the product. From his point of view, The labor process is nothing more than the consumption of the commodity purchased, i.e., of labor power. But this consumption cannot be effected except by supplying the labor power with the means of production. The labor process is a process between things that the capitalist has purchased, things that have become his property. The product of this process belongs, therefore, to him, just as much as does the wine, which is the product of a process of fermentation completed in his cellar. Footnote: products are appropriated before they are converted into capital. This conversion does not secure them from such appropriation. Cheboulet, Richesse ou Pauvreté, edition Paris, 1841, page 54. The proletarian, by selling his labor for a definite quantity of the necessaries of life, renounces all claim to a share in the product. The mode of appropriation of the products remains the same as before. It is in no way altered by the bargain we have mentioned. The product belongs exclusively to the capitalist, who supplied the raw material and the necessaries of life. And this is a rigorous consequence of the law of appropriation, a law whose fundamental principle was the very opposite, namely, that every laborer has an exclusive right to the ownership of what he produces. LC, page 58. When the laborers receive wages for their labor, the capitalist is then the owner not of the capital only, he means the production, but of the labor also. If what is paid as wages is included, as it commonly is, in the term capital, it is absurd to talk of labor separately from capital. The word capital, as thus employed, includes labor and capital both. James Mill, Elements of Political Economics, etc., edition 1821, pages 70 and 71. End Part 3, Chapter 7, Section 1 of Capital, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Capital: A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3. The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 7. The Labor Process and the Process of Producing Surplus Value. Section 2. The Production of Surplus Value. The product appropriated by the capitalist is a use value, as yarn, for example, or boots. But although boots are, in one sense, the basis of all social progress, and our capitalist is a decided progressist, yet he does not manufacture boots for their own sake. Use value is, by no means, the thing qu'on aime pour lui-même in the production of commodities. Use values are only produced by capitalists because, and insofar as, they are the material substratum, the depositories of exchange value. Our capitalist has two objects in view. In the first place, he wants to produce a use value that has a value in exchange, that is to say, an article destined to be sold, a commodity. And secondly, he desires to produce a commodity whose value shall be greater than the sum of the values of the commodities used in its production, that is, of the means of production and the labor power, that he purchased with his good money in the open market. His aim is to produce not only a use value, but a commodity also. Not only a use value, but value. Not only value, but at the same time, surplus value. It must be borne in mind that we are now dealing with the production of commodities, and that, up to this point, we have only considered one aspect of the process. Just as commodities are, at the same time, use values and values, so the process of producing them must be a labor process, and, at the same time, a process of creating value. Footnote. As has been stated in a previous note, the English language has two different expressions for these two different aspects of labor. In the simple labor process, the process of producing use values, it is work. In the process of creation of value, it is labor, taking the term in its strictly economic sense. Frederick Engels. End footnote. Let us now examine production as a creation of value. We know that the value of each commodity is determined by the quantity of labor expended on and materialized in it, by the working time necessary, under given social conditions, for its production. This rule also holds good in the case of the product that accrued to our capitalist, as the result of the labor process carried on for him. Assuming this product to be 10 pounds of yarn, our first step is to calculate the quantity of labor realized in it. For spinning the yarn, raw material is required. Suppose, in this case, 10 pounds of cotton. We have no need at present to investigate the value of this cotton, for our capitalist has, we will assume, bought it at its full value, say, of 10 shillings. In this price, the labor required for the production of the cotton is already expressed in terms of the average labor of society. We will further assume that the wear and tear of the spindle, which, for our present purpose, may represent all other instruments of labor employed, amounts to the value of 2s. If, then, 24 hours labor, or 2 working days, are required to produce the quantity of gold represented by 12 shillings, we have here, to begin with, 2 days' labor already incorporated in the yarn. We must not let ourselves be misled by the circumstance that the cotton has taken a new shape, while the substance of the spindle has to a certain extent been used up. By the general law of value, if the value of 40 pounds of yarn equals the value of 40 pounds of cotton plus the value of a whole spindle, i.e., if the same working time is required to produce the commodities on either side of this equation, then 10 pounds of yarn are an equal equivalent for 10 pounds of cotton, together with 1/4 of a spindle. In the case we are considering, the same working time is materialized in the 10 pounds of yarn on the one hand, and in the 10 pounds of cotton and the fraction of a spindle on the other. Therefore, whether value appears in cotton, in a spindle, or in yarn, makes no difference in the amount of that value. The spindle and cotton, instead of resting quietly side by side, join together in the process. Their forms are altered, and they are turned into yarn. But their value is no more affected by this fact than it would be if they had been simply exchanged for their equivalent in yarn. The labor required for the production of the cotton, the raw material of the yarn, is part of the labor necessary to produce the yarn, and is therefore contained in the yarn. The same applies to the labor embodied in the spindle, without whose wear and tear the cotton could not be spun. Hence, in determining the value of the yarn, or the labor time required for its production, all the special processes carried on at various times and in different places, which were necessary, first to produce the cotton and the wasted portion of the spindle, and then, with the cotton and spindle, to spin the yarn, may together be looked on as different and successive phases of one and the same process. The whole of the labor in the yarn is past labor, and it is a matter of no importance that the operations necessary for the production of its constituent elements were carried on at times which, referred to the present, are more remote than the final operation of spinning. If a definite quantity of labor, say 30 days, is requisite to build a house, the total amount of labor incorporated in it is not altered by the fact that the work of the last day is done 29 days later than that of the first. Therefore, the labor contained in the raw material and the instruments of labor can be treated just as if it were labor expended in an earlier stage of the spinning process, before the labor of actual spinning commenced. The values of the means of production, i.e., the cotton and the needle, which values are expressed in the price of 12 shillings, are therefore constituent parts of the value of the yarn, or, in other words, of the value of the product. Two conditions must nevertheless be fulfilled. First, the cotton and spindle must concur in the production of a use value. They must, in the present case, become yarn. Value is independent of the particular use value by which it is born, but it must be embodied in a use value of some kind. Secondly, the time occupied in the labor of production must not exceed the time really necessary under the given social conditions of the case. Therefore, if no more than 1 pound of cotton be requisite to spin 11 pounds of yarn, care must be taken that no more than this weight of cotton is consumed in the production of 11 pounds of yarn. And similarly with regard to the spindle. Though the capitalists have a hobby and use a gold instead of a steel spindle, yet the only labor that counts for anything in the value of the yarn is that which would be required to produce a steel spindle, because no more is necessary under the given social conditions. We now know what portion of the value of the yarn is owing to the cotton and the spindle. It amounts to 12 shillings, or the value of 2 days' work. The next point for our consideration is, what portion of the value of the yarn is added to the cotton by the labor of the spinner? We have now to consider this labor under a very different aspect from that which it had during the labor process. There, we viewed it solely as that particular kind of human activity which changes cotton into yarn. There, the more the labor was suited to the work, the better the yarn, other circumstances remaining the same. The labor of the spinner was then viewed as specifically different from other kinds of productive labor. Different on the one hand in its special aim, viz., spinning. Different, on the other hand, in the special character of its operations, in the special nature of its means of production, and the special use value of its product. For the operation of spinning, cotton, and spindles are a necessity, but for making rifled cannon, they would be of no use whatever. Here, on the contrary, where we consider the labor of the spinner only so far as it is value-creating, i.e., a source of value, his labor differs in no respect from the labor of the cotton planter and spindle maker incorporated in the means of production. It is solely by reason of this identity that cotton planting, spindle making, and spinning are capable of forming the component parts differing only quantitatively from each other, of one whole, namely, the value of the yarn. Here, we have nothing more to do with the quality, the nature, and the specific character of the labor, but merely with its quantity. And this simply requires to be calculated. We proceed upon the assumption that spinning is simple, unskilled labor, the average labor of a given state of society. Hereafter, we shall see that the contrary assumption would make no difference. While the laborer is at work, his labor constantly undergoes a transformation. From being motion, it becomes an object without motion. From being the laborer working, it becomes the thing produced. At the end of 1 hour's spinning, that act is represented by a definite quantity of yarn, In other words, a definite quantity of labor, namely that of 1 hour, has become embodied in the cotton. We say labor, i.e., the expenditure of his vital force by the spinner, and not spinning labor, because the special work of spinning counts here only so far as it is the expenditure of labor power in general, and not in so far as it is the specific work of the spinner. In the process we are now considering, it is of extreme importance that no more time be consumed in the work of transforming the cotton into yarn than is necessary under the given social conditions. If under normal, i.e., average social conditions of production, A pounds of cotton ought to be made into B pounds of yarn by 1 hour's labor, then a day's labor does not count as 12 hours labor unless 12 A pounds of cotton have been made into 12 B pounds of yarn. For in the creation of value, the time that is socially necessary alone counts. Not only the labor, but also the raw material and the product now appear in quite a new light, very different from that in which we viewed them in the labor process, pure and simple. The raw material serves now merely as an absorbent of a definite quantity of labor. By this absorption, it is in fact changed into yarn, because it is spun, because labor power in the form of spinning is added to it. But the product, the yarn, is now nothing more than a measure of the labor absorbed by the cotton. If in 1 hour, 1 2/3 pounds of cotton can be spun into 1 2/3 pounds of yarn, then 10 pounds of yarn indicate the absorption of 6 hours labor. Definite quantities of product, these quantities being determined by experience, now represent nothing but definite quantities of labor, definite masses of crystallized labor time. They are nothing more than the materialization of so many hours or so many days of social labor. We are here no more concerned about the facts that the labor is the specific work of spinning than its subject is cotton and its product yarn, than we are about the fact that the subject itself is already a product and therefore raw material. If the spinner, instead of spinning, were working in a coal mine, the subject of his labor, the coal, would be supplied by nature. Nevertheless, a definite quantity of extracted coal, 1 cwt for example, would represent a definite quantity of absorbed labor. We assume on the occasion of its sale that the value of a day's labor power is 3 shillings, and that 6 hours labor is incorporated in that sum, and consequently that this amount of labor is requisite to produce the necessaries of life daily required on an average by the laborer. If now our spinner, by working for 1 hour, can convert 1 2/3 pounds of cotton into 1 2/3 pounds of yarn, it follows that in 6 hours he will convert 10 pounds of cotton into 10 pounds of yarn. Footnote. These figures are quite arbitrary. End footnote. Hence, during the spinning process, the cotton absorbs 6 hours of labor. The same quantity of labor is also embodied in a piece of gold of the value of 3 shillings. Consequently, by mere labor of spinning, a value of 3 shillings is added to the cotton. Let us now consider the total value of the product, the 10 pounds of yarn. 2½ days' labor has been embodied in it, of which 2 days were contained in the cotton and in the substance of the spindle worn away, and half a day was absorbed during the process of spinning. These 2½ days' labor is also represented by a piece of gold of the value of 15 shillings. Hence, 15 shillings is an adequate price for the 10 pounds of yarn, or the price of 1 pound is 18 pence. Our capitalist stares in astonishment. The value of the product is exactly equal to the value of the capital advanced. The value so advanced has not expanded. No surplus value has been created, and consequently, money has not been converted into capital. The price of the yarn is 15 shillings. and 15 shillings were spent in the open market upon the constituent elements of the product, or, what amounts to the same thing, upon the factors of the labor process. 10 shillings were paid for the cotton, 2 shillings for the substance of the spindle worn away, and 3 shillings for the labor power. The swollen value of the yarn is of no avail, for it is merely the sum of the values formerly existing in the cotton, the spindle, and the labor power. Out of such a simple addition of existing values, no surplus value can possibly arise. Footnote: This is the fundamental proposition on which is based the doctrine of the physiocrats as to the unproductiveness of all labor that is not agriculture. It is irrefutable for the orthodox economist. Cette façon d'imputer à une seule chose le valeur de plaisir autres, par exemple à la consommation d'outils, d'y appliquer pour ainsi dire, couche sur couche, plaisir valeur sur une seule, fait que celle-ci goïsse du temps. Les termes d'édition peintribent la manière dont se font les prix d'ouvrage de main-d'œuvre, si prix ne compte total des plaisirs valeurs consommés est additionné ensemble. Or, additionner n'est pas multiplier. This method of adding to one particular object the value of a number of others, for example, adding the living costs of the weaver to the flax, of, as it were, heaping up various values in layers on top of one single value, has the result that this value grows to the same extent. The expression addition gives a very clear picture of the way in which the price of a manufactured product is formed. This price is only the sum of a number of values which have been consumed, and it is arrived at by adding them together. However, addition is not the same as multiplication. Merci de la Rivière. LC, page 599. End footnote. These separate values are now all concentrated in one thing, but so they were also in the sum of 15 shillings, before it was split up into 3 parts, by the purchase of the commodities. There is in reality nothing very strange in this result. The value of 1 pound of yarn being 18 pence, if our capitalist buys 10 pounds of yarn in the market, he must pay 15 shillings for them. It is clear that, whether a man buys his house ready built, or gets it built for him, in neither case will the mode of acquisition increase the amount of money laid out on the house. Our capitalist, who is at home in his vulgar economy, exclaims, "Oh, but I advance my money for the express purpose of making more money." The way to hell is paved with good intentions, and he might just as easily have intended to make money without producing at all. Footnote. Thus, from 1844 to 47, he withdrew part of his capital from productive employment in order to throw it away in railway speculations. And so also, during the American Civil War, he closed his factory and turned his workpeople into the streets in order to gamble on the Liverpool Cotton Exchange. End footnote. He threatens all sorts of things. He won't be caught napping again. In future, he will buy the commodities in the market instead of manufacturing them himself. But if all his brother capitalists were to do the same, where would he find his commodities in the market? And his money cannot eat. He tries persuasion. Consider my abstinence. I might have played ducks and drakes with the 15 shillings, but instead of that, I consumed it productively, and made yarn with it. Very well, and by way of reward he is now in possession of good yarn instead of a bad conscience. And as for playing the part of a miser, it would never do for him to relapse into such bad ways as that. We have seen before to what results such asceticism leads. Besides, where nothing is, the king has lost his rights. Whatever may be the merit of his abstinence, there is nothing wherewith specially to remunerate it, because the value of the product is merely the sum of the values of the commodities that were thrown into the process of production. Let him therefore console himself with the reflection that virtue is its own reward. But no, he becomes importunate. He says, "The yarn is of no use to me. I produced it for sale." In that case, let him sell it. Or, still better, let him for the future produce only things for satisfying his personal wants, a remedy that his physician, McCulloch, has already prescribed as infallible against an epidemic of overproduction. He now gets obstinate. Can the laborer, he asks, merely with his arms and legs produce commodities out of nothing? Did I not supply him with the materials by means of which, and in which alone, his labor could be embodied? And as the greater part of society consists of such ne'er-do-wells, have I not rendered society incalculable service by my instruments of production, my cotton, and my spindle? And not only society, but the laborer also, whom in addition I have provided with the necessaries of life? And am I to be allowed nothing in return for all this service? Well, but has not the laborer rendered him the equivalent service of changing his cotton and spindle into yarn? Moreover, there is here no question of service. Footnote: Extol thyself, put on finery and adorn thyself. But whoever takes more or better than he gives, that is usury, and is not service, but wrong done to his neighbor, as when one steals and robs. All is not service and benefit to a neighbor that is called service and benefit. For an adulteress and an adulterer do one another great service and pleasure. A horseman does an incendiary a great service by helping him to rob on the highway, and pillage land and houses. The papists do ours a great service, and that they don't drown, burn, murder all of them, or let them all rot in prison, but let some live, and only drive them out, or take from them what they have. The devil himself does his servants inestimable service. To sum up, the world is full of great, excellent, and daily service and benefit. Martin Luther, Andy Fahren wieder den Wuher zu Reding, Wittenberg, 1540. End footnote. A service is nothing more than the useful effect of a use value, be it of a commodity or be it of labor. Footnote. In Zur Kritik der Pol Ök, page 14, I make the following remark on this point. It is not difficult to understand what service, the category service, must render to a class of economists like J.B. Say and F. Bastiat. End footnote. But here we are dealing with exchange value. The capitalist paid to the laborer a value of 3 shillings, and the laborer gave back to him an exact equivalent in the value of 3 shillings, added by him to the cotton. He gave him value for value. Our friend, up to this time so purse-proud, suddenly assumes the modest demeanor of his own workman, and exclaims, "Have I myself not worked? Have I not performed the labor of superintendence and of overlooking the spinner? And does not this labor, too, create value?" His overlooker and his manager try to hide their smiles. Meanwhile, after a hearty laugh, he reassumes his usual mien. Though he chanted to us the whole creed of the economists, in reality, he says, he would not give a brass farthing for it. He leaves this and all such like subterfuges and juggling tricks to the professors of political economy, who are paid for it. He himself is a practical man, and though he does not always consider what he says outside his business, yet in his business he knows what he is about. Let us examine the matter more closely. The value of a day's labor power amounts to 3 shillings, because on our assumption half a day's labor is embodied in that quantity of labor power, i.e., because the means of subsistence that are daily required for the production of labor power cost half a day's labor. But the past labor that is embodied in the labor power, and the living labor that it can call into action, the daily cost of maintaining it and its daily expenditure and work are two totally different things. The former determines the exchange value of the labor power. The latter is its use value. The fact that half a day's labor is necessary to keep the laborer alive during 24 hours does not in any way prevent him from working a whole day. Therefore, the value of labor power and the value which that labor power creates in the labor process are two entirely different magnitudes. And this difference of the two values was what the capitalist had in view when he was purchasing the labor power. The useful qualities that labor power possesses, and by virtue of which makes it yarn or boots, were to him nothing more than a conditio sine qua non. For in order to create value, labor must be expended in a useful manner. What really influenced him was the specific use value which this commodity possesses of being a source not only of value, but of more value than it has itself. This is the special service that the capitalist expects from labor power, and in this transaction he acts in accordance with the eternal laws of the exchange of commodities. The seller of labor power, like the seller of any other commodity, realizes its exchange value and parts with its use value. He cannot take one without giving the other. The use value of labor power, or in other words, labor, belongs just as little to its seller as the use value of oil after it has been sold belongs to the dealer who has sold it. The owner of the money has paid the value of a day's labor power. His, therefore, is the use of it for a day. A day's labor belongs to him. The circumstance that on the one hand the daily sustenance of labor power costs only a half-day's labor, while on the other hand the very same labor power can work during a whole day, that consequently the value which its use during one day creates is double what he pays for that use. This circumstance is, without doubt, a piece of good luck for the buyer, but by no means an injury to the seller. Our capitalist foresaw this state of things, and that was the cause of his laughter. The laborer therefore finds, in the workshop, the means of production necessary for working, not only during 6, but during 12 hours. Just as during the 6 hours process our 10 pounds of cotton absorbed 6 hours labor and became 10 pounds of yarn, so now 20 pounds of cotton will absorb 12 hours labor and be changed into 20 pounds of yarn. Let us now examine the product of this prolonged process. There is now materialized in this 20 pounds of yarn the labor of 5 days, of which 4 days are due to the cotton and the lost steel of the spindle, the remaining day having been absorbed by the cotton during the spinning process. Expressed in gold, the labor of 5 days is 30 shillings. This is therefore the price of 20 pounds of yarn, giving, as before, 18 pence as the price of a pound. But the sum of the values of the commodities that entered into the process amounts to 27 shillings. The value of the yarn is 30 shillings. Therefore, the value of the product is 1/9 greater than the value advanced for its production. 27 shillings have been transformed into 30 shillings. A surplus value of 3 shillings has been created. The trick has at last succeeded. Money has been converted into capital. Every condition of the problem is satisfied, while the laws that regulate the exchange of commodities have been in no way violated. Equivalent has been exchanged for equivalent. For the capitalist as buyer paid for each commodity, for the cotton, the spindle, and the labor power, its full value. He then did what is done by every purchaser of commodities. He consumed their use value. The consumption of the labor power, which was also the process of producing commodities, resulted in 20 pounds of yarn, having a value of 30 shillings. The capitalist, formerly a buyer, now returns to the market as a seller of commodities. He sells his yarn at 18 pence a pound, which is its exact value. Yet, For all that, he withdraws 3 shillings more from circulation than he originally threw into it. This metamorphosis, this conversion of money into capital, takes place both within the sphere of circulation and also outside it. Within the circulation, because conditioned by the purchase of the labor power in the market. Outside the circulation, because what is done within it is only a stepping stone to the production of surplus value, a process which is entirely confined to the sphere of production. Thus, everything is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. Voltaire, Candide. By turning his money into commodities that serve as the material elements of a new product, and as factors in the labor process, by incorporating living labor with their dead substance, the capitalist at the same time converts value, i.e., past, materialized, and dead labor into capital, into value, big with value, a live monster that is fruitful and multiplies. If we now compare the two processes of producing value and of creating surplus value, we see that the latter is nothing but the continuation of the former beyond a definite point. If on the one hand, the process be not carried beyond the point where the value paid by the capitalist for the labor power is replaced by an exact equivalent, it is simply a process of producing value. If on the other hand, it be continued beyond that point, it becomes a process of creating surplus value. If we proceed further, and compare the process of producing value with the labor process, pure and simple, we find that the latter consists of the useful labor, the work that produces use values. Here we contemplate the labor as producing a particular article. We view it under its quantitative aspect alone, with regard to its end and aim. But viewed as a value-creating process, the same labor process presents itself under its quantitative aspect alone. Here it is a question merely of the time occupied by the laborer in doing the work, of the period during which the labor power is usefully expended. Here, the commodities that take part in the process do not count any longer as necessary adjuncts of labor power in the production of a definite, useful object. They count merely as depositories of so much absorbed or materialized labor. That labor, whether previously embodied in the means of production, or incorporated in them for the first time during the process by the action of labor power, counts in either case only according to its duration. It amounts to so many hours or days as the case may be. Moreover, only so much of the time spent in the production of any article is counted, as under the given social conditions, is necessary. The consequences of this are various. In the first place, it becomes necessary that the labor should be carried on under normal conditions. If a self-acting mule is the implement in general use for spinning, it would be absurd to supply the spinner with a distaff and spinning wheel. The cotton, too, must not be such rubbish as to cause extra waste in being worked, but must be of suitable quality. Otherwise, the spinner would be found to spend more time in producing a pound of yarn than is socially necessary, in which case the excess of time would create neither value nor money. But whether the material factors of the process are of normal quality or not depends not upon the laborer, but entirely upon the capitalist. Then again, the labor power itself must be of average efficacy. In the trade in which it is being employed, it must possess the average skill, hardiness, and quickness prevalent in that trade. And our capitalist took good care to buy labor power of such normal goodness. This power must be applied with the average amount of exertion and with the usual degree of intensity. And the capitalist is as careful to see that this is done as that his workmen are not idle for a single moment. He has bought the use of the labor power for a definite period, and he insists upon his rights. He has no intention of being robbed. Lastly, and for this purpose, our friend has a penal code of his own. All wasteful consumption of raw material or instruments of labor is strictly forbidden, because what is so wasted represents labor superfluously expended, labor that does not count in the product or enter into its value. Footnote. This is one of the circumstances that makes production by slave labor such a costly process. The laborer here is, to use a striking expression of the ancients, distinguishable only as instrumentum vocale, from an animal as instrumentum semivocale, and from an implement as instrumentum mutum. But he himself takes care to let both beast and implement feel that he is none of them, but is a man. He convinces himself with immense satisfaction that he is a different being, by treating the one unmercifully and damaging the other con amore. Hence, the principle, universally applied in this method of production, only to employ the rudest and heaviest implements, and such as are difficult to damage, owing to their sheer clumsiness. In the slave states, bordering on the Gulf of Mexico, down to the date of the Civil War, plows constructed on old Chinese models, which turned up the soil like a hog or a mole, instead of making furrows, were alone to be found. Conf. J. E. Cairns, The Slave Power, London, 1862, page 46, SQQ. In his Seaboard Slave States, Olmsted tells us, I am here shown tools that no man in his senses, with us, would allow a laborer, for whom he was paying wages, to be encumbered with, and the excessive weight and clumsiness of which, I would judge, would make work at least 10% greater than with those ordinarily used with us. And I am assured that, in the careless and clumsy way they must be used by the slaves, anything lighter or less rude could not be furnished them with good economy, and that such tools as we constantly give our laborers, and find our profit in giving them, would not last out a day in a Virginia cornfield. Much lighter and more free from stones though it be than ours. So too, when I ask why mules are so universally substituted for horses on the farm, the first reason given, and confessedly the most conclusive one, is that horses cannot bear the treatment that they always must get from Negroes. Horses are always soon foundered or crippled by them, while mules will bear cudgeling, or lose a meal or two now and then, and not be materially injured, and they do not take cold or get sick, if neglected or overworked. But I do not need to go further than to the window of the room in which I am writing, to see at almost any time treatment of cattle that would ensure the immediate discharge of the driver by almost any farmer owning them in the North. End footnote. We now see that the difference between labor, considered on the one hand as producing utilities, and on the other hand as creating value, a difference which we discovered by our analysis of a commodity, resolves itself into a distinction between two aspects of the process of production. The process of production, considered on the one hand as the unity of the labor process and the process of creating value, is production of commodities. Considered on the other hand as the unity of the labor process and the process of producing surplus value, it is the capitalist process of production, or capitalist production of commodities. We stated, on a previous page, that in the creation of surplus value, it does not in the least matter whether the labor appropriated by the capitalist be simple unskilled labor of average quality or more complicated skilled labor. All labor of higher or more complicated character than average labor is expenditure of labor power of a more costly kind. Labor power whose production has cost more time and labor, and which therefore has a higher value than unskilled or simple labor power. This power being higher value, its consumption is labor of a higher class. Labor that creates in equal times proportionately higher values than unskilled labor does. Whatever difference in skill there may be between the labor of a spinner and that of a jeweler, the portion of his labor by which the jeweler merely replaces the value of his own labor power does not in any way differ in the quantity from the additional portion by which he creates surplus value. In the making of jewelry, just as in spinning, the surplus value rests only from a quantitative excess of labor, from a lengthening out of one and the same labor process. In the one case, of the process of making jewels, and the other, of the process of making yarn. Footnote: the distinction between skilled and unskilled labor rests in part on pure illusion, or, to say the least, on distinctions that have long since ceased to be real, and that survive only by virtue of a traditional convention, in part on the helpless condition of some groups of the working class, a condition that prevents them from exacting equally with the rest of the value of their labor power. Accidental circumstances here play so great a part that these two forms of labor sometimes change places. Where, for instance, the physique of the working class has deteriorated and is, relatively speaking, exhausted, which in the case in all countries with a well-developed capitalist production, the lower forms of labor, which demand great expenditure of muscle, are in general considered as skilled, compared with much more delicate forms of labor. Take as an example the labor of a bricklayer, which in England occupies a much higher level than that of a damask weaver. Again, although the labor of a fustian cutter demands great bodily exertion, and is at the same time unhealthy, yet it counts only as unskilled labor. And then, we must not forget that the so-called skilled labor does not occupy a large space in the field of national labor. Lang estimates that in England and Wales, the livelihood of 11,300,000 people depends on unskilled labor. If from the total population of 18 million living at the time when he wrote, we deduct 1 million for the genteel population, and 1,500,000 for paupers, vagrants, criminals, prostitutes, etc., and 4,650,000 who compose the middle class, there remain the above-mentioned 11 million. But in his middle class he includes people that live on the interest of small investments, officials, men of letters, artists, schoolmasters, and the like, and in order to swell the number, he also includes in these 4,650,000 the better paid portion of the factory operatives. The bricklayers too figure amongst them. S. Lang, National Distress, etc., London, 1844. The great class who have nothing to give for food but ordinary labor are the great bulk of the people. James Mill, in article Colony, supplement to the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1831. End footnote. But on the other hand, in every process of creating value, the reduction of skilled labor to average social labor, e.g., 1 day of skilled to 6 days of unskilled labor, is unavoidable. Footnote. Where reference is made to labor as a measure of value, it necessarily implies labor of one particular kind, the proportion which the other kinds bear to it being easily ascertained. Outlines of Political Economy, London, 1832, printed pages 22 and 23. End footnote. We therefore save ourselves the superfluous operation and simplify our analysis by the assumption that the labor of the workman employed by the capitalist is unskilled, average labor. End Part 3. The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 7. The Labor Process and the Process of Producing Surplus Value. Section 2. The Production of Surplus Value. This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 8 of Capital Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx, translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3. The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 8. Constant Capital and Variable Capital. The various factors of the labor process play different parts in forming the value of the product. The laborer adds fresh value to the subject of his labor by expending upon it a given amount of additional labor, no matter what the specific character and utility of that labor may be. On the other hand, the values of the means of production used up in the process are preserved and present themselves afresh as constituent parts of the value of the product. The values of the cotton and the spindle, for instance, reappear again in the value of the yarn. The value of the means of production is therefore preserved by being transferred to the product. This transfer takes place during the conversion of those means into a product, or, in other words, during the labor process. It is brought about by labor. But how? The laborer does not perform two operations at once, one in order to add value to the cotton, the other in order to preserve the value of the means of production, or, what amounts to the same thing, to transfer to the yarn, to the product, the value of the cotton on which he works, and part of the value of the spindle with which he works. But by the very act of adding new value he preserves their former values. Since, however, the addition of new value to the subject of his labor and the preservation of its former value are two entirely distinct results, produced simultaneously by the laborer during one operation, it is plain that this twofold nature of the result can be explained only by the twofold nature of his labor. At one and the same time it must in one character create value, and in another character preserve or transfer value. Now, in what manner does every laborer add new labor and consequently new value? Evidently only by laboring productively in a particular way, the spinner by spinning, the weaver by weaving, the smith by forging. But, while thus incorporating labor generally, that is value, it is by the particular form alone of the labor, by the spinning, the weaving, and the forging, respectively, that the means of production, the cotton and spindle, the yarn and loom, and the iron and anvil, become constituent elements of the product, of a new use value. Footnote. Quote, "Labor gives a new creation for one extinguished." An essay on the Political Economy of Nations. London, 1821, page 13. End footnote. Each use value disappears, but only to reappear under a new form in a new use value. Now, we saw, when we were considering the process of creating value, that, if a use value be effectively consumed in the production of a new use value, the quantity of labor expended in the production of the consumed article forms a portion of the quantity of labor necessary to produce a new use value. This portion is therefore labor transferred from the means of production to the new product. Hence the laborer preserves the values of the consumed means of production, or transfers them as portions of its value to the product, not by virtue of his additional labor, abstractedly considered, but by virtue of the particular useful character of that labor, by virtue of its special productive form. In so far then as labor is such specific productive activity, in so far as it is spinning, weaving, or forging, it raises by mere contact the means of production from the dead, makes them living factors of the labor process, and combines with them to form the new products. If the special productive labor of the workman were not spinning, he could not convert the cotton into yarn, and therefore could not transfer the values of the cotton and spindle to the yarn. Suppose the same workman were to change his occupation to that of a joiner, he would still by a day's labor add value to the material he works upon. Consequently we see, first, that the addition of new value takes place not by virtue of his labor being spinning in particular, or joinering in particular, but because it is labor in the abstract, a portion of the total labor of society. And we see next that the value added is of a given definite amount, not because his labor has a special utility, but because it is exerted for a definite time. On the one hand, then, it is by virtue of its general character, as being expenditure of human labor power in the abstract, that spinning adds new value to the values of the cotton and the spindle, and on the other hand, it is by virtue of its special character, as being a concrete, useful process that the same labor of spinning both transfers the values of the means of production to the product, and preserves them in the product. Hence, at one and the same time, there is produced a twofold result. By the simple addition of a certain quantity of labor, new value is added, and by the quality of this added labor, the original values of the means of production are preserved in the product. This twofold effect, resulting from the twofold character of labor, may be traced in various phenomena. Let us assume that some invention enables the spinner to spin as much cotton in 6 hours as he was able to spin before in 36 hours. His labor is now 6 times as effective as it was for the purposes of useful production. The product of 6 hours' work has increased 6-fold, from 6 pounds to 36 pounds. But now the 36 pounds of cotton absorb only the same amount of labor as formerly did the 6 pounds. 1/6 as much new labor is absorbed by each pound of cotton, and consequently the value added by the labor to each pound is only 1/6 of what it formerly was. On the other hand, in the product, in the 36 pounds of yarn, the value transferred from the cotton is 6 times as great as before. By the 6 hours spinning, the value of the raw material preserved and transferred to the product is 6 times as great as before, although the new value added by the labor of the spinner to each pound of the very same raw material is 1/6 what it was formerly. This shows that the two properties of labor, by virtue of which it is enabled in one case to preserve value, and in the other to create value, are essentially different. On the one hand, the longer the time necessary to spin a given weight of cotton into yarn, the greater is the new value added to the material. On the other hand, the greater the weight of the cotton spun in a given time, the greater is the value preserved, by being transferred from it to the product. Let us now assume that the productiveness of the spinner's labor, instead of varying, remains constant, that he therefore requires the same time as he formerly did to convert 1 pound of cotton into yarn, but that the exchange value of the cotton varies, either by rising to 6 times its former value, or falling to 1/6 of that value. In both these cases, the spinner puts the same quantity of labor into a pound of cotton, and therefore adds as much value as he did before the change in the value. He also produces a given weight of yarn in the same time as he did before. Nevertheless, the value that he transfers from the cotton to the yarn is either 1/6 of what it was before the variation, or, as the case may be, 6 times as much as before. The same result occurs when the value of the instruments of labor rises or falls, while their useful efficacy in the process remains unaltered. Again, if the technical conditions of the spinning process remain unchanged, and no change of value takes place in the means of production, the spinner continues to consume in equal working times equal quantities of raw material, and equal quantities of machinery of unvarying value. The value that he preserves in the product is directly proportional to the new value that he adds to the product. In 2 weeks he incorporates twice as much labor, and therefore twice as much value, as in 1 week, and during the same time he consumes twice as much material, and wears out twice as much machinery, of double the value in each case. He therefore preserves, in the product of 2 weeks, twice as much value as in the product of 1 week. So long as the conditions of production remain the same, the more value the laborer adds by fresh labor, the more value he transfers and preserves. But he does so merely because this addition of new value takes place under conditions that have not varied and are independent of his own labor. Of course, it may be said in one sense that the laborer preserves old value always in proportion to the quantity of new value that he adds. Whether the value of cotton rise from 1 shilling to 2 shillings, or fall to 6pence, the workman invariably preserves in the product of 1 hour only half as much value as he preserves in 2 hours. In like manner, if the productiveness of his own labor varies by rising or falling, he will in 1 hour spin either more or less cotton, as the case may be, than he did before, and will consequently preserve in the product of 1 hour more or less value of cotton. But, all the same, he will preserve by 2 hours' labor twice as much value as he will by 1. Value exists only in articles of utility, in objects. We leave out of consideration its purely symbolical representation by tokens. Man himself, viewed as the impersonation of labor power, is a natural object, a thing, although a living, conscious thing, and labor is the manifestation of this power residing in him. If therefore an article loses its utility, it also loses its value. The reason why means of production do not lose their value at the same time that they lose their use value is this: they lose in the labor process the original form of their use value, only to assume in the product the form of a new use value. But, however important it may be to value that it should have some object of utility to embody itself in, yet it is a matter of complete indifference what particular object serves this purpose. This we saw when treating of the metamorphosis of commodities. Hence it follows that in the labor process the means of production transfer their value to the product only so far as along with their use value they lose also their exchange value. They give up to the product that value alone which they themselves lose as means of production. But in this respect the material factors of the labor process do not all behave alike. The coal burnt under the boiler vanishes without leaving a trace. So too the tallow with which the axles of wheels are greased. Dyestuffs and other auxiliary substances also vanish but reappear as properties of the product. Raw material forms the substance of the product, but only after it has changed its form. Hence raw material and auxiliary substances lose the characteristic form with which they are clothed on entering the labor process. It is otherwise with the instruments of labor. Tools, machines, workshops, and vessels are of use in the labor process only so long as they retain their original shape, and are ready each morning to renew the process with their shape unchanged. And just as during their lifetime, that is to say, during the continued labor process in which they serve, they retain their shape independent of the product, so too they do after their death. The corpses of machines, tools, workshops, etc., are always separate and distinct from the product they help to turn out. If we now consider the case of any instrument of labor during the whole period of its service, from the day of its entry into the workshop till the day of its banishment into the lumber room, we find that during this period its use value has been completely consumed, and therefore its exchange value completely transferred to the product. For instance, if a spinning machine lasts for 10 years, it is plain that during that working period its total value is gradually transferred to the product of the 10 years. The lifetime of an instrument of labor, therefore, is spent in the repetition of greater or less number of similar operations. Its life may be compared with that of a human being. Every day brings a man 24 hours nearer to his grave, but how many days he has still to travel on that road no man can tell accurately by merely looking at him. This difficulty, however, does not prevent life insurance officers from drawing, by means of the theory of averages, very accurate and at the same time very profitable conclusions. So it is with the instruments of labor. It is known by experience how long on the average a machine of a particular kind will last. Suppose its use value in the labor process to last only 6 days. Then, on the average, it loses each day 1/6 of its use value, and therefore parts with 1/6 of its value to the daily product. The wear and tear of all instruments, their daily loss of use value, and the corresponding quantity of value they part with to the product are accordingly calculated upon this basis. It is thus strikingly clear that means of production never transfer more value to the product than they themselves lose during the labor process by the destruction of their own use value. If such an instrument has no value to lose, if, in other words, it is not the product of human labor, it transfers no value to the product. It helps to create use value without contributing to the formation of exchange value. In this class are included all means of production supplied by nature without human assistance, such as land, wind, water, metals in situ, and timber in virgin forests. Yet another interesting phenomenon here presents itself. Suppose a machine to be worth £1,000, and to wear out in 1,000 days. Then 1,000th part of the value of the machine is daily transferred to the day's product. At the same time, though with diminishing vitality, the machine as a whole continues to take part in the labor process. Thus it appears that one factor of the labor process, a means of production, continually enters as a whole into that process, while it enters into the process of the formation of value by fractions only. The difference between the two processes is here reflected in their material factors, by the same instrument of production taking part as a whole in the labor process, while at the same time as an element in the formation of value it enters only by fractions. Footnote. The subject of repairs of the implements of labor does not concern us here. A machine that is undergoing repair no longer plays the part of an instrument, but that of a subject of labor. Work is no longer done with it, but upon it. It is quite permissible for our purpose to assume that the labor expended on the repairs of instruments is included in the labor necessary for their original production. But in the text we deal with that wear and tear which no doctor can cure, and which little by little brings about death, with "that kind of wear which cannot be repaired from time to time, and which, in the case of a knife, would ultimately reduce it to a state in which the cutler would say of it, 'It is not worth a new blade.'" We have shown in the text that a machine takes part in every labor process as an integral machine, but that into the simultaneous process of creating value it enters only bit by bit. How great, then, is the confusion of ideas exhibited in the following extract. Mr. Ricardo says a portion of the labor of the engineer in making stocking machines is contained, for example, in the value of a pair of stockings. Yet the total labor that produced each single pair of stockings includes the whole labor of the engineer, not a portion, for one machine makes many pairs, and none of those pairs could have been done without any part of the machine. Observations on certain verbal disputes in political economy, particularly relating to value. Page 54. The author, an uncommonly self-satisfied wiseacre, is right in his confusion, and therefore in his contention, to this extent only, that neither Ricardo nor any other economist before or since him has accurately distinguished the two aspects of labor, and still less, therefore, the part played by it under each of these aspects in the formation of value. On the other hand, a means of production may take part as a whole in the formation of value, while into the labor process it enters only bit by bit. Supposing that in spinning cotton the waste for every 115 pounds used amounts to 15 pounds, which is converted, not into yarn, but into devil's dust. Now, although this 15 pounds of cotton never becomes a constituent element of the yarn, yet assuming this amount of waste to be normal and inevitable under average conditions of spinning, its value is just as surely transferred to the value of the yarn as is the value of the 100 pounds that form the substance of the yarn. The use value of 15 pounds of cotton must vanish into dust before 100 pounds of yarn can be made. The destruction of this cotton is therefore a necessary condition in the production of the yarn. And because it is a necessary condition, and for no other reason, the value of that cotton is transferred to the product. The same holds good for every kind of refuse resulting from a labor process, so far at least as such refuse cannot be further employed as a means in the production of new and independent use values. Such an employment of refuse may be seen in the large machine works at Manchester, where mountains of iron turnings are carted away to the foundry in the evening, in order the next morning to reappear in the workshops as solid masses of iron. We have seen that the means of production transfer value to the new product, so far only as during the labor process they lose value in the shape of their old use value. The maximum loss of value that they can suffer in the process is plainly limited by the amount of the original value with which they came into the process, or, in other words, by the labor time necessary for their production. Therefore, the means of production can never add more value to the product than they themselves possess independently of the process in which they assist. However useful a given kind of raw material, or a machine, or other means of production may be, though it may cost 150 pounds, or say 500 days' labor, yet it cannot, under any circumstances, add to the value of the product more than 150 pounds. Its value is determined not by the labor process into which it enters as a means of production, but by that out of which it has issued as a product. In the labor process it only serves as a mere use value, a thing with useful properties, and could not, therefore, transfer any value to the product, unless it possessed such value previously. From this we may judge of the absurdity of J.B. Say, who pretends to account for surplus value, interest, profit, rent, by the service productif, which the means of production, soil, instruments, and raw material render in the labor process by means of their use values. Mr. William Roscher, who seldom loses an occasion of registering, in black and white, ingenious apologetic fancies, records the following specimen. J.B. Say, Traité, Volume 1, Chapter 4, very truly remarks, the value produced by an oil mill, after deduction of all costs, is something new, something quite different from the labour by which the oil mill itself was erected. Locus Citato, page 82, note. Very true, Mr. Professor. The oil produced by the oil mill is indeed something very different from the labour expended in constructing the mill. By value, Mr. Roscher understands such stuff as oil, because oil has value, notwithstanding that nature produces petroleum, though relatively in small quantities, a fact to which he seems to refer in his further observation. It, nature, produces scarcely any exchange value. Mr. Roscher's nature and the exchange value it produces are rather like the foolish virgin who admitted indeed that she had had a child, but it was such a little one. This savant sérieux in continuation remarks, Ricardo's school is in the habit of including capital as accumulated labour under the head of labour. This is unskilful work, because, indeed, the owner of capital, after all, does something more than the merely creating and preserving of the same, namely, the abstention from the enjoyment of it, for which he demands, for example, interest. Locus Citato. How very skilful is this anatomico-physiological method of political economy, which, indeed, converts a mere desire, after all, into a source of value. While productive labour is changing the means of production into constituent elements of a new product, their value undergoes a metempsychosis. It deserts the consumed body to occupy the newly created one. But this transmigration takes place, as it were, behind the back of the labourer. He is unable to add new labour, to create new value, without at the same time preserving old values, and this because the labour he adds must be of a specific useful kind, and he cannot do work of a useful kind without employing products as the means of production of a new product, and thereby transferring their value to the new product. The property, therefore, which labour power in action, living labour, possesses of preserving value, at the same time that it adds it, is a gift of nature which costs the labourer nothing, but which is very advantageous to the capitalist, inasmuch as it preserves the existing value of his capital. Of all the instruments of the farmer's trade, the labour of man is that on which he is most to rely for the repayment of his capital. The other two, the working stock of the cattle, and the carts, ploughs, spades, and so forth, without a given portion of the first, are nothing at all. Edmund Burke, Thoughts and Details on Scarcity, originally presented to the Right Honourable William Pitt in the month of November 1795, edition London 1800, page 10. So long as trade is good, the capitalist is too much absorbed in money-grubbing to take notice of this gratuitous gift of labour. A violent interruption of the labour process by a crisis makes him sensitively aware of it. In the Times of 26th November 1862, a manufacturer, whose mill employed 800 hands and consumed, on the average, 150 bales of East Indian or 130 bales of American cotton, complains, in doleful manner, of the standing expenses of his factory when not working. He estimates them at £6,000 a year. Among them are a number of items that do not concern us here, such as rent, rates and taxes, insurance, salaries of the manager, bookkeeper, engineer, and others. Then he reckons £150 for coal used to heat the mill occasionally, and run the engine now and then. Besides this, he includes the wages of the people employed at odd times to keep the machinery in working order. Lastly, he puts down £1,200 for depreciation of machinery, because, the weather and the natural principle of decay do not suspend their operations because the steam engine ceases to revolve. He says, emphatically, he does not estimate his depreciation at more than the small sum of £1,200, because his machinery is already nearly worn out. As regards the means of production, what is really consumed is their use value, and the consumption of this use value by labor results in the product. There is no consumption of their value, and it would therefore be inaccurate to say that it is reproduced. Footnote. Quote, productive consumption, where the consumption of a commodity is a part of the process of production. In these instances there is no consumption of value. End quote. S. P. Newman, Loco Citato, page 296. End footnote. It is rather preserved, not by reason of any operation it undergoes itself in the process, but because the article in which it originally exists vanishes, it is true, but vanishes into some other article. Hence, in the value of the product there is a reappearance of the value of the means of production, but there is, strictly speaking, no reproduction of that value. That which is produced is a new use value, in which the old exchange value reappears. Footnote. In an American compendium that has gone through perhaps 20 editions, this passage occurs. Quote, it matters not in what form capital reappears. End quote. Then, after a lengthy enumeration of all the possible ingredients of production whose value reappears in the product, the passage concludes thus, quote, the various kinds of food, clothing, and shelter necessary for the existence and comfort of the human being are also changed. They are consumed from time to time, and their value reappears in that new vigour imparted to his body and mind, forming fresh capital, to be employed again in the work of production. End quote. F. Wayland, Loco Citato, pages 31 and 32. Without noticing any other oddities, it suffices to observe that what reappears in the fresh vigour is not the bread's price, but its blood-forming substances. What, on the other hand, reappears in the value of that vigour is not the means of subsistence, but their value. The same necessaries of life, at half the price, would form just as much muscle and bone, just as much vigour, but not vigour of the same value. This confusion of value and vigour, coupled with our author's pharisaical indefiniteness, mark an attempt, futile for all that, to thrash out an explanation of surplus value from a mere reappearance of pre-existing values. End footnote. It is otherwise with the subjective factor of the labour process, with labour power in action. While the labourer, by virtue of his labour being of a specialized kind that has a special object, preserves and transfers to the product the value of the means of production, he at the same time, by the mere act of working, creates each instant an additional or new value. Suppose the process of production to be stopped just when the workman has produced an equivalent for the value of his own labour power, when, for example, by 6 hours' labour he has added a value of 3 shillings. This value is the surplus of the total value of the product, over the portion of its value that is due to the means of production. It is the only original bit of value formed during this process, the only portion of the value of the product created by this process. Of course, we do not forget that this new value only replaces the money advanced by the capitalist in the purchase of the labour power, and spent by the labourer on the necessaries of life. With regard to the money spent, the new value is merely a reproduction, but, nevertheless, it is an actual, and not, as in the case of the value of the means of production, only an apparent reproduction. The substitution of one value for another is here effected by the creation of new value. We know, however, from what has gone before, that the labour process may continue beyond the time necessary to reproduce and incorporate in the product a mere equivalent for the value of the labour power. Instead of the 6 hours that are sufficient for the latter purpose, the process may continue for 12 hours. The action of labour power, therefore, not only reproduces its own value, but produces value over and above it. This surplus value is the difference between the value of the product and the value of the elements consumed in the formation of that product, in other words, of the means of production and the labour power. By our explanation of the different parts played by the various factors of the labour process in the formation of the product's value, we have, in fact, disclosed the characters of the different functions allotted to the different elements of capital in the process of expanding its own value. The surplus of the total value of the product over the sum of the values of its constituent factors is the surplus of the expended capital over the capital originally advanced. The means of production on the one hand, labour power on the other, are merely the different modes of existence which the value of the original capital assumed when, from being money, it was transformed into the various factors of the labor process. That part of capital, then, which is represented by the means of production, by the raw material, auxiliary material, and the instruments of labor, does not, in the process of production, undergo any quantitative alteration of value. I therefore call it the constant part of capital, or, more shortly, constant capital. On the other hand, that part of capital represented by labor power does, in the process of production, undergo an alteration of value. It both reproduces the equivalent of its own value, and also produces an excess, a surplus value, which may itself vary, may be more or less according to circumstances. This part of capital is continually being transformed from a constant into a variable magnitude. I therefore call it the variable part of capital, or, shortly, variable capital. The same elements of capital which, from the point of view of the labor process, present themselves respectively as the objective and subjective factors, as means of production and labor power, present themselves, from the point of view of the process of creating surplus value, as constant and variable capital. The definition of constant capital given above by no means excludes the possibility of a change of value in its elements. Suppose the price of cotton to be one day 6 pence a pound, and the next day, in consequence of a failure of the cotton crop, a shilling a pound. Each pound of the cotton bought at 6 pence and worked up after the rise in value transfers to the product a value of 1 shilling, and the cotton already spun before the rise, and perhaps circulating in the market as yarn, likewise transfers to the product twice its original value. It is plain, however, that these changes of value are independent of the increment or surplus value added to the value of the cotton by the spinning itself. If the old cotton had never been spun, it could, after the rise, be resold at a shilling a pound instead of at 6 pence. Further, the fewer the processes the cotton has gone through, the more certain is this result. We therefore find that speculators make it a rule, when such sudden changes in value occur, to speculate in that material on which the least possible quantity of labor has been spent. To speculate, therefore, in yarn rather than in cloth, in cotton itself rather than in yarn. The change of value in the case we have been considering originates not in the process in which the cotton plays the part of a means of production, and in which it therefore functions as constant capital, but in the process in which the cotton itself is produced. The value of a commodity, it is true, is determined by the quantity of labor contained in it, but this quantity is itself limited by social conditions. If the time socially necessary for the production of any commodity alters, and a given weight of cotton represents, after a bad harvest, more labor than after a good one, all previously existing commodities of the same class are affected, because they are, as it were, only individuals of the species, and their value at any given time is measured by the labor socially necessary, that is, by the labor necessary for their production under the then existing social conditions. Footnote. Quote, toutes les productions de même genre ne forment proprement qu'une masse dont le prix se détermine en général et sans égard aux circonstances particulières. End quote. Le Tron, Logocitato, page 893. End footnote. As the value of the raw material may change, so too may that of the instruments of labor, of the machinery, etc., employed in the process, and consequently that portion of the value of the product transferred to it from them may also change. If in consequence of a new invention, machinery of a particular kind can be produced by a diminished expenditure of labor, the old machinery becomes depreciated more or less, and consequently transfers so much less value to the product. But here again the change in value originates outside the process in which the machine is acting as a means of production. Once engaged in this process, the machine cannot transfer more value than it possesses apart from the process. Just as a change in the value of the means of production, even after they have commenced to take a part in the labor process, does not alter their character as constant capital, so too a change in the proportion of constant to variable capital does not affect the respective functions of these two kinds of capital. The technical conditions of the labor process may be revolutionized to such an extent that where formerly 10 men using 10 implements of small value worked up a relatively small quantity of raw material, one man may now, with the aid of one expensive machine, work up 100 times as much raw material. In the latter case, we have an enormous increase in the constant capital, that is represented by the total value of the means of production used, and at the same time a great reduction in the variable capital invested in labor power. Such a revolution, however, alters only the quantitative relation between the constant and the variable capital, or the proportions in which the total capital is split up into its constant and variable constituents. It has not in the least degree affected the essential difference between the two. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9, Section 1 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 3. The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 9. The Rate of Surplus Value. Section 1. The Degree of Exploitation of Labor Power. The surplus value generated in the process of production by C, the capital advanced, or in other words, the self-expansion of the value of the capital C, presents itself for our consideration. In the first place as a surplus, as the amount by which the value of the product exceeds the value of its constituent elements. The capital C is made up of two components: one, the sum of money C laid out upon the means of production, and the other, the sum of money V expended upon the labor power. C represents the portion that has become constant capital, and V the portion that has become variable capital. At first, then, large C equals C plus V. For example, if £500 is the capital advanced, its components may be such that the 500 equals 410 constant plus 90 variable. When the process of production is finished, we get a commodity whose value equals C plus V plus S, where S is the surplus value, or taking our former figures, the value of this commodity may be 410 constant plus 90 variable plus 90 surplus. The original capital has now changed from C to C prime, from 500 to 590 pounds. The difference is S, or a surplus value of 90 pounds, since the value of the constituent elements of the product is equal to the value of the advanced capital. It is mere tautology to say that the excess of the value of the product over the value of its constituent elements is equal to the expansion of the capital advanced or to the surplus value produced. Nevertheless, we must examine this tautology a little more closely. The two things compared are the value of the product and the value of its constituent consumed in the process of production. Now we have seen how that portion of the constant capital which consists of the instruments of labor transfers to the production only a fraction of its value, while the remainder of that value continues to reside in those instruments. Since this remainder plays no part in the formation of value, we may at present leave it to one side. To introduce it into the calculation would make no difference. For instance, taking our formal example, small c equals 410 pounds. Suppose this sum to consist of 312 value of raw material, 44 value of auxiliary material, and 54 value of the machinery worn away in the process, and suppose that the total value of the machinery employed is 1,054 pounds. Out of this latter sum, then, we reckon as advanced for the purpose of turning out the product the sum of 54 pounds alone, which the machinery loses by wear and tear in the process, for this is all it parts with to the product. Now, if we also reckon the remaining 1,000 pounds, which still continues in the machinery, as transferred to the product, we ought also to reckon it as a part of the value advanced, and thus make it appear on both sides of our calculation. We should in this way get 1,500 pounds on one side and 1,590 on the other. The difference of these two sums, or the surplus value, would still be 90 pounds. Throughout this book, therefore, by constant capital advanced for the production of value, we always mean, unless the context is repugnant thereto, the value of the means of production actually consumed in the process, and that value alone. Footnote: If we reckon the value of the fixed capital employed as a part of the advances, we must reckon the remaining value of such capital at the end of the year as part of the annual returns. Malthus, Principles of Political Economy, 2nd edition, London, 1836, page 269. This being so, let us return to the formula large C equals C plus V, which we saw was transformed into C prime equals C plus V plus S, big C becoming C prime. We know that the value of the constant capital is transferred to and merely reappears in the product. The new value actually created in the process, the value produced or value product, is therefore not the same as the value of the product. It is not, as it would at first sight appear, C plus V plus S, or 410 constant plus 90 variable plus 90 surplus, but V plus S, or 90 variable plus 90 surplus, not 590 but 180 pounds. If small c equals 0, or in other words, if there were branches of industry in which the capitalist could dispense with all means of production made by previous labor, whether they be raw material, auxiliary material, or instruments of labor, employing only labor power and materials supplied by nature, in that case there would be no constant capital to transfer to the product. This component of the value of the product, i.e. the 410 pounds in our example, would be eliminated, but the sum of 180 pounds, the amount of new value created, or the value produced, which contains 90 pounds of surplus value, would remain just as great as if small c represented the highest value imaginable. We should have C equals 0 plus V equals V or C prime, the expanded capital, equals V plus S, and therefore C prime minus C equals S as before. On the other hand, if S equals 0, or in other words, if the labor power, whose value is advanced in the form of variable capital, were to produce only its equivalent, we should have large C equals C plus V or C prime, the value of the product, C plus V plus 0, or C equals C prime. The capital advanced would, in this case, not have expanded its value. From what has gone before, we know that surplus value is purely the result of a variation in the value of V, of that portion of the capital which is transformed into labor power. Consequently, V plus S equals V plus V, or V plus an increment of V. But the fact that it is V alone that varies, and the conditions of that variation are obscured by the circumstance that in consequence of the increase in the variable component of the capital, there is also an increase in the sum total of the advanced capital. It was originally 500 and becomes 590 pounds. Therefore, in order that our investigation may lead to accurate results, we must make abstraction from that portion of the value of the product, in which constant capital alone appears, and consequently must equate the constant capital to 0, or make C equal 0. This is merely an application of a mathematical rule, employed whenever we operate with constant and variable magnitudes, related to each other by the symbols of addition and subtraction only. A further difficulty is caused by the original form of the variable capital. In our example, C prime equals 410 constant plus 90 variable plus 90 surplus, but 90 is a given and therefore a constant quantity, hence it appears absurd to treat it as variable. But in fact the term 90 variable is here merely a symbol to show that this value undergoes a process. The portion of the capital invested in the purchase of labor power is a definite quantity of materialized labor, a constant value like the value of the labor power purchased. But in the process of production the place of the 90 pounds is taken by the labor power in action. Dead labor is replaced by living labor, something stagnant by something flowing, a constant by a variable. The result is the reproduction of V plus an increment of V. From the point of view, then, of capitalist production, the whole process appears as the spontaneous variation of the originally constant value, which is transformed into labor power. Both the process and its result appear to be owing to this value. If, therefore, such expressions as 90 variable capital or so much self-expanding value appear contradictory, this is only because they bring to the surface a contradiction immanent in capitalist production. At first sight it appears a strange proceeding, to equate the constant capital to 0. Yet it is what we do every day. If, for example, we wish to calculate the amount of England's profits from the cotton industry, we first of all deduct the sums paid for cotton to the United States, India, Egypt, and other countries, In other words, the value of the capital that merely reappears in the value of the product is put at zero. Of course, the ratio of surplus value, not only to that portion of the capital from which it immediately springs, and whose change of value it represents, but also to the sum total of capital advanced, is economically of very great importance. We shall therefore in the third book treat of this ratio exhaustively. In order to enable one portion of a capital to expand its value by being converted into labor power, it is necessary that another portion be converted into means of production. In order that variable capital may perform its function, constant capital must be advanced in proper proportion, a proportion given by the special technical conditions of each labor process. The circumstance, however, that retorts and other vessels are necessary to a chemical process does not compel the chemist to notice them in the results of his analysis. If we look at the means of production in their relation to the creation of value and to the variation in the quantity of value, apart from anything else, they appear simply as the material in which labor power, the value creator, incorporates itself. Neither the nature nor the value of this material is of any importance. The only requisite is that there be a sufficient supply to absorb the labor expended in the process of production. That supply once given, the material may rise or fall in value, or even be, as land in the sea, without any value in itself, but this will have no influence on the creation of value or on the variation in the quantity of value. Footnote: what Lucretius says is self-evident. Nil posse creare de nihilo. Out of nothing, nothing can be created. Creation of value is transformation of labor power into labor. Labor power itself is energy transferred to a human organism by means of nourishing matter. End note. In the first place, then, we equate the constant capital to zero. The capital advanced is consequently reduced from C plus V to V, and instead of the value of the product C plus V plus S, we now have the value produced, V plus S. Given the new value produced equals £180, which sum consequently represents the whole labor expended during the process, then subtracting from it £90, the value of the variable capital, we have remaining £90, the amount of the surplus value. This sum of £90, or S, expresses the absolute quantity of surplus value produced. The relative quantity produced, or the increase per cent of the variable capital, is determined, it is plain, by the ratio of the surplus value to the variable capital, or is expressed by S over V. In our example, this ratio is 90/90, which gives an increase of 100%. This relative increase in the value of the variable capital, or the relative magnitude of the surplus value, I call the rate of surplus value. Footnote: in the same way the English use the term rate of profit, rate of interest. We shall see, in Book 3, that the rate of profit is no mystery, so soon as we know the laws of surplus value. If we reverse the process, we cannot comprehend either the one or the other. End note. We have seen that the laborer, during one portion of the labor process, produces only the value of his labor power, that is, the value of his means of subsistence. Now, since his work forms part of a system based on the social division of labor, he does not directly produce the actual necessaries which he himself consumes. He produces instead a particular commodity, yarn, for example, whose value is equal to the value of those necessaries or of the money with which they can be bought. The portion of his day's labor devoted to this purpose will be greater or less in proportion to the value of the necessaries that he daily requires on an average, or, what amounts to the same thing, in proportion to the labor time required on an average to produce them. If the value of those necessaries represent on average the expenditure of 6 hours' labor, the workman must on average work for 6 hours to produce that value. If instead of working for the capitalist he worked independently on his own account, he would, other things being equal, still be obliged to labor for the same number of hours, in order to produce the value of his labor power, and thereby to gain the means of subsistence necessary for his conservation or continued reproduction. But as we have seen, during that portion of his day's labor in which he produces the value of his labor power, say 3 shillings, he produces only an equivalent for the value of his labor power already advanced by the capitalist. The new value created only replaces the variable capital advanced. It is owing to this fact that the production of the new value of 3 shillings takes the semblance of a mere reproduction. That portion of the working day, then, during which this reproduction takes place, I call necessary labor time, and the labor expended during that time I call necessary labor. Necessary as regards the laborer, because independent of the particular social form of his labor; necessary as regards capital, and the world of capitalists, because on the continued existence of the laborer depends their existence also. Footnote. Note added in the third German edition. The author resorts here to the economic language in current use. It will be remembered that on page 182, present edition, page 174, it was shown that in reality the laborer advances to the capitalist and not the capitalist to the laborer. Friedrich Engels. Endnote. Note. In this work we have up to now employed the term necessary labor time to designate the time necessary under given social conditions for the production of any commodity. Henceforward we use it to designate also the time necessary for the production of the particular commodity, labor power. The use of one and the same technical term in different senses is inconvenient, but in no science can it be altogether avoided. Compare, for instance, the higher with the lower branches of mathematics. Endnote. During the second period of the labor process, that in which his labor is no longer necessary labor, the workman, it is true, labors, expends labor power, but his labor being no longer necessary labor, he creates no value for himself. He creates surplus value which, for the capitalist, has all the charms of a creation out of nothing. This portion of the working day I name surplus labor time, and to the labor expended during that time I give the name of surplus labor. It is every bit as important, for a correct understanding of surplus value, to conceive it as a mere congelation of surplus labor time, as nothing but materialized surplus labor, as it is, for a proper comprehension of value, to conceive it as a mere congelation of so many hours of labor, as nothing but materialized labor. The essential difference between the various economic forms of society, between, for instance, a society based on slave labor and one based on wage labor, lies only in the mode in which this surplus labor is in each case extracted from the actual producer, the laborer. Footnote. Herr Wilhelm Thucydides Roscher has found a mare's nest. He has made the important discovery that if, on the one hand, the formation of surplus value or surplus produce, and the consequent accumulation of capital, is nowadays due to the thrift of the capitalist, on the other hand, in the lowest stages of civilization, it is the strong who compel the weak to economize. First see page 78. To economize what? Labor, or superfluous wealth that does not exist? What is it that makes such men as Roscher account for the origin of surplus value by a mere réchauffé of the more or less plausible excuses by the capitalist for his appropriation of surplus value? It is, besides their real ignorance, their apologetic dread of a scientific analysis of value and surplus value, and of obtaining a result, possibly not altogether palatable to the powers that be. Endnote. Since, on the one hand, the values of the variable capital and of the labor power purchased by that capital are equal, and the value of this labor power determines the necessary portion of the working day, and since, on the other hand, the surplus value is determined by the surplus portion of the working day, it follows that surplus value bears the same ratio to variable capital that surplus labor does to necessary labor, or in other words, the rate of surplus value, S/V, equals surplus labor over necessary labor. Both ratios, S/V and surplus labor over necessary labor, express the same thing in different ways. In the one case by reference to materialized, incorporated labor, in the other by reference to living, fluent labor. The rate of surplus value is therefore an exact expression for the degree of exploitation of labor power by capital, or of the laborer by the capitalist. Footnote. Although the rate of surplus value is an exact expression for the degree of exploitation of labor power, it is in no sense an expression for the absolute amount of exploitation. For example, if the necessary labor 5 hours and the surplus labor is 5 hours, the degree of exploitation is 100%. The amount of exploitation is here measured by 5 hours. If, on the other hand, the necessary labor equals 6 hours and the surplus labor equals 6 hours, the degree of exploitation remains, as before, 100%, while the actual amount of exploitation has increased 20%, namely from 5 hours to 6. We assumed in our example that the value of the product, 410 constant plus 90 variable plus 90 surplus, and that the capital advanced equals £500. Since the surplus value equals £90 and the advanced capital equals £500, we should, according to the usual way of reckoning, get as the rate of surplus value, generally confounded with the rate of profits, 18%, a rate so low as possibly to cause a pleasant surprise to Mr. Carey and other harmonizers. But in truth the rate of surplus value is not equal to S over large C, or S over large C plus V. Thus it is not 90 over 500, but 90 over 90, or 100%, which is more than 5 times the apparent degree of exploitation. Although in the case we have supposed we are ignorant of the actual length of the working day, and of the duration in days or weeks of the labor process, as also of the number of laborers employed, yet the rate of surplus value S over V accurately discloses to us, by means of its equivalent expression, surplus labor over necessary labor, the relation between the two parts of the working day. This relation is here one of equality, the rate being 100%. Hence it is plain the laborer, in our example, works 1/2 of the day for himself, the other half for the capitalist. The method of calculating the rate of surplus value is therefore shortly as follows. We take the total value of the product and put the constant capital, which merely reappears in it, equal to 0. What remains is the only value that has, in the process of producing the commodity, been actually created. If the amount of surplus value be given, we have only to deduct it from this remainder to find the variable capital, and vice versa, if the latter be given, and we require to find the surplus value. If both be given, we have only to perform the concluding operation, viz., to calculate S over V, the ratio of the surplus value to the V, variable capital. Though the method is so simple, yet it may not be amiss, by means of a few examples, to exercise the reader in the application of the novel principles underlying it. First we will take the case of a spinning mill containing 10,000 mule spindles, spinning number 32 yarn from American cotton, and producing 1 pound of yarn weekly per spindle. We assume the waste to be 6%. Under these circumstances 10,600 pounds of cotton are consumed weekly, of which 600 pounds goes to waste. The price of the cotton in April 1871 was 7 3/4 pence per pound. The raw material therefore costs in round numbers 342 pounds. The 10,000 spindles, including preparation machinery and motive power, cost, we will assume, 1 pound per spindle, amounting to a total of 10,000 pounds. The wear and tear we put at 10%, or 1,000 pounds yearly, equals 20 pounds weekly. The rent of the building we suppose to be 300 pounds a year, or 6 pounds a week. Coal consumed, for 100 horsepower indicated, at 4 pounds of coal per horsepower per hour during 60 hours, and inclusive of that consumed in heating the mill, 11 tons a week at 8 shillings 6 a ton, amounts to about 4½ pounds a week. Gas, 1 pound a week. Oil, etc., 4½ pounds a week. Total cost of the above auxiliary materials, 10 pounds weekly. Therefore, the constant portion of the value of that week's product is 378 pounds. Wages amount to 52 pounds a week. The price of the yarn is 12 1/2 pence per pound, which gives for the value of 10,000 pounds the sum 510 pounds. The surplus value is therefore in this case 510 minus 430 equals 80 pounds sterling. We put the constant part of the value of the product at 0, as it plays no part in the creation of value. There remains 132 pounds as the weekly value created, which equals 52 pounds variable plus 80 pounds surplus. The rate of surplus value is therefore 80 over 52 equals 153 11/13%. In a working day of 10 hours with average labor, the result is necessary labor equals 3 31/33 hours, and surplus labor equals 6 2/33. Footnote: the above data, which may be relied upon, were given me by a Manchester spinner. In England the horsepower of an engine was formerly calculated from the diameter of its cylinder, now the actual horsepower shown by the indicator is taken. Endnote. One more example. Jacob gives the following calculation for the year 1815. Owing to the previous adjustment of several items it is very imperfect, nevertheless for our purpose it is sufficient. In it he assumes the price of wheat to be 8 shillings a quarter, and the average yield per acre to be 22 bushels. Value produced per acre. Seed, 1 pound 9 shillings. Manure, 2 pounds 10 shillings. Wages, 3 pounds 10 shillings. Total, 7 pounds 9 shillings. Tithes, rates, and taxes, 1 pound 1 shilling. Rent, 1 pound 8 shillings. Farmer's profit and interest, 1 pound 2 shillings. Total, 3 pounds 11 shillings. Assuming that the price of the product is the same as its value, we here find the surplus value distributed under the various heads of profit, interest, rent, etc. We have nothing to do with these in detail, we simply add them together, and the sum is the surplus value of 3 pounds 11 shillings. The sum of 3 pounds 19 shillings paid for seed and manure is constant capital, and we put it equal to 0. There is left the sum of 3 pounds 10 shillings, which is the variable capital advanced, and we see that a new value of 3 pounds 10 shillings plus 3 pounds 11 shillings has been produced in its place. Therefore, S over V equals 3 pounds 11 shillings over 3 pounds 10 shillings, given a rate of surplus value of more than 100%. The laborer employs more than 1/2 of his working day in producing the surplus value, which different persons, under different pretexts, share amongst themselves. Footnote: the calculations given in the text are intended merely as illustrations. We have in fact assumed that prices equals values. We shall, however, see in Book 3 that even in the case of average prices the assumption cannot be made in this very simple manner. End of section 24.